Cold Blood by Simon Bovey. Part 1. Freezerville.
Oh God, which way?
Come with me!
Thank you. Thank you.
Deborah, it's Taft. Will you come to the main door? I've found her. Are you all right? And are you? Have you got any frostbite?
No, I'm okay.
What the hell were you thinking going out there in this?
I couldn't get a wind speed reading. I had to clear the snow off the anemometer. Then I couldn't see you to get back.
No research is worth your life.
10 metres. That's all it was. I thought I'd be okay, but I couldn't see you.
No one goes out alone in this weather.
Everyone was at the party. I didn't want to disturb.
This might be your first tour on a research station, and you've got a lot to learn. But you know, you always come and get someone. And if you're going out, you dress properly, even if it's only 10 metres. This coat of yours is useless. 30 seconds in your face out there, you'd start getting hypothermia. 60 and it's serious. A minute and a half and you wouldn't have got up again. Do you understand?
Yes, yes.
Man, you had us all worried. Quite a baptism of frost. Bravo, boss.
Just got lucky. I was downwind when she shouted.
Right, let's check your temperature. Did you take your gloves off or get any snow in your clothing?
No, I'm fine. I'm just embarrassed I put everyone to this trouble. I'm sorry.
I don't want you to be sorry. I want you to learn from it. Antarctica kills people, but no one is dying on my watch.
Thank you. I really screwed up, didn't I?
Don't worry, you'll forget all about it in a year or two.
Yeah, tough love, we all get it. Besides, if you don't make a mistake round here, you may never hear your name mentioned.
Well, you look okay, but if you start to get any blistering on your fingers or nose, you tell me.
Don't worry, I will.
Oh, sounds like someone started the party again.
Oh, a day's not a total waste of makeup then.
What are we celebrating?
Rebecca from Geophys is phoning. It's her dog's birthday.
A dog's birthday.
We could change it to you not dying if you like.
Let's stick with the dog.
You've got to try the ice. One of the beakers... Oh, no offence. Rod, one of the scientists, brought a lump of glacier in. When it melts, the released air makes your drink bubble like an Alka-Seltzer. It is so cool!
Thanks. Could this be any more embarrassing?
Act stupid. They'll think it's poise.
Right, grab a seat, I'll get the drinks.
No half measures.
Would I? Hi, boss. Drink? Do you realise that this water was frozen when Christ was alive?
Well, then pray saves you from a hangover, because if it's still blowing tomorrow, I want you to string safety lines between the huts.
Oh, right.
Is she okay?
After you shouting at her, yeah, I think so. Dad said she is.
Committed to her work. I'll say that for her.
Yeah. Foxy, too, for a beaker.
She's meteorology. Studying the aurora.
Oh, well, she's got enough night.
Do you think she'll stand 8 months of it without climbing the walls?
I can get the rubber room ready.
I'll keep it in reserve. But just keep an eye on people for insomnia.
Oh, you worry too much, boss. I'll be too busy for a start. You know research scientists, they're always looking for something.
That's why everyone comes here. But I'll see you in the morning.
You're not going to join us?
No, another time. I've got reports to write.
Here, Rod, you want to watch that, mate? Here we go, ladies. Second Coming Cocktails, Nostrovia.
Cheers.
So where do you live? In the real world?
London.
Oh, is it still standing?
Just about. But Heathrow's not very healthy.
I was there when it happened. It's what convinced me to come here. Mind you, here's not so pristine since McMurdo.
You've been here 8 years.
On and off, though more on than off.
Yeah, the boss is the old lag. He's been here getting on for 10.
Commander Taft? God, that's a lifetime. He must really love it here.
I think he and Antarctica have a special relationship, yeah.
And as you found out, he can be a bit of a force of nature himself when it comes to doing the right thing here. Is this your first time?
I did a couple of weeks in the Arctic. That was pretty cold.
Cold?
Don't start, Max.
90% of the Earth's ice is here. It's the coldest, highest, driest and windiest continent in the world. Jam-packed with gas, oil, gold, diamonds, minerals and more unexploited biodiversity than you can name. It's a one-stop shop with freezer cabinets. Which is a pity, really, because since the Osaka Protocol, it's been open season.
You want useless facts, Max is your man. All I have to say is you don't get used to the cold and dark.
But yeah, but summers are just the best.
Is that what keeps you here?
No, it's more when you get home, you realise you haven't got a life there. So you sign on for another 2 years. After a while, it's all you want.
That's why you're all so...
Right?
Insular?
close.
And relationships here do tend to be more intimate. You can't share Antarctica with anyone. No one at home understands because there's nowhere else on Earth like it.
Winter population is only around 1,000 in the old country. And we don't get out much. Now, but don't worry, you'll soon be part of the flock. Joel, Ginger and Hamid are overwintering for the first time as well, so you're not alone. They're all life sciences, monitoring the nanobot pollution from McMurdo. You've got to watch Hamid and Joel, though, mind. They clog up the SAT download with porn.
They don't wash that much either.
And Paul over there, he's my maintenance assistant. And Rod and Rebecca are both geophysics and resident chefs, so they've always got loads of chocolate. And Deb here's the first port of call when you need alcohol.
Max.
And we reckon she has a still in medical.
Nothing so common. I have a man at Derriford who smuggles vodka in for me with the saline bags.
Now that's information. Bloody hell!
What's that?
It's con traffic. It's an SOS.
This is Ellsworth Station. Ellsworth responding, over.
Who is it?
I don't know yet. This is Ellsworth Station. Ellsworth responding, over. This is Ellsworth. Are you receiving, over?
BAS would use a sat phone, wouldn't they?
Always. Must be local.
Local?
Places at Halle are sky blue or dark. Argentinians up at Grano are only about 1,000 miles away. Maybe the septic tanks, Kiwis, who knows?
Nothing, boss. Maybe they were cold calling. Oh, wait a minute. This is Ellsworth responding, over.
Thank God. This is Carrie Burke from the ADZAC team. Leave Mitchell Bluff. Team leader Bowers has gone... You're four already.
What did she say?
Bowers.
To you, but our fuel is low. Can you meet us at 54 degrees south? Over.
Say again, Carrie, over.
67 degrees west. 50... We're dying here.
ADZAC, come in, ADZAC.
ADZAC are still on the continent.
They're the big boys in bioprospecting. Money talks.
I've lost them.
Try and get them back.
Tell them I'm on my way.
Wait a minute, boss, you can't go...
Tell them, Max.
Nat! Wait! You can't go out there. As base doctor, your health is my responsibility, and I'm not letting you walk out that door.
I have to try.
It's more than 50 miles in whiteout conditions. Now, that's not a rescue mission, it's a suicide pact.
And it's minus 30. If you calculate wind chill, then it's more like minus 50.
They're dead, Nat. They just don't know it yet.
Oh, right, damn it. But we'll keep the radio manned at least. Give them some hope.
You know someone out there?
Bowers. Yeah,
We were friends.
it was a jolt hearing his name. I hadn't seen him for 7 years, but I'd thought about him. Looking forward to the past is a weakness of mine. We share a history of loss. And now, I felt it all over again. Put in enough coffee for both of us.
Bloody hell, boss. You made me jump. I didn't see you in the dark.
Anything?
No, I've been calling him on the hour all night, but I just get white noise back.
Thanks for trying.
Hell no, I'm just sorry about your friend.
Yeah.
But you know, that's how I'd like to go. Man against the elements, doing something courageous, significant. Turn to ice and never degrade. Out there with Scott and Oates and the others, young forever. Yeah, well, I'm sure you don't want to hear me rabbit on. Right, I'm just going for an OT.
Sorry?
An OT. I'm just going to the bog and maybe some time. Well, you haven't heard that before.
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Main entrance.
What the hell is that?
Only one way of finding out.
Wait, don't let it in! Bloody hell!
Help me get him in.
Who is it?
Get Deborah, quick.
Yeah, right.
Nathaniel. Shh. It's all right now, Bowers. Everything's going to be all right. How is he?
Exhausted, dehydrated and in shock.
Will he live?
Oh yeah, he'll live. And you're not going to believe this. I can't find an inch of frostbite on him.
What?
He's either the luckiest person I've ever seen or the toughest.
Well, that's impossible. He was out there for over 5 hours, wearing only one layer of gear.
If you don't believe me, you check him over.
Can I talk to him?
Tomorrow. I've sedated him.
I need to know where the others are.
He's in no condition to tell you.
All right. Well, let me know the moment he wakes up.
Are you okay with this?
Why wouldn't I be?
I just thought, baggage.
That was a long time ago. On a different continent.
Morning!
Morning! Did you hear?
You kidding? It's the talk of the station.
Incredible, isn't it? Man, I'd love to have done something like that.
Lose all your workmates and nearly freeze to death?
Well, okay, not the workmates bit, but out there, alone. Doesn't get more real, more alive, raw.
No, thank you.
Oh, I love it. I get out there as often as I can. You really experience something profound. It's like plugging yourself into the spiritual equivalent of the national grid.
Yeah?
Yeah.
In the summer, maybe. You look busy.
I am using the force to service the heating pipes.
Max, that's duct tape.
Only to the uninitiated.
It has a light side and a dark side, Luke, and holds the universe together, it does,
Morning.
Oh.
You still with us?
Nathaniel. Oh, you tell me.
Much to the surprise of everyone.
How long have I been here?
About 9 hours. You want to tell me what happened?
I don't remember much of it. It's vague.
Well, why don't we start with what you were doing out there?
Running.
From what?
I don't know. I was working late. A centrifuge was going, and then I thought I heard gunfire.
So you thought, or it was?
No, it was. I went into the corridor and I couldn't believe it. It was ablaze. Then I heard it more clearly. Then it was gunfire.
Well, it couldn't have been the fire? Flares exploding? Fuel cells? Something like that?
Down the end of the corridor, I saw a man, Jeffrey Metz, and he was burning, Nathaniel, flames around his head. I was about to help him, but then someone shot him from behind. I suppose it was a mercy, but it was terrible.
Who shot him?
I didn't see. But Garrard said he saw men before it all happened. Men running across the ice towards us.
What men?
I don't know.
You don't know? What do you mean you don't know?
I didn't see them, Nathaniel. I don't know.
All right. But some of you got out.
Carrie Burke, Ian Garrard, and myself. Just 3 of us. From the 12. Garrard started the snowcat and We fled. Mitchell Bluff was burning. It seemed the only thing we could do.
Burke radioed us about 10 last night.
Yeah. We were over halfway, and Garrard realized we weren't going to make it. Not enough fuel. Gary thought if you could come and meet us, we'd have a chance.
It was a whiteout here.
It would have been suicide, I know that. But the other two clung to the belief that you'd come.
So, you went out alone?
The earliest polar explorers carried opium pills to finish themselves off should the worst happen. None of them ever did, though. I admire that. Find what you love, and let it kill you.
Bowers, are you telling me you walked here alone?
I weighed the odds. Made my choice to trust in action or meet death head on.
How far?
30, maybe 40 miles. From the Shambles Glacier.
My God. So, Burke and Garrett are still with the cat?
Can we do anything for them?
We'll have to wait for the storm to drop. And then, well, if they dig themselves in, who knows?
But it's unlikely.
We can only pray they use the survival training. I'll go out as soon as I can.
Antarctica is a mistress that asks so much of us.
When did you come back?
2012. Too long away. I felt that restless longing for it. Antarctica touches you so deeply, Nathaniel, that it's like a wound. But you know that. Have you ever left?
I love it here too, Bowers. That's one thing we can share.
I didn't mean...
No, forget it. Working for Adzak, there's something I never thought you'd do.
I have unfinished business here. Adzak gave me the chance and the resources to finish it, and Nathaniel, I'm so close. You have a lab here, the Rosca, the best in Antarctica, yes?
Yeah, well, slow down.
Please, I must continue my research. People have died for this.
What do you mean they've died?
Mitchell Bluff was just a research facility. Pharmaceuticals and genetic manipulation. Those men can only have been after what we found. It's critical, Nathaniel. I must continue. I must publish before the others steal it. Time is of the essence.
And one thing at a time. When you're feeling better, we'll talk about it. But if there's someone out there, the less you're moving about, the better. It'll be you they want. Okay? Dr. Marks wants you here under observation for a couple of days, but I'll organise some quarters for you.
Thank you.
Just rest now.
Oh, Nathaniel. Look, please, about the lab. It's so very important.
And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
To hell with tomorrow.
Forces again today as the flooding in South Asia worsens. Relief agencies...
Yes. Come in.
2 million.
Sir?
Anaya.
Sorry about the mess. I haven't had a chance to unpack
I just
properly.
need to know how long this storm is going to last.
Well, it's a katabatic wind, so that'll ease off. But there's a frontal system coming from the north that'll...
Anaya, how long?
There may be a window tomorrow afternoon, sir.
What, check for me, will you? Oh, and call me Nat.
As long as...
Hey, boss! How is he? Was he up yet?
Give the man a chance, Max.
I just wanted a glimpse.
Of the Antarctic Superman.
Well, you've got to admit, it's pretty incredible. I mean, no one's done anything like this since Mawson in 1913. And he was pretty messed up when he finally got back. But Bowers took on the worst the continent could throw at him and won.
There are 11 others that lost.
Yeah, I know.
So, before we canonise the man, let's find out what happened. How soon can you get Snowcat ready for me?
Boss, you're not going out there.
Someone has to.
Too far, too high, too cold.
I know. But I reckon a cat towing a trailer with 4 extra drums of kerosene should be a good safety margin.
Oh, I don't know. There'll be a lot of sastrugi. And Lizard Ridge is going to be a bitch unless we get a dingle day.
Well, you let me worry about that. Just get one ready.
You're the boss. Oh, hello, Mr. Bowers. Should you be up?
Sir?
Nat.
Sorry. That weather report you wanted. The storm will clear around 11:30 tomorrow, but it won't last long. A day at the most.
Good. Well, that's great.
Thank you. Look, Anaya, if I bit your head off yesterday, it's nothing personal. I'd do the same to anyone. There's such a fine line between life and death out here.
You don't have to apologise. You saved my life.
Well, I don't think we can say that.
I'd never have found the station alone. And given the danger just setting foot outside the hut, it makes your willingness to go out last night even more brave.
I don't know about that. Just hot-headed and stupid.
I think it was brave. And you know,
Am I the doctor here?
Well, last time I checked.
And as the doctor, when I say someone stays in medical, that's where they stay.
No question.
So why isn't Bowers still there?
What are you talking about?
Ginger just told me Max and Paul have taken him over to the lab.
What?
They're powering it up.
Like hell they are.
Hello, Nathaniel.
Mr. Bowers,
What are you doing here? I thought I made it clear the doctor wanted you to stay in medical.
Really, I'm fine.
But I'd like to be the judge of that.
I do know how to spot a late shock. Or the symptoms of anything else you think I might have.
Humour me.
Well, what if we meet each other halfway, and I come back once I've finished here?
You're finished now. I thought I made it clear to you. You don't get to say what happens here. 11 members of your team are missing in British Antarctic Survey jurisdiction. That means out here, there's me, and then there's God.
Nat.
Sorry, boss. Paul and I were out back trying to get the boiler fired up, and everything okay?
Look, Bowers, you go with Deborah. When she says so, we'll talk about your research.
I see I overruled your authority. I'm sorry. I asked Max to power up the lab, so please don't blame him. But, Nathaniel, I must continue. Look, I'm so close to something monumental.
What?
Mr. Bowers, please, sit down.
I can't tell you that right now. But believe me when I say I'm close to a breakthrough that will make the discovery of penicillin, the DNA, or the AIDS vaccine seem like mere tinkering. It will change the world.
Hasn't it changed enough?
How close?
Well, close enough for you to be using it in your lifetime. Nathaniel, men are judged by what they achieve, not what they attempt. I implore you, let me use this lab.
Max?
Well, it'd be good to keep it going. Less maintenance come the spring.
All right.
Thank you.
But only when Deborah says you can.
Of course. Doctor, after you.
I'd like to monitor your body temperature for it.
He said he'd asked you, boss.
It's okay. I know what he's like.
You said 11 missing. Do you know what happened?
Not yet. But I'm going to find out.
Too far, too high, too cold is the litany used when discussing doing anything here. It's a 300-mile round trip to Mitchell Bluff, across some of the worst glacier ice on the continent. But if God had intended anything when he gave us a neck, it was surely to stick it out now and again. I should have radioed the Falklands about this, but since the disaster at McMurdo and the 4-year moratorium on all research, dead scientists make powerful political capital. Nanobot pollution's still bad in some places in the south, and there are some who see this as another reason to shut us down for good. I need information and facts before the world knows.
Looks nice now, but this weather could break at any time.
Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
When you come to it, you'll need up-to-date Met information and someone who knows how to interpret it.
No.
Nat, I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into. This weather
No, I don't. And if I did, maybe I wouldn't go. But I do know I have to try. There could be people out there praying for someone to rescue them. And I need experience with me. I've got the GPS. I can radio for updates.
Maybe not. There's a lot of aurora activity, and that's going to make shortwave and sat communications difficult.
Anybody think you're trying to put me off? Max, how we doing?
Yeah, okay, but I've had to give you the Tucker and she's due a transmission service.
What's wrong with the Foremost?
Well, I don't know. I fueled her up yesterday and she was Bristol, but I gave her a final check over this morning and the sump was cracked.
Will the Tucker make it?
Oh, yeah, just don't go over 70 and call the AA if you need any antifreeze.
Very funny.
Nat, there's a problem. I don't think I should go. I'm pumping another litre of saline into Bowers now, and then I'll let him loose, but I really think I need to keep an eye on him.
I thought you said he was okay.
Physically, he's recovered very well, but it's mentally I'm worried about. I think he's using his work to displace feelings of survivor guilt and grief. Or maybe I'm wrong,
And?
he really is close to something that's going to change the world.
And you want to be here if he finds it?
There's enough of the research scientist left in me to have a passing interest, yeah.
Well, what do I do if I find someone out there that needs you?
Wrap them up, pump them full of morphine and get them back here. It's all I'd be able to do. Why don't you take Max?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I could come along.
No, I need you here. I'll go alone.
Well, you'll need someone to watch for crevasses.
I'll go.
Good idea.
Yeah, all right, I suppose that makes sense.
All right. You're with me.
Oh, thank you. You won't regret this.
Look, this isn't a jolly. It's going to be tough out there.
Right. Sorry.
Have you used ground sonar before?
No?
Right, then let's go to school on it. Come on. Its job is to locate crevasses ahead.
Thanks.
No, you're right. You need to keep an eye on him.
You don't mind me saying so. There's a definite stirring of the chemicals between the two of you.
I'm trying hard for there not to be.
You're not doing a very good job.
What can I tell you? Old rivalries. You know, we both studied biology at Cambridge. I won the first year's merit prize, so he burnt the midnight oil and won it for the next 2 years. So I still feel like he has to get one over on me. Last time I saw him was in 2008, working on a treatment for leukemia.
Before McMurdo blew.
Yeah, but I wonder if that's what he's close to now.
It's what his wife died of, isn't it?
Yeah, about 2 years ago, I think.
You think?
2 years, 3 months.
Well, now he's working for Adzak.
Ironic, isn't it?
Now, you'll take care out there, won't you?
Well, you know what a careful guy I am.
Yeah, that's what worries me.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, boss, you ready?
Good. As soon as you get there, I'll radio you.
Bloody hell, boss.
What?
You didn't mention you were going armed. Is that your idea of being careful?
Just insurance.
What's a gun insurance against?
It's just SOP. Read your field trip manuals. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, stay brave, boss. I've never been on a field trip where I needed a gun.
Who'd want to?
What do you think they'll find?
Nothing good.
He's gone then?
If you want to tell him something, you can use the radio.
No, I just wanted to wish him luck. He's going to need it.
You're listening to the Mysterious Magpie channel. Please subscribe.
Cold Blood by Simon Bovey. Part 2. Cold Heart.
There's a crevasse 100 yards ahead. Steer 060.
060. You got the hang of that sonar now?
I think so.
Okay. Halfway between Ellsworth and Mitchell Bluff. You seen anything of the Adzak cat yet?
Nothing on infrared. Could it be buried by snow and we missed it?
Not yet. We should have seen it pretty clearly on this ice shelf.
More light would help.
Well, this is as bright as it gets until August. Hang on, I'll charge up the floods.
What's the fire on the horizon?
Progress. Gas burn-off from the oil rigs on the Ross Sea.
It can't be. That's over 2,000 kilometers away.
Air's clearer here, at least for now. Mind your eyes. Here goes.
I had no idea.
Beautiful, isn't it? We have pierced the veneer of outside things. Suffered, starved, and triumphed. We have seen God in his splendors, heard the text that nature renders. We have reached the naked soul of man.
What was that?
Shackleton. Well, it's something like that anyway.
That's wonderful.
So, you want to watch that monitor before we have an unexpected pit stop?
Right.
Speech to the European Parliament today, the Prime Minister claimed there was no evidence to suggest that the slowing of the Gulf Stream was anything more than a natural process.
In here.
And in other news...
You coming for a smoko? Rod's baked cakes.
It'll cut into my cocktail hour. You want one?
A vodka'd waste me this early.
Mainly orange juice. Anything from Nat?
Not yet. Hey, what do you think the gun was all about?
Well, it's like he said, insurance.
What from? Penguins? This has all gone pretty real in a hurry. 11 people missing. I mean, these days with SATCOMs, GPS and burst radios, how can that happen?
It's been a bad storm, Max.
It's winter, it's always bad. I looked it up, do you know? The last scientist to die on BAS territory was 1966. This was the safest place on the planet up till yesterday.
133 dead Americans at McMurdo might disagree with you about that.
That was their territory, it doesn't count.
Max, shut up and have a drink.
Is Bowers still here?
I passed him fit a couple of hours ago. He went straight to the lab to work on changing the world.
Do you think he means it?
Well, he's got the credentials. Cambridge and Johns Hopkins. If he says he's found something important, then I, for one, am listening.
Dr. Marks?
Oh, talk of the devil.
In here, Mr. Bowers.
Oh, Max. Actually, it was you I was looking for.
Get in line.
I need canicaidae. Ice fish. Important for my research.
Oh, right. Well, the sea ice is over 8 feet thick at the moment.
And there's no way I'm allowing you to dive after what you've been through. It's far too risky.
There's always risk in being alive, Doctor. The more alive you are, the more risk there is. But I assure you, I don't intend to dive. 3 or 4 fish traps under the ice will do.
Oh, you mean boar fishing? Oh, yeah, OK. We can do that. When did you have in mind?
No time like the present.
Now?
It is important.
Oh, OK. Well, give us an hour to load the caterpillar.
Thank you, Max. Oh.
Are you OK, Mr. Bowers? Maybe you should come back to
No,
Mother.
I'm fine. It's just hot in here.
Does it feel hot in here to you?
A lot hotter than it's going to be out on the shelf.
I should come with you.
Full of vodka?
I've had one. But you're right. Maybe it's not a good idea.
I'll pull Paul off for maintenance. He'll enjoy it. And actually, it'll be good to get out for a while. Hey, Paul, it's Max. You fixed that pump yet? Paul? Paul, this is Max. Anyone? Have you seen Paul?
There it is.
I can't see it.
Up ahead. You can just see the roof.
This is a lot further than he said, isn't it?
67 degrees west, 54 degrees south. It's 86 miles out.
He walked from here.
Yeah, it's an Adzak cat. There's no one inside. Where the hell are they?
Nat, come and look at this.
What do you think that is?
Blood?
This seems to be very slow, Max.
Yeah, it's thick ice. And you might want to stand back. The water has a habit of gushing up once you're through.
I have used ice drills before.
Yeah, it's just if we get wet out here, we'll freeze faster than the bankrupt's assets, you know? Frostbite in 2 seconds.
I'm fine.
Right. So, ice fish, eh? Huh. Never seen one. You know, we used to get a daily penguins nesting along here, but we haven't had them for the past couple of years. I miss them. Funny little fellas.
There's nothing here for them anymore.
Oh, I suppose not.
You have no idea, do you?
What?
Out there is the most fertile sea in the world, where plankton breed, the base of the food chain, and we're polluting it. The biomass has shifted already. There's no fish, so nothing for the adelies. The food chain here is very, very fragile and very short. Once a link is broken, the chain is lost.
Deja doo-doo.
What?
Finding ourselves in the same crap again. The rainforest, the tundra, now Antarctica. God knows we never learn.
If there is a God, I suspect he long ago abandoned this place.
Yeah, but if you think about it, here we are, no fur, no blubber, but we're going fishing when it's 20 below and through ice that's thicker than I'm tall. You have to admire us for our adaptability.
Admire? Max, in 1823, just 6 years after Antarctica was discovered, the fur seal was almost extinct from Georgia to the Kerguelen archipelago. And why? Coats. Fur coats.
Yeah, but...
Whole herds would be systematically slaughtered with no thought for tomorrow. And here's man doing it again, only this time on a global scale. Once the sea is dead, everything's dead. How can you admire that?
Well, when you put it... Get back, it's through! Oh, hell! Quick, inside the caterpillar! Mr. Barrett, get inside!
It's a lonely-looking place.
And according to Bowers, it shouldn't even be here. He told me they fled because the whole of Mitchell Bluff was ablaze.
Doesn't look like there's been a fire. It's in a bad way, though.
Yeah. Entrance is over here. Come on.
Nat, what are those? Bullet holes.
They look like, yeah. That much of Bauer's story is true.
They are. So that's why you brought the gun. What happened here?
I hope that's what we'll find out. Stay behind me.
Cold in here.
Heating's off. Shell cases. 9mm. A lot of them, too.
Nat, what if whoever did this is still here?
Then we can ask them what happened. This way.
Dinner's still on the table.
Yeah. Something went wrong in a hurry.
Strange.
What?
Gas cylinders have gone.
Do you think that maybe Adzak airlifted them off or something? You know, to investigate.
Careful. Watch where you're treading.
What? Oh, God. Is this more blood? Nat, let's go. Something bad happened here.
No, calm down. Get it done when you're doing it. Think about it when it's over, all right?
Okay. Okay.
And step round it.
I'm sorry. I just, you know...
Yeah, I'm pretty freak myself.
How many people were living here?
Well, Bowers said 12. Hang on. Radio room. Let me check it. It's fritzed. Aerial relays have been smashed. Let's find the lab.
Someone sure did a number on this.
There are the gas cylinders. Hey, look at this. Someone's used them as flamethrowers. See the scorch marks up at the wall?
Is there anything that isn't broken? Even the computers are smashed.
The doors have been forced. There was a struggle here, some kind of fight.
Nat, look at this. There's a liquid in the centrifuge here that hasn't frozen.
What? It's got to be minus 15 or less.
Then how can that be?
Don't touch it! Don't touch anything! Let's check out the whole station before we start picking over things. This way. No wonder it's cold. Something's wedged the back door open. You might want to wait there.
Why?
You just might want to.
I'm a scientist. It took me unawares back there, that's all. But I'm okay now.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh my God, what happened to his face?
Skua gulls. They ate what they could until whoever it is froze.
Bridget Hansen. He's a she.
I know that name.
So you should. She's a Nobel Prize winner.
Dear God, what happened here? Nat, I think there must have been some kind of group hysteria. If the cold and dark...
No, forget the big picture. It's the details that count.
How do you mean?
The lab was trashed methodically. Everything in there was broken. Secondly, the radio was sabotaged. And finally, there are 12 people living here. Some of them sat down to eat a meal. Now, you don't do that if you're paranoid.
Well, where is everybody?
Bowers, Burke and Garrett left in a cat. Bridget isn't going anywhere. And there are 4 here.
What?
Here. You don't dig graves for people if you're fleeing from gunmen.
Is that what he told you?
Someone attacked this place, but not in the way he made out. Come on.
Where to?
Back to Ellsworth.
Find him?
No one's seen him since this morning. You probably saw him last.
This isn't like Paul. Something must have happened to him, Deb. I'm going to grab a skidoo and check outside.
Well, hang on. I'll come with you. I'll just get my parka.
Here, did Bowers come and see you?
No, why?
Oh, I knew it. I told him to, but does he listen?
Slow down, Max. Why did you tell him to see me?
We were boring holes for his precious fish traps, and I told him it's likely to gush, but he stood right near the edge and got drenched. Cold and dry is one thing, but cold and wet, you're freezing.
And what was he wearing?
Well, bunny boots and windies, same as me.
What about underneath?
I didn't check out the man's knickers, Deb.
I meant he might have been wearing a dry suit. He's drilled holes before, and if it was me, I'd be wearing one.
Well, maybe you had to be there. You ready?
On foot, Max.
It's the only building left to check. And if he came out of the boiler room and kept going straight, he'd have hit it eventually.
Can't see a thing.
Stay there. The lights are over. Oh.
You all right?
Yeah. Wildest trip I've had in... Bloody hell, Paul. Paul, mate, are you okay?
Let me look at him.
Deb, his neck.
What the hell did that?
Ellsworth, this is Taft. Come in, over. Max, you there? Damn it.
It's the Aurora. It wipes everything out.
Great.
We're coming into an area of firn ice. I can't get a reading ahead.
Well, do your best.
Maybe we should slow down a bit.
I want to get back tonight.
Nat, wait! Hang on!
We're slotted. That was hairy. It doesn't look that big a crevasse. Bloody transmission slipped. Otherwise, we'd have got clear.
Can we move it?
No. The trail is stuck fast. We're going to have to lose it. Okay. I'll have to cable the snowcat so she doesn't slide. Then I'll tank as much fuel as I can from the reserves.
Will we have enough?
We'll be on fumes, but yeah, we'll have enough. We won't make it tonight, though.
What can I do to help?
Just get warm, pitch the tent, get the primers going, and the chocolate on. This is going to be cold work.
Lock the door. One, two, three.
Oh.
God.
You ever seen anything like that?
Only in the movies.
What the hell happened to him?
I'm not even sure I want to know. There's a puncture wound this side of his neck. And then it's been ripped forward. But there was no blood on the floor, was there? Oh, God. Took out the windpipe and half the spine with it. Head's just held on with skin.
How can he be frozen like that, but the blood's still wet?
I don't know.
Well, what do you mean you don't know? You gotta know. You're the doctor. I mean, what the hell's going on?
Max.
We need to tell...
Max. All right, Max. Breathe into the bag. Just a panic attack. That's right. Slow. Yeah.
I'm okay. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, you beat me to it is all.
This is all going to hell, Deb.
Tell me about it.
What do we tell the others?
Well, we tell them we found him. Tell them he got lost outside. But whatever we do, we don't mention his throat.
Here, hot chocolate.
Thanks. Oh, that's good. Well, the cat's okay. And without the trailer, we should make better time. 4-5 hours.
Pressure's dropped. That frontal system I was worried about is moving in.
Well, the sooner we're away from that, the better then.
What do you think happened, Nat? They were just researchers. Why would anyone want to kill them?
Greed.
What do you mean?
When I first came out here, this was a pristine environment. We barely made a mark on the coast. But since the Osaka Protocol, biotechnology companies have turned this into gold rush country. There's a race to exploit the extremophiles that thrive here. Unique enzymes that will revolutionize industrial processes, create new antibiotics, new elixirs of life. It's the lure of capturing lightning in a bottle. There are fortunes to be made, and some people will do anything to get it.
You're talking about industrial espionage.
Well, whatever it is, Bowers knows more than he's telling us. Have you managed to raise base?
Still the same, just static.
Ellsworth, this is Taft. Come in, over.
I told you it's the Aurora. Here, you can see it. There. It's at its peak at the moment. It's funny. Even though I know it's just ions in the upper atmosphere, I still think it's magical. So quiet here. So beautiful. So isolated. We could be the last two people on the planet. I can see now why Max loves to come out onto the ice.
Yeah. I sometimes think if God's anywhere, then he's here.
I can believe that. It's a special place.
I'm glad you think so. Though how special it'll stay remains to be seen. It's changed so much in 10 years. The ice is thinner, winter's more extreme, and the summer's warmer. We should have kept this place as it was.
I thought Osaka was meant to do that, allow for sustainable, eco-friendly extraction of resources.
Oh, that crap's for the tourists and Aya. We do what we always do. Control things, diminish them. We make them man-size, and by doing so, we lose something. Mystery, I guess.
Isn't there a little too much mystery out there tonight?
Yes. And a kind of violence this continent's never seen before.
Don't. Please, Nat. Just for a moment. Hold me, please.
What are you playing at?
I didn't...
This is a cruel and vicious place, Anaya. It looks beautiful, but that's just a disguise. Romantic ideals don't cut it. That's why I came. That's why I stay. It's simple here.
I'm sorry.
Just pack up the tent. I'll start warming the cat.
Oh, please, Nat. Let's not go because... Oh... Damn.
Simple here? No. Yesterday it was simple. Now it's like everywhere else. They say the Arctic's a killer, but Antarctica is a mass murderer that looks nice. That's its disguise. And it's fooled us all at times. People have died here from accidents, from stupidity, from being too brave, but they've never been cold-bloodedly murdered before. And I have no frame of reference. I can't rely on Bauer's story, it's too unclear. The snowcat they took from Mitchell Bluff wasn't where he claimed it would be, and he can't have walked that far. Even the distance he claims is unbelievable. And where are Burke, Garrett, and the 4 other missing members of his team? Something terrible happened. That's really all I know. I'm trying to do a jigsaw puzzle and I can't see the picture on the box. But if I was a rival company out to steal a world-changing drug, I wouldn't have used guns. It's too much evidence. I'd have burnt the place down completely, made it look like an accident. Just another tragedy, not a massacre.
Not much of a welcome committee. Where is everybody?
Deb? Max? Max? It's Nat.
You don't think...
Listen! Whoa, let's find out who it is before you brain them with a fire axe. Now, come in here. Get ready to run when I say.
I am ready.
Oh, boss!
Oh, thank God!
Sorry to give you bad news before you've even got your coat off, boss. I did try to radio you, but I couldn't get a signal.
Neither could we.
Suicide?
It would be impossible to do that much damage without dying before you'd finished it. And anyway, you'd make a hell of a mess, but there was hardly any blood where we found him. In fact, he was completely exsanguinated.
What?
Bled dry.
Oh.
So if he did kill himself, someone moved him over there.
Which is unlikely.
Not to mention weird.
So say it. We have a murderer on the base.
Oh, come on, who'd want to kill Paul?
Maybe he saw something he shouldn't have.
Like what?
Well, we saw...
But we don't know. How's Bowers been holding up?
Fine. He's kept away from me, which is all I ask of people. He's kept Max pretty busy, though.
Yeah, he needed specimens. Ice fish.
What for?
You know me, boss, I'm a firm believer in ignorance. Since then, he's taken up residency in the lab. I don't think he likes people much.
Sounds like Bowers. Okay, I'm going over there.
Well, hang on, what happened out there? What did you find at Mitchell Bluff?
Lies.
Bowers. Bowers.
Home is the hero.
It's cold in here.
Is it?
We need to talk.
It can't wait, only as you can see, I'm terribly busy.
Thought you'd like to know I found your snowcat.
I knew you would.
Burke and Garrett never got further than their radio message.
Mm-hmm.
Bowers, are you listening to me?
I'm sorry, Nathaniel. I have to do these analyses now. Can this wait? Good God, man, no!
Now you've got some time on your hands.
Don't you know what you've done? I have critical experiments going on in here.
Well, tell me.
I wouldn't know where to start.
Well, take a stab.
You have a very aggressive way of asking a question.
You have an evasive way of not answering.
I've told you all I know.
You haven't told me a damn thing. Look, Bowers, you've had the most amazing comeback since Lazarus, I'll give you that, but there is no way I'm going to believe you walked from where I found your cat. That's over 18 miles. Twice the distance you claim. You simply wouldn't make it.
Never underestimate the tenacity of life.
Actually, it's death I keep thinking about. I saw the graves. I saw Bridget Hanson with her face chewed off, and I found a hell of a lot of blood. But I can't account for 4 members of your team, so what happened? Where are they?
It was very confusing. I told you, there was a fire.
There was no fire! Bowers! Give me something.
This is a hard continent. Bad things happen. Isn't that its appeal? Why we come? To strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Do you know that, Nathaniel?
It's engraved on the cross at Hut Point, in honour of Scott, amongst others.
To seek and to find. Nothing else matters. All other considerations are meaningless. Don't you see that? Scott knew. Drove on past the point at which Shackleton turned back despite punishing weather, because he wanted the knowledge that's out there.
I seem to remember he died. Better a live donkey than a dead lion.
Ah, a Scott man or a Shackleton man. Don't you think it defines what kind of person you are?
Never gave it much thought.
To seek and to find. But we need to be careful what questions we ask, Nathaniel, because the answers we get might not be the ones we sought. Believe me, I know.
And what have you found?
Hope.
You're not going to change the story?
Is it a story?
You know it is. But I think I can do better. You've got a drug, something some people will pay a lot of money for, and you decide not to give it to Adzak. That's your revenge for Lauren's death. You sold it to their rivals, and maybe Hansen found out and was going to tell someone, so something had to be done. No, maybe you called in support, or you're in cahoots with the other 4 members of your team. Hell, maybe even that's gone wrong. There's no honour among thieves, and you always did forge your own path.
Very imaginative.
It wasn't much of a reach.
Do you really think so little of me?
I don't think of you at all. I'm just giving you a chance to come clean.
You always were weak.
You're giving me no choice. I'm sorry, Bowers, but I'm confining you to quarters.
I'm confined here.
You're coming inside the station until you decide to share with me what happened at Mitchell Bluff. I'm locking Ellsworth down.
It's 30 below. No one can get in, no one can get out, and it's dark, Nathaniel. We're already locked down.
Cold Blood by Simon Bovey. Part 3. The Changing Man.
I spent a week on the ice with Paul last summer. He said some people thought Antarctica was the site of Atlantis. But now he knew that Atlantis was within us, and he was home.
Deep.
Yeah, well, it was cold.
Here you are. What's the occasion?
Oh, it's just a little ceremony for Paul. Sorry, boss.
No. Here, give me one of those. To Paul.
To Paul.
Did Bowers tell you anything?
Well, nothing helpful.
They do seem to talk a lot on his planet.
Is he still in the lab?
No. Actually, I've put him under house arrest.
You've done what?
Hammond's guarding the door. He didn't leave me a lot of choice.
Have you told BAS?
Not yet. I wanted to tell you all first, because it'll be the end of whatever research you're in the middle of.
Oh.
If we get a dingle day, the RAF can bring in a Herky from Port Stanley. It'll bring police, for sure, and probably army.
Why army?
Because I'm going to request them. We've got 6 people dead, 2 of them violently, and 6 missing. And right now, we have no facilities either to investigate or defend ourselves.
But from what?
That's the question, isn't it?
Deb, while we're waiting, I want you to go through the lab with a tooth comb, find out what Bowers was working on.
I'll do my best. Do you think they'll take us all off?
Probably. Well, at least for the investigation. I'm sorry, everyone. I wish it could be otherwise.
Be nice to see Green again. New stockings. Oh, and a bottle of wine.
Yeah. Right now, I'd trade it for some answers.
Oh,
bloody hell! Grab the extinguisher!
What the hell happened?
Oh my God, the radio!
It's dead.
So that's it then. We're on our own.
Radios in the foremost and the Conrad are knackered as well.
Isn't there an emergency shortwave anywhere?
A few components, but not a whole set.
Enough to repair one of these with?
Blind me, boss.
Can you try? It could be a month before anyone realises we've gone dark and comes to investigate. If I can at least radio another base, they can get the news out.
I'll do my best. I don't understand who'd do this. No one's got anything to gain from it.
So where do we start looking?
You're not thinking it's one of us?
Max, if I had a rational thought over the past 2 days, I can't remember it.
You know, boss, I did wonder if someone cracked the sump on the snowcat I'd fueled up for you.
Sabotage, you mean?
Yeah.
I checked it the night before and it was fine. I swear it. Maybe someone didn't want you to go to Mitchell Bluff and crippled it, figuring you wouldn't risk going in the Tucker because it's got a dodgy transmission.
Why didn't you tell me this at the time?
Well, I thought you'd think I was paranoid.
So, everything's pointing one way. Bowers. But he was locked in his quarters when it happened.
Yeah, but it can't be one of us, boss. It's a good team. I mean, one or two meander to their own drummer, but hey, who doesn't now and again?
I know. Look, keep this to yourself for now, okay?
Right.
Just try and fix me a radio. And Max, quickly and quietly, before the weather comes down, rig up some lights facing the ice. All the floods you can put your hands on. Ring the station. I don't want any surprises.
You're expecting the people who did Mitchell Bluff, aren't you?
I just want to be prepared, Max. But anybody, and I mean anybody who comes across that ice, is suspect.
This is incredible. It's insane, but incredible.
Any mention of what happened at Mitchell Bluff?
Not so far, but it's pretty wired.
Hey, Deb, come and see this.
What is it?
Ampules of something. Whatever it is, it's not frozen.
It must be. The fridge is set at -12. Oh, God, there must be dozens of them.
I saw this at Mitchell Bluff. It was in a centrifuge and there were...
We're here.
The storm's getting up, so I think we better call it a day and get back into the station.
Yeah, I've got work piling up anyway. I'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, sure thing.
What was that about?
Conscientious, I guess. So, what's this?
We've just found them. Yesterday's date on them. It must be what Bowers has been working on.
Did you find out what that is?
Well, not exactly, but it looks like what you said it might be. A cure for leukemia. And pretty much everything else you can mention. Well, not exactly a cure. It's what he calls a stratiform prophylaxis.
In English?
I don't know all the details, but the gist of it is he's isolated an enzyme that acts as a protective film on healthy cells. Now, that means people with, say, an inoperable tumour can take incredibly powerful chemotherapy without it damaging everything else. Losing their hair, throwing up, you know. But that's scratching the surface of what it can do. It also protects against viral and bacterial attack, bruising, you name it. Its applications are breathtaking in scope. It's revolutionary.
How revolutionary?
Imagine surgery before anaesthetic.
So, if word got out to a rival company, it would make sense they'd try to get it.
Or suppress it. This could make a host of drug therapies redundant. Stuff's dynamite.
And we're holding it.
Oh, it gives you a warm feeling inside, doesn't it?
So, gather up his notes, the ampules and any other evidence of what he's doing, and let's move it into the station.
Deb, it's Max. I'm in medical. You better get over here fast.
Sorry, Deb. I didn't know what else to do. He's having a fit or something.
All right, I've got him.
What is it, a seizure?
Hey, give me a hand here.
Oh, what's the matter with him?
He's in arrhythmia.
What's that?
He's having a heart attack. It's probably delayed shock.
What more can we do?
Just give me room.
War in Iran, as a plume of radioactive material from the bombed nuclear weapons plant.
News sounds cheerful.
Isn't it always?
I don't know, I don't listen much. The roads all just noises off down here.
Is winter always this exciting?
You kidding? Usually I have to break things just to give myself something to do. Oh, I tell you, it really shook me up seeing Bowers go down. I never seen anyone have a heart attack.
I've never seen a dead body before Mitchell Bluff.
Yeah, it sounded a bad scene.
Try not to think about it, or how the others have gone missing.
Well, there are a lot of places to get lost out there, Anaya. But, if you want to know my theory, we're looking in the wrong place.
What do you mean?
Alien abductions. No, seriously, it makes sense. We're isolated. No risk of witnesses. Tough, fit specimens. Well, I am anyway. It's perfect. And Bowers clearly still has a probe shoved up
Yes,
his...
thanks. I get the idea.
Ahmed, do you want to turn that radio off for me? Okay. Well, you all know that we've lost radio and sat contact with the outside, but Max is working on that, aren't you, Max?
Yep, boss.
And we're confident that we'll be back in touch shortly. Look, you're all overdue an explanation of what's going on. I wish to hell I could give you one. The truth is, I don't know for sure. But I suspect that what happened to Paul and at Mitchell Bluff are connected. I think there's someone out there. Someone after what Bowers has found. So I'm putting the station on general alert, and that means a standing watch round the clock. Okay, listen. I'm issuing sidearms, a pistol or automatic rifle depending on your weapons rating. And if you're moving around the station, stay in pairs. No one is alone. I know this is a crappy situation. I wish it wasn't. I wish I could sort it all out for you, but we'll get through it. Joe, you're quartermaster. Do you want to oversee this?
Yeah, sure. Big step.
Yeah, but everyone needed to know. Anaya, have you had any pistol training?
Actually, I trained up to the assault rifle.
Whoa, not good. Max, sorry, but you two...
Oh, what am I going to do with a gun, boss? You know I couldn't hit water if I fell out of a boat.
Just keep it with you for confidence. Come on, Max. It's not the end of the world.
No, but you can see it from here.
Any progress on the radios?
All the king's horses. Whoever broke them wanted them to stay broke.
I'll keep trying. Who's watching the monitors?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you've hung all these lights. Now someone has to watch what's happening.
Right, okay, I get the message. I'll go tool up.
So, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
I felt you'd been avoiding me.
I've been busy.
Right. Yeah, you know what happened between us on the ice?
You don't have to do this. I'm old enough to take rejection.
No, I was just... Anaya, look. You're very attractive.
But
it's me, okay?
Oh, please.
No, you don't understand.
No. Well, if it's all right with you, I don't want to understand. Excuse me, I'll get my side out.
Well, that went well, Nat.
How are you feeling now?
Hungry.
I'll order you something. But first, I'd like to examine you again.
I might be under arrest, but that doesn't give you the right to treat me like a lab rat.
Let's get one thing straight. I'm a doctor. I don't examine anyone unless they're sick or dead. Having a heart attack suggests you're definitely one and could soon be the other. So as you haven't got anywhere else to go right now, maybe you could take your shirt off for me,
That's an interesting bedside manner. Though, I imagine it wouldn't be too popular in the real world.
Well, this is as real as it gets.
Quite a temper.
Breathe in, please. And out. Good.
You're out of place here, Doctor. You're, what, 40?
38.
My apologies. Though, at that age, shouldn't you be at the height of your profession? A consultant at a city hospital, perhaps?
A little conventional. You've lost a lot of hair from your torso since you came in. Sorry. Cold fingers?
No. Warm. Sign of passionate nature.
Push against my hands, please. Good.
So, why Antarctica? You're an attractive, intelligent woman. You must have had many avenues of advancement open to you.
From here on in, the less you have to say, the happier I'll be.
I meant it as a compliment.
Your skin is very grey. It's also very thin.
I've been out of the sun a long time, Doctor. Oh, may I call you Deborah?
Doctor's fine. We've all been out of the sun, but I don't have blood vessels visible like this. And if you must know, I came here on a research commission into long-term light deprivation, so don't tell me about being out of the sun. Can you cough for me, please? Thank you. OK, I'd like you to try and rest. You've been through a lot.
Doctor, I'm fine. Never better.
In my experience, many of the challenges here are more mind and emotion than muscle and bone. They need time to recover as well. I'll just take some blood.
Blood?
If you've had a heart attack, there'll be certain enzymes present that will confirm it.
Yes. You can take some blood.
Sorry. You have some bruising on your arm I didn't see.
I'm fine.
Do you have any trouble sleeping?
Only from ideas.
Look, the severe cold and prolonged darkness here causes insomnia and depression in roughly half the people that overwinter. Sometimes this leads to anger and paranoia.
What's called big eye, yes, I am aware of it. You're fishing, Dr. Deborah, and I'm insulted.
No, believe me, I've wanted to kill people. And after 5 months locked in with Hamid's halitosis, there isn't a jury in the world that would convict me. It's an occupational hazard that was recognised early on. One of the first American expeditions here brought 2 coffins and 12 straitjackets with them. And there were only 14 in the team. That's what I call preparing for the worst.
The curtain of blackness that has fallen on our world of icy desolation hourly soaks a little more colour from our blood.
Very poetic.
Not mine. Frederick Cook, one of the first explorers here.
Well, it's very apt, as your blood is very thin. In fact, you're anemic.
Show me. Well, if we come to Antarctica to change the world, we must expect it to change us. Is that why you came? To change. They say few who come here return the same.
So I hear.
Or were you running away? What was it? A failed love affair? Or that feistiness of yours closed the doors to advancement?
Something like that.
And here, you found something better than the abandoned dreams and narrowing choices of home. I understand. I really do. You feel alive here. Every second is felt in a way as it never did before.
Yes.
And where is home now?
Nowhere.
But haven't you made it here? In this cold place?
Wave your arms about.
Say again?
Wave your arms, I want to check the sensors. Oh, wow, yes. Let there be light.
Max, I'm bloody freezing.
Yeah, thanks, Joel. You and Rod can come in now.
Yeah, Roger.
Cool. Motion sensors.
Hey, all this, and I do a day job.
Any chance of fixing the satellite receiver so I can get some up-to-date Met information?
Oh, it's cactus.
What?
Prickly subject. Beyond my capabilities to fix, but macho law prevents me from admitting it. Here, tell me to push off if I'm snooping, but everything all right with you and the boss? It felt a little icy between you earlier.
You've known him a long time, haven't you?
Well, I've been here a couple of tours, so about 5 years.
Keeps himself to himself, doesn't he?
Yeah, he can be remote, yeah. He's the boss, and I'd follow him into fire, you understand. But he's toasted.
And in Earth speak, that would be?
Been here way too long. He's an old Antarctic explorer, and he don't know much else. You realise he's been here longer than Scott and Shackleton put together?
Really?
Yeah. You've got to make allowances. Your outside world and the way you do things in real life don't work here. It's pretty arcane, really. But you'll get it. After the winter, you'll have old Antarctic explorer status as well.
Great. I don't have to grow a beard, do I?
It's optional.
I wondered when you'd come.
How are you feeling?
Confined.
Well, maybe we can do something about that.
I'm listening.
Forget our history for a minute. You've led a team, so you know what that means. People look to you. They rely on you to make the right decisions. Now, I brought you in here because, given the information I had at the time, it seemed the right call. But, well, help me out. Give me something. Then maybe I can find you somewhere to work in the station.
Pretty speech.
Look, if you're running from someone, I can protect you. We're on general alert. Sidearms have been issued. No one's coming here who doesn't belong.
None of us belong. That's the problem.
No, the problem is I've lost a man. Paul. Remember Paul? He helped you start up the lab. He's been murdered. So whatever's going on involves me now.
He sought the secrets of the pole, and now
And now he sees the secrets of God. Yeah, enough with the fortune cookie crap. You've got to start giving me something.
Or...
to hell with you.
Still hauling that baggage around with you?
This has got nothing to...
It's why you came here in the first place, isn't it? To forget. And it's a common theme among your team. Have you realised that? But this isn't a place to escape from something. This is a place to learn new things about yourself.
No? And what insight have you received?
Not yet, but soon.
Is someone here helping you? The person who broke the radios?
If you're expecting some dark night of the soul producing a confession, then I'm sorry to disappoint you.
No.
Repentance isn't your style.
We are who we choose to be.
All right, Bowers. Perhaps your journals will tell me what I need to know.
What?
Well, everything must be in there, and as you can't help me, I have no choice.
They are my property.
You'll get them back, eventually. Oh, and whoever broke the radios missed one. A spare, you know, for emergencies. A Hercules transport is on its way. Should be here in an hour or two.
You're lying.
I told you. You're on my turf now, and what I say goes. I just wanted to give you a chance to do yourself some good. But now, well, you can save it for the police on the Falklands.
You won't get me there.
What does that mean?
The genie's out of the bottle. Nothing will put it back again.
What's out there?
Vengeance.
I'll get you when the plane's here.
Nathaniel! Nathaniel! Nathaniel!
I've been reading Bauer's journal, and something in there made me look again at the blood from Paul's neck. And look. This is the sample you brought back from Mitchell Bluff.
So what am I looking at?
Oh, here. And here. You see?
The silver around the platelets.
Right. It's an antifreeze.
Probably off the floor of the hangar.
Then how did it get to Mitchell Bluff?
It's the wrong way round. It came here. This isn't an ethanol. It's a sugar. It's organic. And I've never seen anything like it before.
So, where did it come from?
Bauer's journals go back several years. So I've only just read this, but when he first came here, before McMurdo, he was involved in research for NASA.
I remember, yeah. The first Mars mission.
And beyond that, he was at the forefront of development in ways to protect the astronauts from radiation and cryogenic life support.
Which means you need an antifreeze.
But more specifically, you need an anti-cell freeze. Something that will stop the water inside individual cells from freezing, killing them, but that will still enable you to lower a person's temperature so cellular activity is kept at a minimum. And he found it. The spin-off is it protects the cells from everything else as well.
Where did he find it?
Icefish. And from what I can gather, they're getting harder for him to find. And this is where the journal starts to get a little hinky. There's a lot in there about how we're screwing up the continent. I have to say I agree with much of it, but when he gets into only the perfectly adapted belong here, man is like a disease on the planet and she can no longer protect herself, he loses me.
So, he's found something amazing that could save millions, but we're also destroying it and the habitat it comes from.
It's irony that's almost too much to bear.
You've painted a picture, now put it in the frame.
I found the antifreeze you've just seen in both blood samples, and the serums in the Rosca lab, and in the fish. I don't know what happened at Mitchell Bluff, but...
You think he had something to do with Paul's death? Right.
Nat, wait! I can't be sure. We need hard evidence.
We're arse deep in evidence. It's about time you found out where it's pointed.
Look, I won't crucify a man on the basis of a hunch.
Then hold the nails while I do it.
Nat, you're just getting back at him for Lauren. And nothing is going to bring her back. I'm sorry, Nat. Just let me run some more tests, okay?
What just happened there?
Tough love.
Hi. I thought you'd want to see the latest weather.
What, you got the satellite link working?
No, it's just from the weather station. Sorry.
Low pressure, gales, -38. Another lovely day. Couldn't get a plane in here, even if I could call one up. You drink?
Yeah, thanks.
Only got one glass. You'll have to share. Well, sit down if you can find somewhere.
Do you really think you did it?
The man's a self-made bastard. But a killer? I don't know.
That's strong.
You'll find vodka is Deb's answer to all life's ills. And I have to say, it works. Cheers.
That's not like you.
What? Drinking?
Self-pity.
That's a hell of a presumption.
Is it?
You think you know because of something Deb said, but believe me, you don't.
Fine. It's none of my business.
You're damn right.
I should get back to see her.
No, sit down. Drink with me, for God's sake. Look, now, maybe you've got a right to know.
You don't have to tell me.
No, I want to. Lauren was... Well, we were going to get married. We'd only known each other, 3 weeks when I proposed. We just knew. We talked about starting a family, our life together, and things were good. Then Bowers, he was involved in some grand research scheme, and he wanted me in on it, and I took the job. Of course, he met Lauren, and he fell in love with her. She was that kind of a woman. You couldn't help yourself. Pretty quickly, I suspected they were having an affair. She denied it, and I said some things I'm not proud of. I told Bowers to leave her alone. He wouldn't. And it got ugly.
I'm sorry.
I know you are. You do that.
Do I?
It's what I first noticed about you. The quiet, apologetic way you have. That's why what happened on the ice, it wasn't you, it was me. I put myself in emotional cold storage down here.
I think you're wrong.
Well, you didn't know me before.
I know that you can talk about something very painful and flirt with me at the same time. That's not a man who's cold.
Mr. Bowers! I brought you some dinner, Mr. Bowers. Oh, crap. Deb, it's Max. Bowers is freaking out again. It's all right, Mr. Bowers. Deb will soon be here.
Sorry, Max. Sorry. What are you doing? Nothing personal. Help someone. Bowers is gone.
He completely suckered me.
No, it's not your fault. I forced his hand. I told him I'd radioed a Herky to take him off.
We searched everywhere. He's not on the station. Hamid said 5 minutes after the alarm went, the lights came on outside. He isn't sure, but he thought he saw someone moving fast. If he's out there without winter gear, he'll be dead within the hour.
No, he won't.
Of course he won't.
What do you mean?
I told you I had more tests to do. Well, I've got your evidence. Bowers definitely killed Paul. The same antifreeze is in his blood.
In Bowers' blood?
Yeah.
Then he has been experimenting on himself.
There's no question. It gets more weird. He also experimented with splicing icefish stem cells into human cells, literally changing the nucleus. He's genetically engineered himself to withstand freezing conditions.
Come on, Deb, that's impossible.
Before I read his journals, I'd have agreed with you. You can't reverse engineer a cell. Once it's formed, it is what it is. But he's done it. That's why he had no frostbite the night he walked in.
It still doesn't explain why he killed Paul.
Yes, it does. And his team at Mitchell Bluff.
Well?
You're not going to like this.
Well, what's to like so far?
Iron. Normally, blood is full of it. But Bowers has hardly any. His blood's being replaced by a simple solution like that in the fish.
In fish?
That's why he's anemic.
And why at first glance it looked like leukemia. But, like everyone else, he still needs iron for metabolic processes. There's not enough stored in the liver for this, so... he needed their blood.
What?
He drank it?
He's changing at a cellular level and faster than anything I've ever seen. His body can't keep up, and that's why he had a heart attack.
Changing into what?
A chimera. A monster with genetic material from 2 different species. Frankly, God only knows what he's becoming. If he...
What the hell happened to the lights?
And now he's hunting us.
Cold Blood by Simon Bodie. Part 4. Sanctuary No More.
With enough accumulated detail, a shape begins to form. Any 2 dots define a line. 3, a triangle. It's part of the way our minds work, finding faces in clouds, patterns in snow, seeking shape, seeking meaning. If we're lucky, we find it. With Bowers, we've seen it too late. Who could have seen that coming? A man engineering himself into an unholy fusion of 2 species? I bargained on him being of sound mind when I told him about the aircraft from the Falklands. Thought he'd break and tell me what I wanted to know. Well, now I know, and I wish to God I didn't.
Everyone, this is Nat. Report in.
Joel here, Nat. I'm in Life Sciences with Ginger.
This is Rebecca. We're in the kitchen.
Hamid? Are you there, Hamid?
He was in the monitor room.
The safety could have tripped. It kills emergency power to the whole room to protect the radio relays.
Okay, listen everyone. Bowers killed Paul. If you see him, shoot him. Now make your way to the garage at the double and stay together.
Garage, boss?
Easier to defend if we have to.
Shouldn't we at least try and take him alive?
I think we're way past that now.
We're not killers, Nat.
You think we need more fishmen running around out there?
No, but what he found, it's too valuable to lose.
She has a point. He's been taking the drug in massive doses. It's raw and unrefined. So what's happening to him is an aberration. But given proper testing, it could do everything he says.
Worry about now. Let the future take care of itself.
But we're here for that future.
This is survival, Anaya. He isn't acting like he's going to let any of us live, and frankly, he can't afford to. If you're right, Deb, he can live out there without heat. We can't. If we run, he'll hunt us down. If we hide, he'll find us. But this is our base, our home, not his. So we find him, and we take it back.
I'll sign that.
And let's find Hamid and get to the garage.
Oh, my God!
Hamid!
His throat's ripped, same as Paul.
Bled dry by the look of him.
Pass me that top. Let's cover him up.
Oh, God. That could have been me.
It could have been any of us.
Here, Deb. Take Hamid's gun.
Look, I'm a doctor. I'm sure there's something in my Hippocratic Oath about shooting people.
Let's go.
Hold it. Hell. That's quite a barricade.
Figures. It's the way to the power room.
Is there a way around? It's getting cold fast.
We'll have to go back.
Nat, I've been thinking. If he's adapted to the cold, then he'll be intolerant of heat. If we can rack the heating up as high as it'll go, it might debilitate him. Enough for us to restrain him at any rate.
Nat, this corridor's blocked too.
OK, now I'm beginning to get claustrophobic.
How can he have barricaded this so quickly?
What's he doing it for?
Herding us. Trying to get us all into a killing ground of his choosing.
The canteen, by the looks of it.
So now which way?
I'll have to alert the others. The nearest comm panel's in the gym.
I've never liked the gym.
We've no choice. It's the only way across the station now. I'll go first.
That gives me the willies. Like all your keep fit nightmares.
Now look out! You okay?
My leg's pinned. Where's Bowers?
I don't know. Max, can you help?
Anaya, cover us.
Okay.
How the hell could Bowers shift this?
Increase in muscle density. I noticed it when I examined him. I never dreamt it would accelerate like this, though.
Are you in some inconvenience there, Nathaniel? I'd say that makes you a captive audience.
What for?
To watch me kill the rest of your team.
What the hell is wrong with you, Bowers? Why? Why the hell do you want to kill us?
For all that you've done. For all that you're going to do.
Use this as a
I've
lever.
seen with my own eyes
again.
what's being done, and
Ready?
it cannot continue. There's a time to stand up and be counted, Nathaniel.
I see him.
When there's only one true faith. And now is that time. Now, what you have sown shall be reaped.
Here he comes! Fire!
Hold it! We'll kill ourselves in here!
He's gone!
What the hell was all that about?
Tell the others, Nat. He'll hunt them down.
Yeah. Everyone, this is Nat. Bowers is barricading the corridors. Don't go to the canteen. Meet up in the room where we had Paul's ceremony.
Why my room, boss?
Bowers won't know where that is. Oh, no.
Down there, I saw the flash.
This is Nat. Who's firing? Come in. Who's firing?
Hello, Nathaniel.
Bowers?
Oh, sorry I couldn't hang around for that flight you arranged.
No, I was bluffing, Bowers. Look, come back to medical and we can work this out.
That's how I thought as much. But it's too late to work anything out now. Now, there's someone here you might like to speak to. Say hello.
Oh, please let me go.
Rebecca? No, Rebecca, it's Nat. It's all right. We're going to get you out of this. Rebecca?
What the hell's he doing to her?
Such platitudes are hardly convincing, Nathaniel. You can't save her. Rebecca knows that.
Please tell him to let me go.
I can't listen to this!
Let her go! Or so help me God, I'll kill you!
Finally, you show some backbone, Nathaniel. But you've got to find me first. And right now, you're chasing shadows in the dark. And it's getting cold. Say goodbye.
No, Bowers. No, we can work this out. We...
Oh, God.
Bowers! Oh, no. Rod. Rod, can you hear me?
Let me at him, Nat. Rod, you're all right. I'm going to take care of you. Got to close this wound. Need a first aid kit.
The canteen's the nearest.
Oh, no, it'll be too late. Can you hold him? I can't stop the bleeding.
Look at me, Rod. Stay with us.
God.
Rod, you hang in there.
He's gone, Nat.
Where's Rebecca?
Over here. She's dead.
Sorry, Rebecca. All right. Let's go to Max's room. You still want to take him alive?
No. Let's kill him.
Well, that's just crazy. I mean, finally we're all together and you want to go off on your own.
It's the safest option.
Max is right. Just think about this for a minute.
Why don't we just shift the barricade?
Because he'll attack while we're doing it. No. I'll make my way along the hut to the power room and get in through the window. If it freezes in here, we'll be fighting on his terms. I'll turn the heating up as far as it'll go, and we'll see if you're right, Deb.
Boss, it makes more sense that I go. I know the boiler, I know how to restart it. I mean, no offence, but you've never had to nurse it like I have.
It's a whiteout out there. Probably close to 70 below with wind chill.
Oh, I was walking the park. Believe me, this way makes sense.
Well, you're not going alone.
Well, Joel will go with me. What do you say?
Yeah, sure.
No, look, I'll go. You and Ginger are more use here than me. I can watch out for Bowers at least.
Okay, but don't worry about Bowers. We're going to take care of him. Everyone, this is Nat. I'm in the canteen. I've been hurt. I need some help. Take the bait, you bastard.
I'm beginning to think I should find a job somewhere warmer. A nice little practice in the Lake District, maybe. A cottage with a big fireplace. Buy a dog.
Well, what about a man?
See how the dog works out first. How much further?
Almost there. Keep your fingers crossed Bowers didn't trash the boiler.
Oh, that's a comfort.
Just trying to keep your spirits up.
Looking for me, Bowers?
Nathaniel.
Stay right where you are. If you move, you'll be shot. 4 guns are trained on you. You can't get away. It's over. I'm going to restrain you, so... No! Don't let him go!
Tell me we got him.
Can't tell.
That wasn't very nice, Nathaniel. If I didn't know better, I'd think our friendship meant nothing to you.
I'm sorry you think so.
I see him by the coffee machine.
I do believe you're being sarcastic.
It's just one of the services we offer. Do it!
You're really not a very good shot, are you?
No, but Joel is.
Oh, I got him! Over there! Joel's right!
Stay down. Keep that light on, Ginger. I'll take a look. Bowers?
Don't take any chances, Nat.
You're going to what, Nathaniel? Check if I'm dead. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but for you, I say time is running out.
You always talk too much. Say hello to Laura from me.
Lights!
Don't let him go! Max! Deb! Bowers is on his way to you.
Yes! Ha! There's nothing I can't fix.
It's the radio.
Wait, that's below the belt.
Sorry. Stand back then. Oh, I'm shivering to meet the band here. Let me thaw out my assets. Oh, heat.
Yeah, it won't take long to warm up now.
Dad, Bowers is on his way to you.
Bloody hell, what do we do?
Kill the lights.
Should I shoot him, do you think?
Oh, yes.
I haven't fired a gun in years.
Just pull the trigger and keep shooting until you hit something. How hard can it be?
Oh, listen.
Don't miss. It's him or us.
No pressure then.
Max?
Oh, thank God. Yeah, boss.
No sign of Bowers yet.
Quick, fan out. Joel, Ginger, cover the door from there. Don't fire until I do.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
Shut up, Max.
Sorry, boss.
Won't be so funny. Hold your fire! We're shooting blind!
It's got Ginger!
Oh no!
Where the hell did he come from?
Bowers?
You watch and guard your doors, Nathaniel. I find the window more convenient.
Where is he?
I can't see.
Unlike you, I don't need winter gear. It's a useful trick to pull in a cold climate, especially when you need to prevent radio communication.
Son of... Just let Ginger go, Bowers, and we'll get you some help.
I don't need your help.
We know you've been testing your drug on yourself. I'll testify to that for you. It's made you unwell, right?
No, Nathaniel. It's made me better. I'm stronger, faster, fitter than I've ever been.
Maybe you feel that now, but Deb told me. The heart attacks, the seizures, your body can't cope.
That's right. One more could kill you.
You think I don't know what's happening to my body? It's just growing pains. I'm evolving into more than you could possibly imagine.
The great freak forward.
The perfect Antarctic predator, Max. And man is my favoured prey.
Look, I know you don't store iron. How long can you live like that?
I have found sources.
Think about all the good you can do with what you've found. Properly researched, that will change the world, just like you said it would.
Oh, yes. I've changed things, but not for you, and not for Ginger.
Max, try and work your way around and get the lights back on.
You got it, boss.
What do I want to prolong life for? There are far too many people already. Mankind doesn't deserve it. You don't deserve it. She doesn't deserve it.
Why?
I told you. Vengeance.
Is this all about Lauren?
Oh, Nathaniel. You really must start thinking in a new way.
Then what? You've hit back at Adzak by not giving them the serum. Ginger's done nothing to you. Neither did Paul, Rebecca, Hamid, Rod, any of them. Your own team. What did they do?
They were here. Do you know there's a 30 million square mile hole in the ozone layer?
Of course I do.
And yet you do nothing. Your apathy sickens me. It's people like you that not only cause but allow tragedies like this and McMurdo. Man plunders without thought, destroys without conscience. He must leave this continent. No more does he have sanctuary on my land.
My land? Who died and left you in charge?
I claim it as of right.
I know we've messed up here. I can see that. But what will any of this achieve? And for God's sake, man, what can we do?
End it. Oh, you and your god, Nathaniel, don't belong here. This is an elemental place where the affairs of man and his religion are inconsequential.
No, Bowers. God made Antarctica to test the faithful.
I am the new faith.
You're just a man. A sick man.
Not any longer. I renounce my species I am more now. This land has not bred one indigenous man or woman. I am the first. I created myself. A desolation angel, a champion for this land of ice, a god. I am home, and you must leave.
Let Ginger go, and we will leave.
Don't worry, Doctor. I just want to take a little blood.
Don't do it.
Why don't you join me? This is more your home than anywhere, Nathaniel. And you, Deborah. I'm gonna need women here.
Don't you dare speak to me like that, you twisted sociopath.
No? Oh. Anaya, then. Africans will do well here, a sturdy race.
Let Ginger go, you bastard!
Nathaniel, that's more passion in a few minutes than you've experienced in a whole decade. Antarctica is changing even you.
I'm begging you, let her go.
There is no woman you have that I cannot take away from you.
There he is!
Ginger!
Shoot him! Boris! God damn you!
Ginger's dead, Nat.
This has got to have an end.
What was that?
Sounds like the gas tanks. He's blowing them.
Out. Get out. Joel, come on, move.
We can't leave Ginger here.
She's gone, Joel. For God's sake, move! Get to the main door. Grab all the cold weather gear you can. Look out! Back! Get back!
We can't! Now we can get through life sciences to the garage.
Right, move, move! Joel, come on, move your...
We've got to get inside, Nat! Come on!
What?
We've got to get inside!
The others.
No sign! Now we've got to go!
Bloody hell, I'm cold.
Here! Come on! Are you hurt?
I don't think so. It's just my ears. My God. Ellsworth. It's gone. The whole bloody thing.
We can shelter in Roscoe!
We've got to find the others. They'll freeze.
We've got to get some warm clothes first!
I can't leave them out here.
Your clothes are wet! You've got to get them off! If we stay out any longer, we'll get hypothermia! And then we're no use to anyone!
Yeah. All right.
Oh. If that blaze is the gas tanks, then Roscoe must be down here! Oh. Ooh. Oh. You see? A red drum! We're on the path, Nat! You with me?
Yeah. A drum. Great. Should be just ahead.
Oh! Oh! Thank God! Where's the door? Where's the damn door?
Come on. Come on. Oh, bloody freezing.
I'll see if I can find some clothes.
The ones by the door. Those, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Here, take your shirt off. Put this on.
That was a close thing. I could feel myself slipping away.
You got some colour coming back now.
Scary how easy it would have been just to let go. Mike's was right. It's a good way to die.
Don't talk like that. I'll see what else I can find. Mucklucks. Bunny boots. Signal flares. Survival packs. And, oh great, look, a stove.
Put it on, quick. You didn't see the others?
No, I only found you by chance. When the war blew out, it took us all with it. He knocked you 50 feet. Oh, my hands won't work. That's good. Heat.
We've got to find them.
We've got to warm up first.
It'll be too late by then. Help me get this gear on.
Are you sure you're up to this?
We've got to find them while it's still burning. And as many stores as we can. If we don't, we're all dead.
Max! Dad! Joe!
What about under there where my torch is?
Yeah. Cover me, okay? Bars is going to be around here somewhere.
Anything?
Yeah. It's Joe. He must have got caught in the blast.
We're not going to find anyone alive, are we? And we're going to freeze to death here and no one will know until the spring.
Hey, come on. You're not dead until 3 minutes after you stop breathing. There's plenty of fight left in us. And getting upset isn't going to help us right now.
I'm not upset. I'm angry.
Good. Then use that. And let's keep looking. Did you hear that?
Yes! Over there!
Max!
Oh, boss! Am I pleased to see you two? I thought it was...
Hey, it's okay, Max. It's okay. Are you hurt?
I think my arm's broken. It throbs like a bastard. But it's Deb I'm worried about.
Where is she?
She's down here. She's really burned, boss.
Hey, Deb. How are you?
Not so pretty anymore.
No. You'll be okay now. We'll take care of you. We'll fix you up. You'll see.
Don't lie to me.
I wouldn't do that. We're gonna get you out of this. Oh, God. Worst burns I've ever seen.
What can we do for her?
We can find her some morphine fast.
Yeah, that'd be good, yeah. Any sign of Joel?
He didn't make it.
Oh, bloody hell, it's all crap, boss, it's all crap.
We don't stand a chance, do we?
Hey, now, listen, don't you fade on me. Shackleton survived a winter here, and what one man can do, others can do. We might not have adapted to Antarctica like Bowers, but we use our heads, okay? We can get through this together. First of all, we have to move Deb out of this wind.
Deb, we're gonna move you inside.
No.
No, you'll be okay.
Anaya, grab that board. Put it down next to her.
It's going to be okay, Deb. We're going to lift you. And Max will slide the board under, all right?
We'll soon have you out of here.
Leave me.
Once we get you in, we'll get you some morphine.
Leave me, Nat. I'm going to die.
No, don't say that.
I can't leave you here, Deb.
There's nothing you can do.
There's always something.
Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, lift.
Sorry, Deb.
Put her down.
Oh, God.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Grab the end. Can you manage?
I'm fine.
Head for the garage. It's our only hope.
Boss, we'll never do it in this weather.
Keep still.
It's a 50-mile thrutch to Carvajal, and hell, it's only open in the summer. God knows what we'll find there.
Food, fuel, and a radio. The Chileans keep it pretty well stocked.
Keep still until I've fastened your sling.
Sorry. But boss, McCallum Pass is going to be under 30 foot of snow and the Shambles will be smothered in pressure ridges. We'll never get the cat over.
I know.
Well, what does that mean?
It means we haven't got a choice. A proper med bay and evac is Deb's only chance. Do any of us know how to treat burns?
No.
No. So it's neck or nothing with us now.
Yeah. But what about Bowers?
To hell with Bowers. We'll outrun him in the cat.
Yeah, okay. Sounds like a plan.
Well, let's not give it that much of a name. Annie?
Yeah, I'm for it. The more distance between me and that fame, the better.
All right. We'll need every drop of fuel we can find. Saline, morphine, clothes and food. Then, Godspeed to us. Hey! This one's full!
Will it be enough?
It'll have to be. Let's get it back.
Can you manage while I collect what's left of medical?
No! We stay together. We'll come back.
There's no
Once these fires are out, it'll be pitch black round here.
It's too dangerous.
Nat, it's too cold to argue. Deb and Max need that stuff.
All right, but be quick and don't take any chances. If you see Bowers, just shoot the bastard.
Don't worry, I will.
I do.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I'll be counting.
I know you're there, Bowers. I can hear you!
Now, that was mean.
If I see you, I'll blow your face off.
You're a very fortunate young lady to have survived the explosion. Are there others?
Yeah. We all got out just fine.
I think you're alone.
Why don't you go and check for yourself?
I will. Once I've dealt with you.
I'm warning you, wherever you are. Come any closer and you're dead.
One of the assets of my change is blending in perfectly with the surroundings. I'm right here. No, over here. Too slow.
Oh, damn it!
Always running out at the wrong moment, aren't they? Leaving you so vulnerable.
You don't like it hot, do you, Bowers?
How long do you think the fires will last? They're already dying. Once they've gone, it'll start to get very cold for you. But drop the brand, and I promise it'll be quick. Not like Rebecca. I bled her very, very slowly. Oh, and it must have hurt so very much.
Not as much as I'll hurt you if you touch me.
Perhaps we can settle this without violence.
Oh, I'm listening.
I meant what I said inside. Join me. Together, we can build a perfect, clean environment. A new Adam and Eve and a frozen Eden.
I'll kill myself if I'd let that happen.
No, Anaya. One way or another, your life is mine.
Cold Blood by Simon Bovey. Part 5. The Antarctican.
I meant what I said inside. Join me. Together, we can build a perfect, clean environment. A new Adam and Eve and a frozen Eden.
I'll kill myself if I'd let that happen.
No, Anaya. One way or another, your life is mine.
Get in! What the hell kept you?
I was waiting to make a dramatic entrance.
You nearly left it too late.
Leaving so soon. Hang on!
Where'd he go?
Right in front.
Did you get him?
I got something.
Too dark to see.
We're not going back to check.
I'm not stopping.
Well, I'm not going back.
Creep wanted me to...
What?
Join him.
He's gone now.
Yep, fish paste.
Here. It's morphine.
Oh, no, I was praying you'd find some.
How's Deb?
Well, hanging in there, but this'll hit the spot.
Can you manage?
Yeah, but basic first aid doesn't tell you how to treat burns this bad. I'm just trying to make her comfortable.
What about your arm?
It's okay as long as I don't jolt it.
Hey, Deb. Look what Anaya got us. Give it to me. Coming up. Here see? I'll get you back on your feet. Better?
Another.
Boy, I don't know, Deb. I gave you a big dose.
I'm a doctor. Another.
Okay, if you're sure. There you go. That should last you a while now. How do you feel?
Another.
Deb, I can't do that.
Max, please.
Boss?
That is a fatal dose.
She knows. Give her what she needs. We can't stop. I'm so sorry, Deb.
It's a tough love, Max.
Yeah.
Love you, Deb. I know.
She's gone, boss.
Right.
You did what you could.
Yeah.
Snow's getting worse.
Yeah. Tracks can't get a grip.
How much further, boss?
GPS makes it about 6 miles. Another hour, if we're lucky. But we're going to be running on vapour soon.
Have we got any water?
We'll melt some snow when we stop.
Do you need help with painkillers?
No, I'm just thirsty as hell.
Do you want me to sit back there?
I'm fine. And I'd like to stay with Deb as long as I can. It's funny, I used to death you can get. Every time you think you've used up all your capacity, you see that there's still room to go, and your capacity might well be limitless.
I can't say the same for the cat.
You've lost traction, boss. It's Cactus.
I'm sorry. We're walking from here.
Have we got time to bury Deb?
We'll make time. Let's get some kit together first.
The arm.
No, it's a few bruised ribs, I think.
And let me see. Sorry. You've got a hell of a bruise. You feel cold and clammy too. You okay?
What do you think?
Are you good for this?
Nothing to it, but they're doing it.
Do you want to say something?
Oh, I don't know what to say. Deb was... Oh, she was my friend. That's it, boss. I can't...
Max!
I'm okay. I went dizzy. Oh, man, that hurts.
Your ribs?
Yeah.
Let's get going. Need to get there before the... Stay there, both of you. You still got your guns?
It's in the car.
I've got mine. What's the matter?
He's here. There's blood on the...
You didn't think I'd let you go without saying goodbye, did you?
How the hell did you find us?
I came with you, though it wasn't a very comfortable ride on the roof.
What did you hit him with?
The snow we were boiling.
Nathaniel!
Did you see? It's like he's carved out of ice. And he felt so cold.
He must still be changing.
But he's hot now. That was his blood.
Max!
You okay, boss?
Yeah. How are you?
Colder than the well digger's arse.
We'll warm up walking. I've got you.
Easy, boss.
Where can you go, Nathaniel? You'll die out here.
Paints a positive picture, doesn't he?
Forget him. Lean on me.
No, this isn't gonna work, boss.
Sure it is. This way.
I can hear you out there in the cold.
man of many words, isn't he?
You're a vampire fish.
Don't listen to him.
Short men. They're always the most aggressive.
Hey, I'm short.
You seem taller.
You can run, but you can't hide from me. When the storm is lifted, I will find you. I have dominion here.
Come on, Max. Up.
Stop, boss. Stop.
We've got to keep going.
I can't.
Damn it, Max. Can't is not an option.
It's a decision, boss. I'm bleeding inside.
No!
You know it. I know it. That explosion knocked 7 sheets out of me. I'm not going to make it to Carvajal. And if I go with you, I'll slow you up and you'll die too. Believe me, if I thought I could make it, I'd race you there.
All right. Look, they'll have skidoos there. You dig yourself in, and I'll come back for you. You hear me?
Nice plan, boss, but I'll be dead before you get here. I can feel it. It's okay. I want this. Die cold and leave a good-looking corpse. Like Oates.
Max.
You still got a gun?
Well, it's got a full clip.
I'll slow down Flipper for you.
Max.
Yeah, me too. Now bugger off, boss. Go on, get out of here. Live.
I can't stand much more of this.
Take them out. Your fingers have swollen. I'm sorry, Nat. I feel responsible.
It was my idea to give you my mittens. Are you sure you haven't got any frostbite?
Yes. I noticed some dextran in medical. Let me hook up an IV.
No, later. Just bandage the fingers for now so I can still use them. And let's get this place Bristol.
You've got to keep them still, Nat.
I'll be fine. What's that?
Bauer's serum. I found them and his journal when I was looking for morphine. I had to save them, Nat. I think it will help you.
What? To become like him?
It's a raw and coarse formula, I agree, but Deb told you he's been taking it in massive doses. If you just took a little, 1 ml to start...
No. I'm not taking his snake oil.
You'd rather lose your fingers.
I'm not going to. I've seen recovery from worse than this, so will you just wrap them? Steady.
You think you're still out there, don't you?
I don't want to take any chances. Especially as there's no radio.
You know, I've tried to feel the same way about Antarctica as you and Max. But I can't. It's a cruel and remorseless place.
Well, you haven't had the best introduction to her. Believe me, a summer here is more beautiful than you can imagine. The light is like nowhere else. She's a demanding mistress, I know, but an intoxicating one.
And I can't compete with her, can I? When we leave here, I'm not coming back. I need warmth. Not just heat, but some warmth of soul. And I need change, Nat. Life is change. But nothing ever does here, except for the worse.
You sound like Bowers.
Hardly, but he had a point. What have we done here that's so honourable?
There are no answers in me. I came here looking for them.
And?
I've not thought of leaving. I'm so dislocated from the outside world now that frankly the thought terrifies me. Plus, I came here to put myself back together, and instead, I found I like being broken. And that's hard to fix.
Let me try. Let's try being warm-blooded for a while. I think it's going to be a good winter. Now, what about that hot drink you promised me?
Coffee would be good.
I found a stack of it, so we won't go short. Water, on the other hand, looks like a problem.
Oh, there's no snow in the catcher. I'll do it tomorrow.
I'll scoop a pan from outside.
But don't use yellow snow.
Out here?
Penguins.
Good point.
Annie? Anaya? Is that you?
No, Nathaniel. You look surprised. You should know you can't keep a good man down.
I don't believe I missed him. And I'm out of bullets.
It's a delightful Anaya, too. I'm so glad you made it.
What are we gonna do?
Talking of good men, you didn't bump into one of mine out there, did you?
Ah, the ever-faithful Max. Yes, we did have a little run-in.
How is he?
Cold. Very cold. He did his best for you, though.
Yeah. I notice you're missing an ear.
Let's just say he had a lucky shot. But it'll grow again.
There must be something round here I can use as a weapon.
You don't look in great shape yourself. Nathaniel, what are you doing back there?
Well, you know, trying to keep busy.
This might work.
Mind your hands.
You know, you're like Shackleton in so many ways. Constantly improvising in the face of disaster. Journeying great distances through the shadow of certain death. There is one significant difference, though. Shackleton never lost a single man under his command, and you, on the other hand, have lost, everyone.
I'd pay good money for him to shut up.
Well, if he's talking, I know where he is.
I don't understand why, Bowers. You spent your life trying to help people. Why did you do it?
Your hands are bleeding.
I can manage. Find me some metal piping, anything.
Do you think you're the only person to feel pain?
I own the franchise down here.
You certainly act the tragic hero. It's quite pathetic.
You know nothing of my feelings.
I know enough. When my research was axed after McMurdo, I spent 2 years watching Lauren die. 2 years! Impotently standing by as she wasted away until there was nothing but a skeleton left. And she was begging me for death. So don't think there's anything you can teach me about pain.
Now who's acting tragic?
Imagine it, Daniel. When Adzak offered me funding to return to my research for a cure for leukemia, it was almost more irony than I could bear. But I saw a way to have my revenge for Lauren. Not just on Adzak, but on all those who would change this continent.
But even the innocent, like Max, Deb, and the others?
Let justice be done, though the world perish.
Will this do? I pulled it off the sink.
Yeah, that's perfect. Help me with these cylinders.
Nothing remains the same. Lauren's death has changed you. It changed us both. It was meaningless and you were powerless to prevent it. I understand your anger. But she wouldn't want you to do this. You know that, don't you?
This one is lighter.
What is this thing?
A flamethrower.
What do you know of what she wanted?
I know she loved life.
It was me she loved. Me she came to. You did nothing but hurt her.
I did nothing but love her.
You left her.
I left because you were having an affair.
You believed we were.
Well, I don't remember you denying it.
Why should I? I loved her, I wanted her, and I knew you'd leave. You were always so sensitive. But she came to me then, Nathaniel, once you turned your back on her and your child.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you didn't know.
Know what? Bowers? Tell me!
She was pregnant with your child.
What kind of sick joke is that?
But it's true. She tried to tell you, but you were a long, long way away. She felt she had no choice but to have a termination.
Oh, dear God.
Your God was nowhere in this. There were complications, you see, and she wasn't able to have more children with me. And I damned you for that. But I was there for her, Nathaniel, and where were you? Nothing of bruised emotion in this desolation. Nathaniel. Nathaniel.
Nat.
Light the end. I'm here, Bowers. I will always be here while you burn in hell.
He'll be back.
I'm counting on it.
That's the last corridor blocked off. He can only come this way.
Thermostat's as high as it'll go. Every gas heater I could find is on in the boiler room.
Are you okay?
Sure.
You don't look it.
Well, this is what okay looks like these days.
What Bowers said... Oh, hell no, I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything.
What are you doing?
Going fishing.
You can't go out there. You've got severe frostbite. Let him come to us.
Then he decides the when and where. No, I want him coming down that corridor angrier than a dog crapping tax. That's the only way we'll trick him into the boiler room. That's where we finish him, Annie. That's our killing ground.
You can't even get gloves over your bandages.
They'll be warm enough.
Let me do it.
It's me he wants.
Nat, please. Please don't do this. I'm begging you. He's faster and stronger than you.
But not as handsome. Look, I know what I'm doing. He was right about a lot of things. I ran away. I'm not running anymore. Now, I want you to stay here.
No!
I have to know you're safe.
Let me help.
No, you will be. I need you to shut the boiler room door behind us. Shut me and Bowers inside. Do you understand?
And you call that a plan?
It's all we've got. Here, take this. It's a flare gun. Now, if this doesn't work out, wait until the morning.
Don't say that.
No, I have to tell you this. Wait at least 12 hours before you show yourself. Then seal yourself in. Nail every door, every window shut, and sit it out.
16 weeks.
But it won't come to that. We're going to be together.
I'll hold you to that.
How do I look?
Fish bait.
Good. That's what I want to be.
See you in a minute.
Yeah. And I'll come running.
Bowers! Let's end this!
Come on.
Please, God, keep an eye on him. Oh, no, not the bloody boiler. Oh.
Rest now, Anaya. I've come back for you.
Bowers! Can you feel it? Like the continent's holding its breath, waiting while its champions decide its fate. Then let's get on with it! Where are you going?
I'm tired of this, Bowers. God, man, you just used to be driven. You were going to set the world alight. What the hell's happened to you?
Hate. It clarifies things. And I hate you, Nathaniel.
Why?
Lauren was with me, but you always had her heart. She denied it, but I knew.
So, it's all about revenge.
I'm disappointed that you, of all people, don't see it.
Have you been to McMurdo?
You know it's restricted.
I went. The sea is still the deepest blue, but there are no whales in the Sound now. No daily penguins.
It was a tragedy.
This was the last virgin continent, clean and unsullied by man's hand.
I know. I feel it too.
Now they're drilling for oil in the Ross Ice Shelf. Mining on Mount Erebus, and the sea, already overfished, is being strip-mined of its krill by the Japanese for dog food. If they stopped tomorrow, numbers would never recover.
One man can't stop that.
But every man should try. I found the gift of life here, Nathaniel. You're a religious man. You should see that. It's a miracle. But soon, there'll be no more ice fish. And what other wonders have we lost? What secret panaceas did the rainforests take with them into the bonfire? We'll never know. But while there is still this plot of majesty left, I will make man notice. I will make them pay.
If I don't stop you, Russell, there are others that will.
No. Here, I am omnipotent. The other camps will fall to me, and come the spring, I promise you, I'll be the only one left here.
Just you and the penguins.
Neither you or I are any stranger to loneliness. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you anticipate a future with the lovely Anaya? Oh, well, allow me to take that from you.
What have you done to her?
Nothing yet. But I have plans for our children.
You bastard!
Oh, you're weak, Nathaniel. And look at your hands. Nasty. I think you'll lose them, don't you?
Better my hands than my sanity.
Man won't change unless he's made to see what he's doing. Well, this'll get his attention, and there's nothing as strong as an idea whose time has come.
You don't want to change the world. You just want to get even.
You don't see it. Man trades in death, so that's what I'll give him.
Dying is easy. It's living that's hard.
Get away from him!
Get back!
I'm a savior.
You're a headline of the day, freak of the week.
No, Nathaniel. You are a little man, and now you'll die.
Can you walk?
Run. Save yourself.
You said we were going to be together.
I'm sorry.
Powers! You want a fight? I'll give you one!
Annie, no.
I love you. Remember that.
Anaya!
Hot enough for you, Bowers?
I'm afraid you'll be dead long before this heat kills me. I had thought of letting you live, but now I don't think I shall.
Get out of there! I can't open the door!
Once again, Nathaniel, there's no woman you have that I cannot take away from you.
No, Bowers. I'm gonna take from you.
What are you doing?
Run there, too! Time to die.
Loss can be a powerful elixir. And maybe it takes a death for us to consider the debt we owe to life. Put down the baggage we're carrying, stop searching for a purpose, and finally see it in our own hands, where it's been the whole time. At first, I didn't think I'd make it. I'd reached the end of that capacity Max had talked about, raved and wept like a fool. But when the fog cleared from my mind, I saw that action was simple. Without proper medication, my frostbite and burns were terminal, you see. So really, I had no choice. I took Bauer's serum, and it is as incredible as Deb thought. I injected only a small dose, but within 3 hours the blisters had gone. A new skin was growing under the damaged tissue. I've left Bauer's journal and an ampule of his serum in the hope that some good will come from this tragedy. The world needs a big idea, that much I agree with. So, whoever you are that finds this recording, I ask you not to come looking for me. Just tell this story. And maybe it'll be enough. Enough to galvanize thought into action and stop the destruction, not just of this wonderful place, but the whole planet. I have faith in that. I can never leave now, and that's as I would want it. This is all I have, all I ever had. It's what I am. The Antarctican.
In Cold Blood by Simon Bovey, Tom Mannion played Commander Taft. Tim McMullen, Bowers, Ndidi Delfati, Anaya, Helen Longworth, Deb, and Stuart McLaughlin, Max. Cold Blood was directed by Mark Beebe.
On our journey into space on Radio 4 as we join the misfit crew of The Wanderer as they complete their journey to a distant planet, a planet where they'll learn what it really means to be alone. Landfall by Mike Walker.
Planetfall. Air brakes deployed. Trace activated. It's going to get rough once we hit atmosphere.
Just do your job, Kelly. JD, are you...
I've got it.
Sure?
Yes, I'm sure, all right. Do we have a land site?
Kelly.
Galactic North, 4413, East, 1533. That's what they gave me, if they're not lying.
They always lie.
Kill that.
Does somebody want to tell me what's happening?
It's fine, just let me fly, okay?
Hitting atmosphere. 3, 2, and...
I hate this.
15 falling.
Don't say falling. Hussam, I need power.
What do you want it?
Now!
Let me have it.
Brace for landing. Contact. Power down.
Flight com down, right shot. Vectors down. Limiter up at...
Safe. Disengaging servos.
Thrust off, main reactor damping down, supplementary down. Default running. Confirm that, pilot.
Confirm.
Anyone want tea, coffee, soba, chai?
So JD actually got us on the ground?
Yeah, without a download.
Outside Starnet, there's not much choice.
So, I still did it, okay, that brat?
Leave it. Crew to flight deck. Let's see what we have here, shall we?
On my way.
Running a diagnostic cap. You want to lift off again, don't you?
Oh, funny.
Oh, really nice.
I am actually stuck.
So,
Oh, sorry.
someone want to tell me what we're doing at this arse end of nowhere?
A parsec of Rigel. System 44... Hold on. No, 593. 9th planet. Designation Landfall. Earth normal atmospheres. Gravity 7/10 EN.
Trust an androgen.
You wouldn't if you knew.
It's an old joke, JD.
What you're doing here, if you're anything like me, is the only job you could get.
We all got history.
But what is the job, other than flying a heavy lift away out of the usual trade routes?
Oh, was that you? I thought the ship flew itself while we slept.
And saved us from putting up with your company for 7 months, Callie. Plus in my book.
Captain on the bridge knows with a band and wire, I'd say.
Oh, no, once we activate the company's protocols.
Which company?
The one that hired you?
I got hired by a rat in a shiny suit at a star pit on Titan.
In a bar in Terra Nova, bar girl offered me another bottle and a job that no one else wanted.
Except us.
What does that mean?
I'm guessing here. I mean, there wasn't time before we went into deep sleep to find out who was who, right? But now we know something. And we know we can all operate without downloading anything we might need from Starnet.
Oh, that's true.
Because we were all, for some reason or other, shut out of the system. So that's what we're good at. Being on our own.
Speak for yourself, fat brat.
This isn't a get-to-know-people session. The job was strictly volunteer, and nobody needs to explain why they're here or any other damn thing they don't want to. So don't go poking where the door isn't open.
Here it comes. The crypt.
Communicate. Heavy lifter wanderer out of Christchurch Yards, Callister. Your land site is approximately 2,000 metres galactic northeast of a mining plant. Coordinates 44, 26, 15. This plant, formerly the property of Calstar Mining, has been idle for 250 years when it was abandoned by the workforce. There have been no reported landings since Calstar was recently acquired by Luminol Park Beringer in a portfolio of defunct stock. The company has reason to believe the ore extracted and left on site may be of commercial value in certain manufacturing processes it is about to incept. You are authorized to load the ore and survey the workings of the mine to ascertain future viability as an on-site facility. On completion, you will return to Callister. Mission time, excluding transit, is calculated at 10 days. Earth normal. Close.
Well, there you have it.
Pick and shovel work.
Something funny in Tarbert?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Want to share that?
If you run far enough, you arrive back where you started.
Does that make sense to anyone?
Luminol Park Beringer?
So...
They bought Central Africa 70 years ago, cleared it for intensive farming. My people were one of the things they cleared. I spent my life fighting these bastards, and now I end up working for them. So yes, that's funny.
Right, let's just get the job done. Suit up, please, Hassam, Intaba and Callie.
Yeah.
Helmets?
Atmosphere's good, and the reports we have tell us Landfall is a forest planet. No animal life.
OK, but let's not take any chances. Sidearms issued, Intaba. JD, your comms aboard ship.
Mm-hmm. Why are you here, Cap?
To do the job. You getting our feed, JD?
Clear. Confirm negative life signs. Looks like a jungle out there.
That's because it is a jungle.
Rainforest. Canopy, keeping out the sun's light. UV?
Acceptable levels, but no sunbathing.
They have forests in your part of Africa and Tarbert?
Just fields now. And wind farms and Stirling pumps.
We go into the trees, Cap?
Unless you're planning to fly over them.
Why didn't we land closer?
Presumably this is as close as the ship could get.
Could have been the original landing site. Hard to tell.
We'll use the coordinates supplied.
Still showing 0 life. You getting anything?
Trees, foliage, creepers, vines. Nothing warm or cold that's not attached to the dirt.
Because it doesn't monitor doesn't mean it's not here.
Probably does, though. We've not found any anomalies so far.
But how far have we gone? The jump gives us 1,000+ systems. We've not visited above 200 yet.
There's no leaf litter. There's always leaf litter. It gets recycled by the insects. But no insects. So where the hell does it go?
Well, maybe the leaves don't drop. Oh!
What?
It moved. I mean, I think it moved, like it...
Oh, look at them.
Reads like snow. What is it?
Seeds, I think. Seeds.
You should get out of there now.
I think it's okay.
Callie, run an analysis.
I am. I can't find anything.
Oh, it tastes sweet.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, I like my nose.
Should have worn helmets. Bad decision, Hudson.
Maybe we should go back to the Wanderer.
You have anything to say about that, JD?
Nope.
OK, we go on.
Hey, Callie.
Yeah?
What's it like,
What?
being an androgen?
It's what I am, all right? I'm just me.
Nah, you're not. I mean, you were grown, you were designed, you were... What are you, Callie?
What's your problem, Hassan? Oh, right. You're a jihadist, and I'm your own private abomination?
God never made you.
I just wanted to know, that's all. I spent 10 years fighting against the idolaters who made you and your kind.
Could be why there aren't many of us left. And why most that are shipped out for the Rim. So why are you here, Hassam? You won, didn't you? The graph system is as near as Dhamma Caliphate. 10 worlds, 100 billion believers. Wouldn't you be right at home there?
Me being here would disprove that.
Don't fall behind, you two! Keep close!
Why?
A war across 3 systems. Casualties in the billions. There has to be some very bad stuff somewhere.
But nothing the God of the Chosen One wouldn't forgive. Or maybe not. What did you do, Hassam? How bad does a bad boy have to be before he's cast out?
Just hope you never find out, Kelly. Don't want to hurt you, whatever you are.
I'm not a machine, Hassam.
But you're not human either. But I guess some of us are running away from something. Some of us are running towards something, and some of us are just running because there's nothing else to do except die.
And suicide's a sin.
She's right.
What? Who?
Hudson. We should catch up.
It's fine. I'm monitoring. Oh, hold on. A cap in Taba. Hold up there. We've arrived.
Callie?
This must be the perimeter. I'm picking up a diagrammatic of something here, but not here.
Ghosting?
No, it's clear. But I'm picking up foundations. Some kind of barrier. A wall. About 30 meters down.
That's impossible. It could never get buried that deep in 200 years.
It's older than that. A lot older.
Like?
Off my scale.
Where does your scale end, Callie?
500,000 years.
So there was intelligent life here once.
Yeah, well, a long time ago.
Sure. I'm just wondering where it went and why.
Does it matter?
It matters to me.
Wanderer Actual, whatever Callie's picking up, the complex we're looking for should be about 200 meters in front of you. Bearing 440?
Yeah, I see it. Metal. A perimeter of some sort.
I'll send you a drone.
What about Callie's lost civilization?
Leave it to the archaeologists. By the looks of things, the complex is dug in with observation and entry ports above ground. Makes sense if you're mining.
We need to think about this before we go any further.
Looks like dead metal to me.
Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way.
I'm slaving the drone to your heads up.
We have it.
Hold and hover there, JD. What's that?
Air vents and heat light exchanges?
I'm reading heavy shielding inside, so there's probably atomics.
That's how you drive it.
Something's kicking in. Servos closing. Systems running up. I get multiple heat signatures. All localized, nothing excessive.
Why did it start?
The drone. This place would be wired to read tech.
Move back.
I don't think...
Do it!
Definite action now. That place is getting hotter.
Hot enough to blow?
I think hot to go. Place is smart. No personnel, no run. Saves energy and wear.
Get into cover. JD?
I think Intaba's right. Somebody press the starter button. And there we go, the front door.
Stay where you are, everyone.
Looks like the whole operation was contained within the one complex.
A plug-in unit. You drop it from a super lifter, send down the mechs to bolt it together.
JD, put your drone in, please.
They may have shielding. Range could be limited.
Go. I'll follow up.
I'd rather let the drone go alone, Intaba.
That's what I'm here for. Trust me, Callie.
I thought the point of this crew was that no one trusts anyone in Taba.
Want a walk, Callie? You might be useful.
Callie, stay.
I could use backup.
I said stay.
You're not on the ship now, Hudson. And on the ground, you're just more meat.
I'm in charge, Intaba. They put me in charge.
Who's they? The same people who scorched everything living off the surface of my country? They aren't here.
That's correct, Captain. I checked the contracts. You command on board, off board, we all take the decisions.
I didn't know there were contracts.
It's a multi-world company. Of course there are contracts.
Let's go. Big.
Very.
Not getting anything in the air.
Air is Earth normal with a few admixtures. Not analysing yet, but the fact you're all still walking probably means they're benign.
What have you got, Intaba?
Big open space. No internal lighting. No machinery. There's a long way to go yet.
Definite power wind-up. Levels are increasing. Something's happening.
We have light.
Oh, wow.
And we have a mining complex. Ready to roll, I'd say.
There should be plans somewhere in the ship's databanks. JD?
Already pulled them up. Not very satisfactory, I'm afraid. You want me to come in?
What the hell?
We're offline.
So?
So, we need to talk in Taba. Without JD's ears. I don't trust her.
I don't trust you. At least she's human.
She knows too much.
Oh?
About Hudson not being in charge of the ship. Diagrammatics of the plant. Contracts.
Yeah. Maybe.
Definitely.
So?
She doesn't need the job. She's got credits.
You know that?
Before we left, when we were still inside Starnet, I wrote the download, looked at her accounts.
You can do that. No wonder people don't like you, Valbrand.
She's got credits. A lot of them. She's a citizen. She's legitimate. Unlike the rest of us.
Did you read me too?
Some, yes. Most, no. You've got old battle language systems in there. Couldn't get past them.
That's why you trust me.
It's why I don't trust you in Taba.
Where did you go?
Glitch. I thought you were coming in.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the control room, shall we? I don't like big empty spaces.
That's if no one has any objections. If you don't want to put it to the vote.
Someone has to call it, Hudson. It might as well be you. Just don't think there's a crew or a captain here because there isn't.
That's how you want to play it? Fine. JD, you better come in.
On my way.
It's clear enough. Internals, externals, everything on glass.
All we have to do is load the ore.
We don't know how much there is yet, or what facilities we have here.
So what are we waiting for? Let's power it on.
If it blows us all to hell, don't blame me.
Won't be around to blame you if it does.
But don't you?
Okay.
Nothing, I just got something in my throat.
Let me look.
You don't need to.
It's my job, Hassam.
With all respect, Callie, you're not touching me.
Let me see.
Callie, you and Intaba do a recon of the plant. Take the plans JD pulled up. Give us the big picture. Find that ore.
I can't see anything. You sure you're all right?
I told you I'm fine.
Let's go, Callie.
Look at me, Hassam.
Who'll track you from here?
I'll check living quarters, labs, archives if they're available.
Should be.
Unless the miners took everything with them. We don't know what happened, do we? Why they left.
There's no blood on the floor. Nothing happened. It wasn't economical. They left.
You know that?
I don't know any more than you do, JD.
Maybe you know a lot less than she does.
Why should I say anything, Kelly? You aren't going to believe me anyway.
You've got that right.
Sam?
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah.
We have a problem.
No, yeah.
Oh.
Give me room. In Taba, the meds bag there.
Got them.
Don't touch me.
Don't touch me.
You want to die? We have an allergic reaction.
Here.
What is it? What the hell is it?
I don't know. Hold him. Hold him.
I got him.
I'm going to make an incision in the throat. In Taba, thermoglass, packed with yellow stripes.
God, look
Open
at
it.
him.
Hold him. Thermoclass now. In Taba, there's a cocoon in there. Red and black stripes, blue sea.
This.
Clear. Clear. Activated. Stabilized. I think he's stabilized. We need to find the infirmary.
What was that?
A massive allergic reaction.
That's a reaction?
What happened to him?
I have absolutely no idea.
I've got sick bay for you. 2 levels down, blue elevator.
Help me.
Is it okay to touch him?
The cocoon has a hermetic seal. Whatever's in there with him is staying in there for now.
Gods, I hope so.
Callie, you need to find out what this is.
You think?
It's not going to happen again. It isn't. No way, no way, no way. It isn't going to happen again. Get him downstairs and you... Yeah, you do that, Callie. Find out what the,
Hudson?
Cap?
Hudson, you need to get your head straight.
Okay. We're going to do what we came to do. We are. Callie, do what you can for Hassam. The rest of us map and locate the ore, get it aboard and leave.
In a war, you don't walk out there when you've no idea what might be waiting for you.
We'll suit up. Helmets too, that'll seal us. We know there's no animal life outside and nothing registers in here either.
Nothing we can see.
If it's invisible, it's invisible. We'll monitor. And no one moves without a weapon. Okay? I'm not waiting for a vote here.
Okay.
Safe to come in?
Sure, I guess.
How is he?
I've got him in an isolation chamber.
No more changes?
Nothing so far. Whatever it was caused... Whatever it was isn't anymore.
It's not very scientific.
Give me time.
We don't have time.
Something happened.
Intaba and JD found the ore deposits. No more than a few thousand kilos refined from the aboriginal material. We can transport it back to the Wanderer on one of the lifters they've got here. No problems.
Except for Sam. We don't know what he's carrying. Do you want to be a million K from anywhere if his system starts to go out of control again?
Won't happen.
It might. We don't know that.
It won't, because if you haven't diagnosed whatever it is by liftoff, we go without him.
You're kidding. You are kidding. It's not your decision.
On the ship, it's my decision.
This isn't right.
It doesn't need to be right, Callie. It just needs to be done.
No.
What? We're a crew. We stick together. Leave no man behind. It's really touching in a way, isn't it?
What is?
How much you want to be human. So you act like the heroes you probably stimmed when they were growing you in the vats or whatever they did in the workshops. It isn't like that, Callie. Sorry to disappoint you. All of us are here for what we can get. It goes for you too. They offered you something, didn't they? Something you'd take this kind of risk for.
Citizenship. They said they could swing it for me.
And you believed them. For what you are, Callie, no way and no place in the known universe are they ever going to give a vat brat human citizenship. Androgens are meant to be smart.
What did they promise you?
We sleep here tonight. Tomorrow we load and check out the rest of the complex. Day after, we lift off.
Do you think they'll deliver?
If Hussam isn't free of contagion by then, he stays. You want to stay with him, that's your business. The rest of us have a contract to fulfill.
Do you?
If I have a shipload of something they want badly enough, they will. That's all I have to say. Get some sleep. We're going to be busy.
I don't sleep, Hudson. Hussam, are you hearing me in there? What the hell's happening to you?
Callie.
Hussam?
So, Callie.
How are you feeling?
It's hot. So hot here.
No, I've got the temp controlled. You're stable, Hussam.
Dry wind and red sand. And the dust dunes spinning across the dunes. Can you see them, Kelly?
See what, Hussam? You're on Landfall. Do you remember what happened?
Thousands of arms, hands, reaching out the sand and wet. The sand is wet with blood. Thick as oil, Kelly, can you see? Our whole planet. Everyone from the youngest child to the oldest woman. The sand, black with their blood, purified.
Hussam, I'm giving you a stimulant. I need to know what happened.
We killed them all. Wrists aching from cutting so many throats.
I need you back here, Hussam. Not on your crazy jihad. I need to know what happened.
Everything, Callie.
I need to know.
All one brotherhood. One people. Just as he said it would be.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I was wrong. About you, I'm so sorry. So very sorry.
Hussam, tell me.
Home now. I was here. Here. Always. It's no great thing, death. Just another step.
Wake up, Hussam. I need to know.
Kelly, you eating down there or are you coming up?
Hudson told me about leaving Hassam if I don't come up with answers. Do you agree?
She said something like that, yeah.
I know what she said. Do you agree?
I guess I do.
And JD?
As soon as we can go, we go.
Then I'd better stay down here and work.
I'll bring you something.
Don't bother. Only ever ate because I thought it might help me fit in. Now it doesn't seem to matter. So, Hassam, what have you got to tell me?
Callie, are you there?
Where else would I be?
I think you'd better come up to the control room.
I don't need to eat breakfast.
Just do it, will you? And bring whatever you've got on Hassam.
So, as far as I'm able to access, those are the records of the original mining operation. Lasted 15 months. There was a core staff of techs to oversee the systems. Otherwise, the whole thing was self-sustaining. Then they pack up and go home, I assume. No reports on why, nothing in any of the logs.
You don't know they left?
No.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. So why am I up here and not working on Hassam?
This is the view facing east. Notice anything?
The forest?
The forest wall has moved 5 meters overnight.
Plants grow, but that's fast.
Fast and selective.
And?
We sent the drone back to the Wanderer. This is what we're streaming.
Where to?
5 meters closer.
So what's it doing?
Isn't that your job?
Is it sentient? Venus flytrap, that sort of thing?
And where the flies?
That's what we need to know.
I've got Hassam on my hands right now. That's a big enough question mark.
Answers there?
Nothing. I haven't gone down to the genetic level yet. I'll need to re-rig some of the tech. I need more time.
You've got 2 planetary days. Roughly 92 hours in.
You going ahead?
Read the contract. No delivery, no pay.
And the forest? What if it wraps itself round the ship?
Fusion engines will burn anything.
What we need from you, Callie, is something to keep us awake.
Why? Come on. Something's there. I can read that much.
Too much.
Dreams. We all had them last night.
People have them every night. It's called being human.
Not that you'd know.
And not these dreams.
No way.
Callie, you don't eat, you don't sleep, and you don't dream, do you?
Not like you. What happened?
We had the same dream.
Pretty much the same dream. And it scared the crap out of me, and I thought there was nothing left in the universe that could do that.
That's pretty much how it was.
None of us can remember what we dreamed, only that we woke up at the same moment, feeling the same...
dread. Utter horror. Then it was gone.
We all knew we'd felt something other. But why and...
Sick bay.
Go! Maybe he's okay.
And maybe he's not. Kill the alarm. Oh.
God. What was that?
Hassam.
What is it?
Callie? What's happened?
I think he just... I did see that in Taba.
If you didn't... I didn't see it too.
See what? What did you see?
I think Hassam just flowed through the air duct. This is before anything happened. He's lying still, physically normal. Vital signs track steady. But overnight, there are peaks here and here, then stable. This is when I left to come up to the control room. I'll mark it. At 0:30, there's another peak in neuron activity.
Looks like every synapse in his brain is firing at once.
That's pretty much what's happening. This is what it sounds like. It lasts until 03:20, when we get this. System overload and...
It looks like one of those,
that
where they
isn't happening.
speed up something rotting on head games.
Oh, not rotting. Changing. Metamorphosis at extreme speed. I've been in the control room roughly 20 minutes by then. And in the 50 seconds it took to get down here...
What was that?
Sam.
What is it? Kelly? What's happened?
That's all.
Well, we don't have to worry about getting Sam home anymore.
Callie, do you have any idea what happened?
No.
Is there any chance you might?
If it was me, and it is me, I wouldn't even try to find out. I'd get off this planet as fast as, excuse my use of the term, humanly possible. And I wouldn't breathe once I was outside.
The rest of us are okay. If we don't go near the forest, suit up, stay armed, burn anything that moves... If we go non-stop, all four of us, we can load the ore. There's not more than a few thousand kilos. We'll upload a spider into the archives to gather everything of relevance I might have missed, and we can be out and on the ship by 50 hours EN at the latest.
I say we leave now.
There's a lot riding on this car.
And that is going to be so useful to her Sam. I bet he can't wait to be collecting that bonus. He can buy himself a big pot to root in.
I'm not going back without the ore. That's what we signed on for. That's what I'm bringing home.
You people are completely insane.
You got a vote?
Leave. Now.
Stay.
Stay?
We stay. Should we get to it?
Then I'm staying here and I'm going to find out what happened to her Sam.
It'll slow us down.
And it might save your life.
We're fine.
You're human. So was her Sam. Now, he's a vegetable.
Callie's right.
And I want a sample of the ore. Micrograms. I don't want to cut anyone's bonus.
We can do that.
So do it. Please.
Stand clear. 200 years. And she runs smooth.
JD?
I'm with the ore containers. I'm in the containment tunnel about 3k west of you. There's a lifter here. We're gonna need it to get this stuff to the ship, if it's still working.
We're on our way.
Hudson, get on board. This is important to you, huh?
To us all.
Come on.
Watch where you're going.
I'm here because they offered me enough money to finance a couple of ops I had in mind. I sort of like the idea that the people who are paying me are the people I intend to take down.
You think you can take the company down?
No. But I can go back to Africa and maybe hurt them. It's something.
It's nothing. These people own planets.
I'm not responsible for them, Hudson. Just for me. Why are you here?
We're here to get the ore. You know that.
They offered you your ticket. They said they'd wipe the records and get your license back, right?
None of your damn business.
Hell, it isn't. You're the captain. I'd like to know if you can get us home.
We got here.
What happened, Hudson?
None of your damn business. Now the hell did you know?
Yeah. How did you know?
Don't know. I did, I guess. That's all.
Well, now you do know. You can forget it.
Hudson, in Tarbert, where are you? Are you getting my signal?
Loud and clear, Jay.
Okay, Hassan. Where are you? Come on. Show me. Show me.
I bought chai. We found it freeze-dried in one of the storerooms.
I don't drink it. I don't drink anything.
So pretend to drink it.
Okay.
Mind if I...
Nope.
You don't like me?
I don't like many people. Does that matter?
No, just wanted to be sure, that's all. It's useful to know where you stand.
If you do.
Does that mean something, or is it an androgen thing?
What do you want, JD?
What you know. About Hussam? About this planet?
About you?
Leave me out of it.
For a start, Hudson. What did she do? Come on, JD. You don't like me any more than I like you. But don't take me for stupid. Why is she here?
Red dust. On the Titan run to the outer moons of Neptune. She'd been using for a few years. Thought she got it stabilised. She hadn't. Ship impacted on debris that shouldn't have been where it was, but should have been picked up by an alert crew with an alert captain. She wasn't. Ship ripped open, 2,000 passengers instantly freeze-dried. Normal safety procedures ensured crew survival. First officer killed herself during the inquiry.
Hudson walked.
Transit co-finessed the verdict. Didn't want to pay compensation for corporate killing. The family's got a few thousand credits. Hudson lost her ticket, but it was down to unavoidable accident rather than culpable homicide. She'd do anything in this universe to get back on the flight deck.
And you gave her the chance?
The company did.
Luminol Park Beringer. Which, here on the ground, means you.
My job is to ensure the ore gets delivered to the yards.
And the reason they want it?
Above my pay grade.
You sure?
All I know is the 3,000 kilos we're loading tomorrow morning is worth a bonus that will mean Hudson gets her ticket back, Intaba gets to stage his pointless rebellion, and I don't have to work for the rest of my life.
So not a lot, then?
What?
The rest of your life, JD. It's not looking like too good a deal right now.
You'd better say what you have to say.
This isn't news to you, is it?
That's not true.
That something is happening here isn't news to you? Not what? They wouldn't have told you that.
Why?
Because you wouldn't be here if you knew.
I had a watching brief. Make sure a crew of deadbeats, killers, vat brats and addicts got the job done. That's reasonable, isn't it? A crew like you people, you'd want someone in charge.
A crew like this, which is utterly expendable.
Okay, Callie. We're coming down. Or do you want to come up?
Down here's better, Intaba.
They were listening.
I can show you what I need to.
You set me up.
On our way.
Just cut into the chase, JD. Like all the best stims, I watched a lot when they were growing me. When we were landing, you said, they always lie. And they do. Only for some dumb reason you didn't think they'd lie to you. Why is that?
Look, all I said was...
Look, here's something else I learned from those stims I used to watch. Any sentence that begins with, look, is also a lie.
I bought coffee for those who want coffee. I bought this for those who want this. Time to talk straight, I think.
That goes for you as well, Callie. Too many secrets.
We don't have time for this.
Is that right?
Look, we're not on our own.
What exactly does that mean?
Nobody didn't have you pegged as some kind of company Jill, JD. I reckoned as long as you stayed around, we'd all get back, because they wouldn't lie to you.
That's the way I figured it too. We do the job, make our rendezvous.
Rendezvous?
What? Yeah, I know, I was going to tell you about it.
When?
When it was necessary. About 2 million Ks off planet. Company ship. Big one. Costa Guana. It's waiting there for us whenever we lift off. Take the Wanderer inboard, get us back to Central. Believe me, that's what I know, and that's what's going to happen.
Well, I hate to tell you, but that's not the programme anymore. Probably never was. Only we wouldn't have figured it without Hussam. They never expected that. Don't suppose Hussam did either.
Hussam?
You want to know where he went? Here. Here. Here.
He's out there somewhere.
He's out there everywhere. Only it's not him anymore.
I'm going to shoot somebody soon. I don't have problems with that brats, Callie. But God help me, I'll start with you.
I've always sort of liked you too, Intaba. I'll miss you.
Well, I won't. I never do. I'm good at this.
How are your genetics? 3 consecutive bases called codons match to specific amino acids, which in turn form chains to create proteins. So when a gene is transcribed into a protein, the codon is what does the job. The system is incredibly efficient, the best possible tool, and so far, We found it working everywhere we found life, terrestrial or ET.
Natural selection, genetic inheritance.
The vertical evolutionary process that makes us what we are evolved from a primitive open code in which genetic innovations were able to flow laterally between very simple organisms. That developed over millions of years into a genetic code that was vertical and closed. This planet, because of certain properties contained within the submolecular chemistry of the ore we're loading, has never gone beyond lateral evolution of characteristics. In fact, on Landfall, that process has reached an unbelievable level of sophistication. It's very fast, very efficient, and very, very smart. Those plants out there have absorbed everything else living on or under the surface of this planet.
And the company wants this ore as some kind of tool to... What?
Unwind the gene fix. Literally sculpt and combine anything living, mammal, insect, vegetable, virus, microbe, you name it, into whatever form or function they wish. You could call it the key to all life. Somewhere in the archives of this facility, which are still missing, there'll be an account of what happened to the original miners. I assume, like Hassam, but far more gradually, they were absorbed into the forest.
The remains out there. You think whoever built them got absorbed too?
I don't know.
And Hassam?
You can work it out. He swallowed seeds. The DNA migrated laterally into his system, and the process of absorption became vastly accelerated.
I don't understand.
The plants absorbed him, JD. He's as much a part of them now as your breakfast is part of you.
This process...
That's begun in all of you. Intaba, how did you know what Hudson wanted out of this job? Your mind is already melding in some way with hers.
I'm not going to turn into a goddamn vegetable.
It's crap. It's totally... Don't you see? The vat brat is trying to...
Trying to what? Did they tell you there's a cure? Did they even tell you there was a disease?
They can help us. They wouldn't send me. They wouldn't. He couldn't.
Who sent you, JD?
My father. He's a non-executive director on the main board of Luminol. I mean, I don't know him, really. He's got hundreds of children, but when I left the hive, there was a place for me. He promised he'd look after me.
So we're going to die?
No, worse than that. We're going to change into something else. God help us.
We'll still be dead.
There must be things they can do.
Callie?
Don't ask the vat brat. It's not human. What does it care about us? Are you even in this, Callie? Is it in you?
Not yet. Perhaps never. Too much ceramic and silicon.
Then what kind of say do you have?
She's got a point. You're not human.
Callie.
It may be irreversible. I can't tell. Not with the instruments I have here. If you want an opinion...
No.
Go on.
It could go either way. There's probably a point of singularity in the process. If we could have intervened more effectively, earlier with Hassam, we might have saved him.
So there's a chance?
We'd know better if we had the archives.
No records. They've been sequestered by Luminol.
That would make sense.
We need to get the ore, get to the ship, and get the hell off this planet now.
Sounds good to me. Intaba?
Let's go.
Wait! Have you seen what's outside? Look. It's not snow. It's seeds. The same seeds that Hassam ate. The same seeds that ate Hassam.
We'll use masks.
Have you all gone crazy?
I'll say it again. We don't have time for this.
You don't have time to consider what it might mean, given this chemistry to Luminol. Have you any idea how powerful that would make them? They'd be the creator all over again.
This could mean our lives, Callie.
Is that so brilliant? A dust addict who killed 2,000 people?
Stop.
Is it that good being Hudson?
It's better than not being anybody. I want my chance. I've been waiting 20 years.
Intaba, these are the fine people who turned your continent into a factory farm. That's why you're here, right? To go back and start a revolution, yeah?
I have to be there, Callie, to start it.
But this way...
My hand on the trigger. I want to see them go down before me. I want my chance.
I can't be everyone's conscience, can I? I'm not even human, as you all keep reminding me. How come I'm the only one?
They didn't give us this job because we're moral philosophers. We're just trying to get back home and make it right for us. That's all.
No way am I being part of this.
Oh, excuse me.
We need to find...
Intaba, do you mind if I borrow this? Callie, you in there? Callie? You in there? Now listen to me. You're back. You want to stay back, then you cut this moralising crap and sign on, okay? Or we cut out your higher functions and patch the rest into the ship systems. It'll get us to the rendezvous, it'll get you nothing. Yes or no?
You killed me.
Not legally, Callie.
I felt...
You don't feel.
You have no idea what I feel.
Well, you can feel thankful to Intaba. He's the one made us turn you back on. I'd have stuck with the plug-in. More efficient, less mouthy.
You really don't like me, do you?
The thing is, and it's not your fault, but most human beings find something deeply unpleasant about what you are. The gristle in the machine. You're wrong, Callie, as wrong as a thing can be. And now we've got that out the way.
Hell, Callie. I love the way you annoy people. But listen, anything we do isn't going to make a difference in the end if there's no one to tell the people what these bastards are trying to pull. And the only way that we get a shot at that is to lift off this world now and use the ore as a bargaining chip to get our pay and get clear. So I guess what I'm saying is, take a chance with us. Because it's the only chance you've got left. Lift is ready to roll.
Go.
Callie.
Opening bay doors.
Is the forest wall closer?
Closer than when?
Last time I looked.
Initiating trace.
Got it. God. It's dark in there.
It's grown over.
We have snip guns.
Just get us to the ship.
I'm trying. It's not a multi-way in here. I'm going to cut us a path through.
What was that? Someone?
Oh, God, it hurts. It hurts.
Man, that went deep.
What happened?
Something happened.
Hudson, are you okay?
I don't know. I'm not feeling anything. JD, I'm not feeling anything.
When I turned the snip gun on, I think...
You were going to cut our way through to the ship.
Did we make it? Did we?
Where the hell are we? Why is it dark?
Is it dark?
Open your eyes.
Callie? Where?
Open your eyes, all of you. You're in sickbay.
It's not clear. I can't see.
What have you done to us, Callie?
What's wrong with the light in here?
What's wrong with us?
How long, Callie? How long?
63 hours, Ian.
That long? You just sat and watched us.
Gods, the rendezvous.
You were never going to make it.
Why can't I see clearly?
You're in cocoons, all of you. Sealed from the atmosphere.
What are you talking about?
Look, It'll be all right. I'll work something out. Don't worry. I'll make it all right for you.
What happened out there? Tell me.
After the crash, it took a while before my system came back on. You were all breathing the seeds.
We're not going home.
You're changing. Like Hassam, but slower, less violent. I got you back here and stabilised. I'm working on it. I've irradiated the seed pods you ingested and triggered faster growth. Then digitalised the bleed out. It's a serum. It's like an inoculation. Listen, the harmonics. I've isolated them.
Why?
Because I don't want to be alone. It's all music, don't you see? That's how the planet works. A huge harmonic that somehow becomes... Intaba?
I think you're too late.
What?
It's different. I feel... better.
Can you keep us stabilised, Cully?
I can try.
Another 30 hours should do it.
Do what, JD?
The rendezvous. The company ship. They were to wait 10 hours, and if there was no signal, come in and pick us up.
You knew all the time. If we didn't make it, they'd be coming.
With guns, Callie. It's an armed freighter. Company police. They'll get the ore. They'll help us. Everything's going to be... yes. All right.
Don't you worry. Everything is...
Intaba?
Callie? You still there?
They'll be... coming for us.
You think they'll take you? They'll take one look at you and grab the ore and leave. Even if they could help you, they won't. They never intended to.
I trusted my father. I thought it meant something.
I wouldn't know.
How can you trust something you're not a part of?
What do they know? They're all so separate and alone.
And we're not anymore. You were right, Callie. It is all music in the end. But your little tune won't make any difference now.
I can try the serum. At least let me try.
And too late.
It's happening.
Too fast.
Faster than it
has ever happened.
Before. It's something
to do with Hassam.
Being part of it, of us. The process.
Accumulative.
One. It's all one.
Regrow.
New world.
You have to hold on. I can do something.
Of course you
can't process.
All of us.
Wait, stop. Give me a moment.
All the time.
In the world, Kelly.
This world.
Are you still there?
Part of me.
Part of
us. Yes, we are.
Everything but...
Not for long, Callie.
Of course. Something else.
What we dreamed of.
Being part of...
us.
Wait.
What are you,
Callie? Poor Callie. All alone.
What are you?
Everything living.
It is lateral evolution?
Once. Many ages. Different races.
Different?
Those from before. All one now. Lost. Found. Everything. Nothing. Forest. Forest harmonies. The harmonies of life ever.
Stay with me, please. They'll be coming back. Luminal. They want the ore and what it can do. Come in with guns. I need you here. Look at you. I don't want them to come. Because sooner or later they'll work it out. And they'll find a way to use it. And they'll crap everything up. They always do. What about me? I don't live and die, and I don't dream. Give me something. Give me something, please. Help me. I'm not human. I'm not even alive.
This is armed freighter Costa Guana calling landing party.
God.
Repeat. This is armed freighter Costa Guana calling landing party. Do you receive? Do you receive? We are incoming.
I don't know.
Homing on your ship's beacon. Repeat. We are incoming.
What do I do?
TA 12 hours EN.
Leave them a message? It would be better if you didn't take the ore.
Do you receive? Please respond. Landing party, respond. This is armed freighter Costa Guana. Incoming.
Use the serum. What have I got to lose? Maybe I'll be a part of something at last, even if it isn't me anymore. What?
Lost.
Always without you.
Me? Who am I?
You are different.
Who are we?
A million separate seeds until
Gave us consciousness.
We are...
We are Landfall.
Armed freighter Costa Guana calling landing party. Do you receive? Do you receive? We are homing on your ship's beacon. ETA 23 minutes EN. Landing party, please respond. Do you receive?
Armed freighter Costa Guana. Do not attempt to land. Do not attempt to launch trails. Force will be met with force.
Landing party, we are receiving you. We have medical aid. Repeat, medical aid. We are coming for you. Your problems are over. You are going home.
Armed freighter Costa Guana. This planet is now close to you. Leave immediately.
Armed freighter Costa Guana. Who are we talking to? Identify yourself. Repeat, identify yourself.
This is your final warning. Leave now.
Armed freighter Costa Guana entering Atlas.
This is Landfall. Setting on all frequencies. This planet and its surrounding space is now closed to all life forms. We have been born, and we have a lot of thinking to do. When we are ready, we shall communicate again.
In Landfall by Mike Walker. Callie was played by Nicola Miles Wildin. In Taba by Cyril Inri. Hudson Claire Perkins. J.D. Alex Tregear. And Hussam by Adil Akhtar. The director was Mark Beebe.
Our Friday play now is a psychological thriller. A woman is being driven mad by her terrifying nightmares. The play contains at times chilling and sinister scenes in which the nightmares are brought vividly to life. But are they really coming true?
Nightmares by Dave Simpson.
You okay, Jilly? You look knackered. And guess why? Still getting the nightmares? It's a really bad one, where I was being chased down a dark alleyway. He was wearing this grotesque mask and I woke up screaming.
Then you saw Nick snoring next to you and you realised the guy in the dream was better looking.
No, it was really horrible. And each time I nodded off to sleep, I went back to this dream.
Isn't that typical? You dream George Clooney's making love to you, you wake up, you can't get back into that dream.
someone in the back.
Hello, Jilly.
No!
Jilly? Hey, are you okay? Jilly?
I'm okay.
Love. Same nightmare?
No, different one.
Here, your tea.
Thanks.
Look, at least you woke up before anything really nasty happened.
But what if it's like the last dream? I always managed to wake up at first, till the night he caught me, and the night after...
Jilly, it's a dream. It's not real.
I know, but it feels so real.
Well, it isn't. Come on, let's take these up. We'll have a cuddle, eh? You never know. You might even fall to sleep in my arms.
Another restful night, Jilly? You look shattered.
That makes me feel a whole lot better.
Ah, morning, ladies.
Oh, hi, James.
All right, James?
I believe Mrs. Eastwood had a bad night?
Yeah, the night stuff had to put her in a side ward.
I'll check her over. You okay, Jilly?
Yeah, tired. Just not sleeping too well.
When's your next break?
About 11.
You know, I had the same problem about a year ago. Do you want to have a chat, see what we can do to help?
Yeah, thanks.
Very good. Very good.
What? Do you want to have a chat, see what I can do to help?
Penny.
He fancies you.
Don't be ridiculous.
He's fancied you from the day you arrived.
That's rubbish.
Yeah, of course it is.
He's like that with everyone.
No.
If you're so keen, why don't you go after him? You're single.
Doesn't fancy me.
He doesn't fancy me either. And anyway, I'm married.
And you love Nick?
Yes.
Boring. Do you really still love Nick?
Yes. Strange as it may seem.
As much as when you first met? You hesitated?
It's different.
That's what they all say.
Are you trying to push me into having an affair?
Of course not. I'm teasing. I like Nick. You're good together.
That's what I think.
So it's all about relaxing your body and your mind. So take a warm bath, have some chill-out music in the background, and then let your husband give you a gentle massage.
Sounds fantastic.
No late-night movies. Have a drink of warm milk before going to bed. Avoid caffeine, alcohol, tobacco. Oh, and sleep on your back.
Really?
I'm not saying these measures will get rid of your nightmares, but they might contribute to a good night's sleep, yeah?
Yeah. Thanks. That's great.
And if none of that works, try sleeping with your head facing north.
What?
No, it worked for a friend of mine, though he was a bit into mysticism. Or you could try a technique used by one of my ex-girlfriends.
And what's that?
Well, she used to lie on her back, visualizing some peaceful scene or other, while I gave her stomach a rub and she wiggled her toes.
No.
Honestly, I'm not joking.
Did it work?
Perfectly. She slept right through. Only problem was, she started snoring and kept me awake all night. Oh, sorry. I'm needed in theatre. Anyway, sweet dreams.
Hello? Who's there?
Hi, love. Sorry about the time. Late meeting. Then I went for a drink with Pete. What are you doing?
Relaxing. I'm thinking peaceful thoughts.
Oh. Whose idea was this, then?
One of the doctors at work.
G&T?
No thanks. No alcohol before I go to bed. No caffeine. You can make me a warm cup of milk, though.
And what else did he suggest?
Just had a good soak in the bath. All I need now is a gentle massage. Up for it?
Yeah, of course. How's that?
Oh, that's good. You're not bad. Oh, do you know, you haven't done this for over 5 years.
Yeah, I know.
Not tonight, though, Nick. Sorry. Don't feel like it.
No problem. Let's open our diaries for next month.
I'm sorry. It's just...
Jilly, no, it's no. It's no big deal. I was joking, okay?
A weird thing happened to me in work today.
Oh?
I was in the locker room putting some things away when I felt like I was being watched, and as soon as I called out, the door slammed.
Mm-hmm. Did you go and check?
Yeah. Couldn't see anyone. Ow!
What?
Oh, a knot. That's right. Just there. By my shoulder blade. Oh.
Is someone in the back?
Hello, Jilly.
Who are you? What are you doing in my car?
Keep driving, or I'll kill you.
No. Don't do this.
You know, I've been watching you for a long time. I've been dreaming about this.
Who are you?
We're going somewhere quiet, where we can be alone.
No. No. Please, don't. Don't!
Jilly? Oh, Jilly, come here. It's okay, love. You're safe now. Come on, okay. Which one was it?
It was the one in the back seat. He had this knife, he put it to my throat, and as I screamed, he went to slash my throat.
So much for the massage.
Jilly!
Oh, hi.
Hi. Did it work?
Well, I went off to sleep, no problems.
But...
It didn't stop the nightmare.
Well, I told you I was no expert. How many times did you wake up?
5 or 6, and went straight back into the same nightmare.
Oh, you poor thing. Listen, have you thought about getting professional advice?
What do you mean?
Well, a colleague of mine, Dr. Ben Carson, he did a paper on dream analysis.
He's a psychiatrist. James, I'm not crazy.
I know you're not. You're far from it. But he might have some suggestions to help you. Do you want me to have a word?
I don't know.
Have you met him?
I've seen him around.
Then what's the problem?
I find him a bit... well, a bit weird. What?
He's not weird, he's just a psychiatrist. He's actually not a bad guy, he's just very quiet. Don't you need that in a psychiatrist? Someone quiet and reassuring? Come on. Want to give it a try?
What if people find out I'm seeing Dr. Carson? They'll all think I'm nuts.
No one will know. The sessions are confidential.
Sit down, Mrs. Barker.
Can you call me Jilly? It feels less formal.
Yes, of course.
To be honest, I'm not sure why I've come. I'm not crazy or depressed. I don't need any psychiatric help.
No?
So, did James fill you in?
He told me about your nightmares. Perhaps you could tell me yourself?
Yeah, sure. They started about 4 or 5 months back. 2 nights ago, I had a different dream. I was in a lift at the hospital going home after work, I think. I pressed for the lift to go down to the basement, but this hand reached out and pressed the emergency button, and the lift stopped between floors. I turned, and he was there again.
Hello, Jilly. Nice to see you again.
He was wearing the same mask. He took out a knife, and I woke up. So, what does it all mean? Why am I having these nightmares, and how can I stop them?
Well, let me say, first of all, that nightmares are normal. We all have them.
Nearly every night?
No. It can be a sign of being overwhelmed or of excessive stress.
I don't think that's me.
Often, nightmares are a way of our unconscious mind trying to tell us something about a situation or problem that in real life we've been avoiding?
I haven't got any problems.
Or none that you're consciously aware of?
No.
Well, maybe you have a problem you don't want to face up to?
No. You're totally wrong.
Mrs.
Jilly.
Nightmares serve an important purpose in showing you what is troubling you from within a deeper level of your mind. By talking about them, analysing them, it can lead to a solution of that problem. But I can only help you with your cooperation. Now, do you want to go ahead with this?
Okay. Oh. James, you frightened me.
Sorry. You got problems?
Won't start.
Ah. Just release the bonnet catch. I'll check it out.
Can you see anything?
Hang on. To be honest, I know my way better around the inside of a body than I do under a bonnet. Try that.
What did you do?
I don't know, just fiddle with a few wires. Told you. Do you belong to a breakdown service?
Yes.
Well, look. It's too cold to wait out here. I suggest you give them a ring, and while you're waiting for them, I'll take you across the road for a drink. Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Did you get through?
Yes. There'll be about 3/4 of an hour.
Make that an hour at least. Did you get a hold of Nick?
No, he's not home yet, and his mobile's switched off. He'll be in a meeting.
Anyway, cheers.
Cheers.
So, how did it go today?
It was okay. He's very serious.
Yeah, they're a funny bunch. I had a mate who was a psychiatrist, and he was the opposite of Ben. His wife was also a psychiatrist, and he told me that after they made love, he'd say, "That was wonderful for you, how was it for me?"
You're mad.
Yeah, it took me a while to settle in, but I'm enjoying it now.
Where were you before?
London, but my marriage broke up and I wanted to get right away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm happier now. We met at medical school, too young. Grew apart very quickly. It happens. How long have you been married?
8 years.
I managed 4. Any kids?
No.
Nor me, fortunately. Do you want kids?
We've talked about it.
And?
We're still thinking about it.
What does Nick do?
Sales manager for a computer firm.
Oh. But did you always want to be a nurse?
Yeah, I did actually.
I always said I didn't want to be a doctor because both my parents are doctors. And so are most of their friends, and they all seem so arrogant. It's like the old joke. What's the difference between God and a heart surgeon?
God doesn't think he's a heart surgeon.
Exactly. But when it came to what I really wanted to do, I had no idea. So I went to medical school. I loved it.
And you're not at all arrogant.
Well, I work hard trying not to be, even when I'm right all the time. You know, I love your smile.
Don't be cheesy.
I mean it.
Right, I should get back to the car.
Yeah. I think maybe you should. All right, then. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. And thanks for helping me out.
There's only a loose spark plug. I hope he's better with heart valves.
It was very sweet of him to offer.
Oh, certainly that.
Bit of a heartthrob then, is he?
All the nurses were flapping when he first arrived last month.
Really? That include you, Pen, did it?
No, not my type.
I don't think you've got a type, Penny. Mind you, Dr. Carson's single, you know.
You must be joking. That'd be a bundle of laughs. How's it going, anyway?
Yeah, he said he could help.
Try and get her out of bed today.
Right.
And nothing too strenuous, just at the bottom of the ward.
Fine.
And how was Mrs. Jenkins this morning?
Yes, she had a good night.
Mm-hmm.
James. About the other night.
Yeah?
I really like you.
But... I love those buts. Let me guess, you're happily married to Nick, right?
Right.
Julie, don't feel guilty. He did nothing wrong. Okay?
Okay.
How do you feel about your job? Do you enjoy it?
I love my work. Well, most of the time. It'd be even better if there weren't any patients. He smiled.
Do you ever get overly attached to your patients?
I've never fallen in love with one, if that's what you mean.
Has any patient ever fallen in love with you?
Don't all patients fall for their nurses? Another joke.
What's your relationship like with your husband?
It's good. We're friends. We like each other. Rarely argue. And he's been really supportive while I've been having these nightmares.
No problems at all?
No.
Any extramarital affairs?
No.
From either of you?
No. Once. Nick had a brief affair once, but it was nothing. With someone from work. It only lasted a couple of weeks.
How long ago was it?
3 years. I knew something wasn't right. I know him so well, you see. I sort of suspected, and when he rang me one night to say he was going to be late after work, I went to his place. Waited. Saw him coming out with her. A colleague. I felt really betrayed because he'd introduced her to me at a party and he must have been seeing her then. So I confronted him. Of course he denied it. And I told him what I'd seen. I went ballistic. Finally, he admitted it. He was sorry. Really sorry. And he said it wouldn't happen again. He still loved me.
And has it? Has it happened again?
No.
And you're sure about that?
Yeah.
Why do you think he had an affair?
He said this woman, she fancied him, came on to him, and he was too weak to say no.
And have you ever had an affair?
No.
And weren't you tempted when you found out about your husband? Maybe to get back at him?
I have to go.
This is only going to work if you're honest with me and with yourself.
Bye. Any more coffee?
No, love, thanks. No, I have to get off. Oh, by the way, you never said how you got on with Dr. Watson yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah?
Mm.
Did he delve into your innermost secrets, eh? Did he ask about us?
No, it was all about work. You know, stress at work.
Oh, really? Now, if anybody's stressed at work, it's me, it's not you. Right, hey. I'll see you tonight, okay?
Yeah.
I love you. Bye.
And you. Nick,
Yes, love.
do you fancy going out for a meal this weekend? You know, catching a movie first or something?
Love, I'm running that conference in Birmingham.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You're away Friday and Saturday.
Well, yeah, but I did say.
I know. Oh.
Hey, come on. We'll be okay. They're just nightmares. And remember what we said. You can ring me any time, okay?
I know, I'm just being silly. You're right, I'll be fine.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Hello? Hello? Who is this? I don't want you to go.
Jilly, love, I have to go. And it's too late notice now to get someone to replace me.
Please.
If I could, I would. I don't like leaving you while you're like this. But put it into perspective. Maybe it was a wrong number.
No.
OK, then some weirdo just picked you randomly out the phone book. I know it's horrible for you, but it's just one phone call, you know? It doesn't mean you're being stalked. It's probably a one-off.
OK, you're right, I'm sorry. But what if I have another nightmare?
Well, then ring me on the mobile. I'll leave it on all night. It'll be like I'm...
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be fine. Are you doing anything this weekend?
Jilly, Penny, come and join me.
Oh, hi. Hi.
Hi. Sit yourselves down. So, how are things, Jilly?
Yeah, fine. Sorry, Julie, what were you saying? Well, Nick's away. I wondered if you were busy. You could even stay over Friday.
Oh, sorry. Got a date.
Really? Who with?
This guy I met in a bar last weekend. Gorgeous. Bet he's married. Did you want some water?
No, I'm fine.
Look, if you have a really bad night while Nick's away, well, give me a ring, we'll talk things through.
I couldn't do that.
Why not?
It'd be the middle of the night.
I really, really don't mind.
Anyway, Nick said I could call him on his mobile if I have a really bad one.
Fine. But, look, take my card anyway. It's got my home number and my mobile. And if it's an emergency, use it. Go on, take it.
You're absolutely sure?
Of course.
That's really nice of you, James.
Fancy a drink tonight?
No, I have to get back.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Mrs. Barker.
Oh, hi, Dr. Carson. James?
You going to reception?
Yeah, I am.
No, down to the car park.
Not coming for a drink?
No.
Oh, that's because she's afraid if she has an affair with you, she'll never be able to give you up.
Sorry?
See you, Julie.
Yeah.
Good night.
Take care.
Annie. Good night, James.
Hello, Jilly. Nice to see you again.
You. What are you doing here?
You're looking very nice tonight. I've been watching you all day.
Don't come near me. I'll scream. They can hear me.
No one can hear you. Only me. I can hear you scream. I like hearing you scream.
No. Oh, please don't. Don't hurt me.
Sorry, Jilly. I have to.
Nick, wake up. Wake up. Oh, my... I forgot. Come on.
The person you are calling has not answered.
No.
Please try again.
Penny.
Sorry, there's no one here to take your call at the moment, but if you leave your name and number, I'll get back to you.
Penny, I'm sorry for ringing. I forgot what time it is. You'll be in bed. I just had the most horrendous nightmare and I needed to talk to someone. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'll speak to you tomorrow. You didn't need to come out, James.
I know, but you sounded so distressed.
It's almost 4 o'clock.
Exactly. You wouldn't have rang me this time in the morning unless you were in a really bad way. How are you now?
A bit calmer. It was just so real, James. Normally, I know I'm in a dream and I can almost say to myself, I'll wake up in a minute, but this time it was so ordinary. I went down to the basement to pick up the car, but he was in there with me and he took out the knife and suddenly I was wearing my nightdress and he stabbed at me, slashed at me. There's blood everywhere just coming out.
Hey, come on. You're okay. You're okay. Come on, let's get you a drink.
Alcohol?
Yeah, come on, what the hell? You couldn't get hold of Nick?
No. He probably switched his mobile off without thinking.
Listen, do you want me to stay till daybreak?
No, I couldn't ask you to do that.
Or if you want to go to bed, I'm happy to crash out down here. And if you have another nightmare...
James, that's really nice of you,
I probably won't get back to sleep now anyway.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. And if you want to join me, we could just stay up all night, talking and sharing this bottle of scotch. Tempted?
I don't think I've done that since my student days.
Nor me. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, do you know, I can't ever remember being drunk like this at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Thundering hangover, but not drunk.
Exactly. It's decadent. I feel a bit guilty, though.
Why?
Well, there's Nick, slaving away at some boring conference, having an early night, and here I am.
Don't you worry about Nick. I've been to those conferences. You don't have early nights. You'll be having a great time. Hey. Hey, what's brought this on?
Oh, nothing.
Is it about Nick?
No.
Come on, Gilly. Come on, what's wrong? Don't you trust him?
Yes, of course I do.
Hey, come on. Come here. You're gonna be okay, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Yes?
Hi, love. Did you ring me last night?
Oh, hello, Nick. Yeah.
Sorry. Battery was flat.
What time is it?
1:30. I'm on my lunch break.
1:30?
What's the matter? You sound half asleep.
Yeah, I was having a lie down. Didn't sleep well at all last night. Terrible nightmare.
Is that why you rang?
Yeah.
Sorry. But you're okay now, yeah?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Look, okay, I'll let you go, but I will ring you tonight, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Bye, love.
Bye.
Hey. And I'm missing you.
Me too. Bye.
Bye.
What time is it?
Oh, God. James. Oh, God, sorry. Oh, God.
You okay?
No, did we? We did, didn't we? Oh, no. Oh.
What are you doing?
This is all wrong, James. I shouldn't have done this.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, we shouldn't have... I shouldn't have... James, I'm sorry, but...
Do you want me to go?
Please. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No need to apologise. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let this happen. You're vulnerable. I took advantage.
No, it wasn't like that. We drank too much and I had a really lovely night, James. Thank you, but it can't happen again.
Yeah, I understand. It's no problem.
Really?
Yeah, honestly.
Hi, love.
Hi. How was the course?
Yeah, not bad. How have you been then?
Yeah, okay.
You miss me?
Of course.
I didn't pressurise you into having this meal, did I?
No. I wanted to come.
You positive?
Positive. I've been thinking very hard about what happened between us.
And?
And I realise how much I like you.
Thank you. I feel the same.
Great. Lovely restaurant. Very quiet, though.
I hired the whole restaurant.
What?
Well, it doesn't usually open on a Monday, so I hired it.
You're joking.
You're worth it.
How much did it cost?
I'm not telling you that. Just enjoy it.
It's a good menu. Don't know what to have.
Chili. Will you come back to my place tonight? Will you?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Thank you. I think you're fantastic. Cheers.
Cheers.
Excuse me. Don't go away.
I won't.
Hello, Jilly.
Nick, what are you doing here?
More to the point. What are you doing? Yeah, you're having an affair. Yeah, I know. I followed you. Where is he?
No, you've got this wrong.
How could you do this to me, Jilly?
How could I do it? You've got a cheek. You had an affair 3 years ago, and you're seeing her again, aren't you? Aren't you? Admit it.
I'm gonna kill him.
No, I'm sorry, Nick. Nick!
Hello, Jilly. Enjoying your meal?
What's going on?
Well, I've come to see you. You're a naughty girl, Jilly.
Nick! James!
They can't hear you, Jilly. No one can hear you. Only me. You like this knife, Jilly? You like the feel of it on your neck?
And it was so real, you didn't think you were in a dream?
No. And that's the second time it's happened. The other time was in the lift.
So, you were having a meal with another man, and your husband didn't know?
Yes.
He came in and accused you of having an affair with this man?
Yes. I've no idea why I was dreaming that. Never had an affair. What?
Do you have any feelings of guilt?
What have I got to be guilty about?
Did you tell Nick about the dream when you woke up?
No. I did sleep with someone the other night, when Nick was away. It was a one-off. I regretted it. I know it won't happen again. But I feel so terrible. I've never done that before. Not even when I found out Nick was having an affair. I'd thought about it. Nearly happened a couple of times, but each time I pulled back.
Why do you think it happened this time?
I don't know. I really don't know. All right, I'm coming. Hello? Anyone there? Hello? Hello?
And there was no one there?
No. About an hour after you'd gone out to your emergency meeting.
It must have been kids, knocking and running.
It wasn't kids. Someone is doing this. The phone call, the locker room, now this. Don't look at me like that, Nick. You think I'm making it up?
No, of course not.
Night. See you tomorrow.
Jilly?
Oh, don't do that.
Sorry.
What are you doing down here, James?
I wanted to talk to you, alone.
Why?
I want to see you again.
James, I made it clear I couldn't get involved with you.
I thought you might have had time to think about it.
Yes, I have. And I'm grateful for all the support you've given me, but the last thing I want is an affair.
How do you think Nick would react if he found out we'd slept together?
Is that a threat? Are you emotionally blackmailing me into a relationship?
No, of course not.
You're way out of order, James. Go away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... Look, Jilly, I'm really sorry.
Just leave me, okay?
Do you want another one?
Please. I was definitely being followed. He was wearing a mask. Similar to the one in my nightmare.
Jilly.
What?
Oh, come on. You must have imagined it.
I didn't imagine it.
Look, maybe you were so worked up it was dark. And it reminded you of your nightmare and you just thought he was wearing a mask.
No! And don't do this to me! I know what I saw. And anyway, where were you? I was on my way to the cinema when this happened.
Oh.
You never turned up.
Oh, Julie, I'm so sorry. I got stuck in a meeting. I completely forgot.
Well, that's great, Nick. That is fantastic.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, forget it.
Jilly!
Hello? Hello? Who's that?
Jilly, it's me, James. Are you on your own?
What the hell are you doing ringing me at home?
Well, can we meet up? I want to talk to you.
You rang here before.
No.
James, stop this. You're pestering me.
Sorry, but I'm not pestering you.
Goodbye, James, and don't you dare ring here again. You know all these weird calls and the stuff that's been happening to me?
Yeah.
I think it's James.
Oh, yeah, very funny.
These incidents, they only started since I opened up to James about my nightmares.
You're not serious.
And he's been coming on to me.
You are joking.
In fact, he's been pestering me. Wants to have an affair. It's not funny. It feels really threatening.
Sorry. No, you're right. So what are you going to do?
I don't know. I need more proof before I do anything. There's someone in the back. No. Who are you? Is that you, James? Don't come near me. This is only a dream. You are only a dream. You are not real. I'll wake up in a minute. I'm going to... Oh.
Jilly. Are you okay?
Dr. Carson, what happened?
I don't know. I just found you slumped across your steering wheel.
No, I thought I was dreaming. I thought it was a nightmare.
What was?
That dream I had. Someone in the backseat of my car. It just happened now. I got in, then I heard a noise behind me. Some breathing. I saw this masked figure, and I fainted.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Maybe you did faint. Then while you were unconscious, you started dreaming about this figure?
No.
Isn't that a possibility?
No. This was real. It was so real. And the mask wasn't the same, and he didn't speak. He always speaks. You don't believe me, do you? Do you?
I think you should go back into the hospital and let them check you out.
No.
He could be right.
Oh.
Maybe you fainted and then started to dream.
Don't you believe me either?
Hey, I didn't say that.
All these weird things that keep happening to me. Now this. It can't be a coincidence.
Okay.
It was no dream, Nick. I know it wasn't. You've got to believe me.
Okay, if you feel that strongly, maybe you should go to the police.
Oh, there's no point.
Why not?
Nick, if you're being honest, you don't believe me. So if my own husband doesn't believe me, why should they?
I was really surprised by this, Jilly. I mean, pleasantly surprised. I thought you didn't want to see me again.
I think you're getting the wrong impression. I'm meeting you in public because I feel safer.
What?
I know what you're doing, James.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about stalking me.
What? You think I'm stalking you?
Yes.
Well, that's ridiculous.
It was you in the car park, wasn't it?
No.
Oh, I bet you thought it was so funny, didn't you?
Jilly.
OK, she won't have an affair. This'll teach her. I'll make phone calls to her, follow her, scare her.
Jilly, I was in theatre.
What?
Last Tuesday, the night of the car park, I was in theatre. And that other night you were followed, I was working late again. Check the records. And I'm sorry if you think that I've been pestering you. I haven't. I just care a lot about you.
And who's doing this to me?
I don't I don't know. Come here. Come here. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you, I promise.
I'm sorry, James. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. Oh, anyway, I have to go. I think I heard Jilly coming in. Yeah, and you. Bye.
Hi.
Hi, love.
Who was that?
Oh, Pete from work.
Oh.
Emergency, I'm afraid. Got to go out.
What, now?
Sorry, yeah.
How long will you be?
It's a Far East order that's gone wobbly. Could be late. OK.
I suppose.
Sorry.
Oh, hi, Pete. It's Jilly here. Yeah. Is Nick still with you? Oh, right. No, that's fine. He's probably on his way home now. By the way, did you enjoy your weekend away at Birmingham? You know, that conference. Oh, sorry. Oh, right. No, must have got it wrong. Yeah. See you soon, Pete. Bye. You know how I said I didn't know why I had that... Well, it wasn't an affair. That one night.
Yeah. Go on.
I'm convinced Nick started up that relationship again. The one from work. I think at the back of my mind I knew something wasn't right, but now I'm convinced. He's still really nice to me, caring, but that's on the surface. That's his guilt, I can just tell. I know him too well. He's hiding something. And I think that's why I slept with... I suppose I was flattered by his attention. He liked me. He liked being with me.
And are you going to talk to Nick about your suspicions?
I don't know. Do you think I should?
How do you feel about it?
What if I'm wrong? I mean, I don't think I am, but suppose I could be. So I accuse him. He'll deny it whether it's true or not. I'm not sure where that takes us. Could make things worse. And how is any of this going to help get rid of the nightmares?
Nightmares, they can be an important resource for self-knowledge, for emotional discovery. Face up to your stresses and the nightmares might stop.
Fancy a drink tonight?
No, I have to get back.
Hello, Jilly.
Oh, hi, Dr. Carson.
Are you going to reception?
Yeah, I am.
No, down to the car park.
Don't you fancy a drink? And there's things we should talk about.
Not tonight, thanks.
Maybe tomorrow night. You can come too, Penny.
Sorry? Hi, Jim. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night, Dr. Carson.
Hello, Jill.
Oh, Nick. Take that stupid mask off. You don't scare me.
Don't I?
Don't come near me, Nick. I'll scream. They can hear me.
No one can hear you. Only me. I can hear you scream. I like to hear you scream. Do you like my knife, Jilly?
Oh, it's a dream. It's a dream. This is a dream. Oh, so horrible, Nick. Nick. Nick, where are you? Is someone there? Is anyone there? I'm not scared. Just leave now. I'm going to ring the police. Don't harm me. Just leave. You don't scare me. Hello? Is that emergency services? Can someone speak to me? I need the police. Hello? Hello?
No one can help you, Jilly. You're going to die.
Nick? Nick, is that you? Ah! Get away from me! Get away from me, Nick!
Jilly, what's the matter? Okay, you've just had a bad dream, that's all.
It's you, isn't it? You're doing it to me.
Jilly.
You're trying to drive me mad, aren't you? Aren't you? Aren't you?
Why would I do that? I love you.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. If you love me so much, why are you having an affair?
What? Who said I'm having an affair?
You're seeing that Glover woman again from work, aren't you? Aren't you? You didn't go to any Birmingham conference. You were off with her.
Jilly, stop. You've got this totally wrong.
Pete said he knew nothing about a Birmingham conference.
That's because he didn't. It wasn't a company conference. I was guest speaker. Look, wait. I think I've got it here. Yeah, here, look. That's my pass from the conference. It's details about the lecture. Believe me, Jilly, I'm not having an affair. Well?
I don't believe you.
Jilly, she left the firm.
When?
Last year. She's working in Edinburgh.
I'm sorry. So you're not having an affair?
No.
I'm sorry. Oh, you must think I'm paranoid.
No. You're just under a lot of stress.
I really think I'm going crazy, Penny.
So Nick hasn't been having an affair?
No.
And it's not James?
No.
So who is it? Who do you think it is that's following you?
I've no idea. Penny, I don't know what to do. I'm such a mess. Someone is doing this to me. They are. What?
Jilly, what if it's in your mind?
No.
Oh, Jilly, I hate seeing you like this, especially when there's nothing I can do to help. Have you told Ben Carson?
Hello? Is someone there?
Hello, Jilly. I've been waiting a long time for you.
Who's that? I recognise that voice.
So you should, Mrs. Barker.
Ben? Ben, is it you? Take off that mask. I'm not scared, you know.
Very well.
It is you. Why?
Well, I've always been a secret admirer of yours. But I knew you wouldn't have me, and that's why you've got to die.
No.
I should have done it last time, but I wanted to save you till now.
It was a dream. It was a dream.
Right. I want you to take 2 of these once a day with food.
What are they?
Paroxetine hydrochloride.
I'm not depressed.
They'll help you relax. Might even help with the nightmares. Give them a try, please.
Okay.
Good.
By the way, that night you found me unconscious in the car park. What were you doing down there?
Why?
Just asking.
Collecting my car.
But your car parking space is outside reception, isn't it?
Yes, but someone had parked in my place that morning, so I had to go into the underground parking.
Did they? Right. See you tomorrow then. Three o'clock. This is not a dream. This is not a dream. real. This is real. I know it's you, Ben. Why don't you come out and face me? Come on, you coward. You pathetic little man. Face me. Ben. I know this isn't a dream. It's not the same mask. Take it off, Ben. Look me in the eyes. You? No. Not you.
Jilly! Hi, love. Sorry I'm late. Where are you? Oh, no. Oh, no. Jilly.
We got the call through to the station at about 3:30. Went straight round. Mr. Barker was very upset, very distraught. He explained what had happened. He thought at first it was an intruder.
But it wasn't.
Well, the window had been broken from the inside. There was no sign of forced entry.
And a shard of glass was found by her side.
Yes. Forensics reported it was from the window and had been used to cut her throat.
Was she being followed? In my opinion, no. I think she was suffering from paranoia, brought on by an inability to cope with her nightmares.
You said earlier that Mrs. Barker sometimes failed to distinguish between those nightmares and real life.
That's correct.
Why was this, do you think?
Her nightmares were so strong that for her, they seemed to manifest themselves into reality. Her recurring nightmare was being attacked with a knife and her throat cut. That's when she'd wake up from the nightmare.
Similar to how she died?
Yes.
Was she depressed?
I would say so, yes. She wasn't coping with the nightmares. They were affecting the rest of her life.
Having heard all the evidence today, I conclude that Mrs. Gillian Barker took her own life while the balance of her mind was unstable. I record a verdict of suicide.
Penny.
Can I come in?
Well...
Please.
Okay.
How are you feeling now?
How do you think I'm feeling? Guilty. You know, that I couldn't do anything to help her. Maybe I was one of the reasons that she...
But she never suspected, did she?
She never suspected it was you I was seeing, no.
After a suitable time, a few months, maybe, you think me and you...
Oh, no, Penny. Why did I stop the affair?
I know, but...
No, because I don't love you. I made a mistake. We should never... It was always Jilly I loved. I was stupid.
What if I told you it was me that did it?
Sorry? Did what?
The phone calls. Following her. Attacking her. Driving her crazy. Everything.
No, you're not serious.
So we could be together. Wouldn't it show you how much I cared for you?
No. It would show me how sick you were. You didn't, did you? Did you?
Of course not. We both did.
Sorry?
We did it. Both of us.
Both of us... I don't know what you mean.
By having the affair. She simply guessed the wrong woman. But she knew. And that's why...
Get out.
She died because of you, Nick.
Oh,
no.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
You should feel guilty, Nick.
very guilty. And you've got to live with that for the rest of your life.
Gilly was played by Gillian Kearney, Nick by Chris Gascoigne, James by David Harewood, Penny by Deborah McAndrew, and Dr. Carson by Jonathan Keeble. Nightmares was written by Dave Simpson and directed in Manchester by Pauline Harris.
Shambleau by C.L. Moore. Part 1. Man has conquered space before. You may be sure of that. Somewhere beyond the Egyptians, in that dimness out of which come echoes of half-mythical names, Atlantis, Mu, somewhere back of history's first beginnings, there must have been an age when mankind, like us today, built cities of steel to house its star-roving ships, and knew the names of the planets in their own native tongues, heard Venus's people call their wet world Shahardal in that soft, sweet, slurring speech, and mimicked Mars's guttural lactis from the harsh tongues of Mars's dryland dwellers. You may be sure of it. Man has conquered space before, and out of that conquest, faint, faint echoes run still through a world that has forgotten the very fact of a civilization which must have been as mighty as our own. There have been too many myths and legends for us to doubt it. The myth of the Medusa, for instance, can never have had its roots in the soil of Earth. That tale of the snake-haired Gorgon whose gaze turned the gazer to stone never originated about any creature that Earth nourished. And those ancient Greeks who told the story must have remembered dimly and half-believing a tale of antiquity about some strange being from one of the outlying planets their remotest ancestors once trod. Shambleau! Ha! Shambleau! The wild hysteria of the mob rocketed from wall to wall of Lactoral's narrow streets, and the storming of heavy boots over the slag-red pavement made an ominous undernote to that swelling bay. Shambleau! Shambleau! Northwest Smith heard it coming, and stepped into the nearest doorway, laying a wary hand on his heat gun's grip, and his colourless eyes narrowed. Strange sounds were common enough in the streets of Earth's latest colony on Mars, a raw, red little town where anything might happen, and very often did. But Northwest Smith, whose name is known and respected in every dive and wild outpost on a dozen wild planets, was a cautious man, despite his reputation. He set his back against the wall and gripped his pistol, and heard the rising shout come nearer and nearer. Then into his range of vision flashed a red, running figure, dodging like a hunted hare from shelter to shelter in the narrow street. It was a girl, a berry-brown girl, in a single tattered garment whose scarlet burnt the eyes with its brilliance. She ran wearily, and he could hear her gasping breath from where he stood. As she came into view, he saw her hesitate and lean one hand against the wall for support and glance wildly around for shelter. She must not have seen him in the depths of the doorway, for as the bay of the mob grew louder and the pounding of feet sounded almost at the corner, she gave a despairing little moan and dodged into the recess at his very side. When she saw him standing there, tall and leather-browned, hand on his heat gun, she sobbed once inarticulately and collapsed at his feet, a huddle of burning scarlet and bare brown limbs. Smith had not seen her face, but she was a girl, and sweetly made and in danger. and though he had not the reputation of a chivalrous man, something in her hopeless huddle at his feet touched that chord of sympathy for the underdog that stirs in every Earthman, and he pushed her gently into the corner behind him and jerked out his gun just as the first of the running mob rounded the corner. It was a motley crowd, Earthmen and Martians, and a sprinkling of Venusian swamp men and strange, nameless denizens of unnamed planets, a typical Lacterol mob. When the first of them turned the corner and saw the empty street before them, there was a faltering in the rush, and the foremost spread out and began to search the doorways on both sides of the street. "Looking for something?" Smith's sardonic call sounded clear above the clamour of the mob. They turned. The shouting died for a moment as they took in the scene before them. Tall Earthman in the space explorer's leathern garb, all one colour from the burning of savage suns, save for the sinister pallor of his no-coloured eyes in a scarred and resolute face, gun in his steady hand, and the scarlet girl crouched behind him, panting. The foremost of the crowd, a burly Earthman in tattered leather from which the patrol insignia had been ripped away, stared for a moment with a strange expression of incredulity on his face, overspreading the savage exultation of the chase. Then he let loose a deep-throated bellow, "Shambleau!" and lunged forward. Behind him the mob took up the cry again, "Shambleau! Shambleau! Shambleau!" and surged after. Smith, lounging negligently against the wall, arms folded and gun hand draped over his left forearm, looked incapable of swift motion. But at the leader's first forward step, the pistol swept in a practised half-circle, and the dazzle of blue-white heat leaping from its muzzle seared an arc in the slag pavement at his feet. It was an old gesture, and not a man in the crowd but understood it. The foremost recoiled swiftly against the surge of those in the rear, and for a moment there was confusion as the tides met and struggled. Smith's mouth curled into a grim curve as he watched. The man in the mutilated patrol uniform lifted a threatening fist and stepped to the very edge of the deadline, while the crowd rocked to and fro behind him. "Are you crossing that line?" queried Smith in an ominously gentle voice. "We want that girl." "Come and get her." Recklessly, Smith grinned into his face. He saw danger there, but his defiance was not the foolhardy gesture it seemed. An expert psychologist of mobs from long experience, he sensed no murder here. Not a gun had appeared in any hand in the crowd. They desired the girl with an inexplicable bloodthirstiness he was at a loss to understand, but towards himself he sensed no such fury. A mauling he might expect, but his life was in no danger. Guns would have appeared before now if they were coming out at all. So he grinned in the man's angry face and leaned lazily against the wall. Behind their self-appointed leader, the crowd milled impatiently, and threatening voices began to rise again. Smith heard the girl moan at his feet. "What do you want with her?" he demanded. "She's Shambleau. Shambleau, you fool! Kick her out of there. We'll take care of her." "I'm taking care of her," drawled Smith. "She's Shambleau, I tell you. Damn your hide, man. We never let those things live. Kick her out here." The repeated name had no meaning to him, but Smith's innate stubbornness rose defiantly as the crowd surged forward to the very edge of the arc, their clamour growing louder. "Shambleau! Kick her out here! Give us Shambleau! Shambleau!" Smith dropped his indolent pose like a cloak, and planted both feet wide, swinging up his gun threateningly. "Keep back," he yelled. "She's mine. Keep back." He had no intention of using that heat beam. He knew by now that they would not kill him unless he started the gunplay himself, and he did not mean to give up his life for any girl alive. but a severe mauling he expected, and he braced himself instinctively as the mob heaved within itself. To his astonishment, a thing happened then that he had never known to happen before. At his shouted defiance, the foremost of the mob, those who had heard him clearly, drew back a little, not in alarm, but evidently surprised. The ex-patrolman said, "Yours? She's yours?" in a voice from which puzzlement crowded out the anger. Smith spread his booted legs wide before the crouching figure and flourished his gun. "Yeah," he said, "and I'm keeping her. Stand back there." The man stared at him wordlessly, and horror and disgust and incredulity mingled on his weather-beaten face. The incredulity triumphed for a moment, and he said again, "Yours?" Smith nodded defiance. The man stepped back suddenly, unutterable contempt in his very pose. He waved an arm to the crowd and said loudly, "It's his." And the press melted away, gone silent too, and the look of contempt spread from face to face. The ex-patrolman spat on the slag-paved street and turned his back indifferently. "Keep her, then," he advised briefly over one shoulder. "But don't let her out again in this town." Smith stared in perplexity, almost open-mouthed, as the suddenly scornful mob began to break up. His mind was in a whirl. That such bloodthirsty animosity should vanish in a breath, he could not believe. And the curious mingling of contempt and disgust on the faces he saw baffled him even more. Lacterall was anything but a Puritan town. It did not enter his head for a moment that his claiming the brown girl as his own had caused that strangely shocked revulsion to spread through the crowd. No, it was something deeper rooted than that. Instinctive, instant disgust had been in the faces he saw. They would have looked less so if he had admitted cannibalism or Farol worship. And they were leaving his vicinity as swiftly as if whatever unknowing sin had been committed were contagious. The street was emptying as rapidly as it had filled. He saw a sleek Venusian glance back over his shoulder as he turned the corner and sneer, "Shambleau." And the word awoke a new line of speculation in Smith's mind. Shambleau. Vaguely of French origin, it must be. And strange enough to hear it from the lips of Venusians and Martian drylanders, but it was their use of it that puzzled him more. "We never let those things live," the ex-patrolman had said. It reminded him dimly of something, an ancient line from some writing in his own tongue. "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." He smiled to himself at the similarity, and simultaneously was aware of the girl at his elbow. She had risen, soundlessly. He turned to face her, sheathing his gun, and stared, at first with curiosity, and then in the entirely frank openness with which men regard that which is not wholly human. For she was not. He knew it at a glance, though the brown, sweet body was shaped like a woman's, and she wore the garment of scarlet, he saw it was leather, with an ease that few unhuman beings achieve towards clothing. He knew it from the moment he looked into her eyes, and a shiver of unrest went over him as he met them. They were frankly green as young grass, with slit-like feline pupils that pulsed unceasingly, and there was a look of dark animal wisdom in their depths, that look of the beast which sees more than man. There was no hair upon her face, neither brows nor lashes, and he would have sworn that the tight scarlet turban bound around her head covered baldness. She had 3 fingers and a thumb, and her feet had 4 digits apiece too, and all 16 of them were tipped with round claws that sheathed back into the flesh like a cat's. She ran her tongue over her lips, a thin, pink, flat tongue as feline as her eyes, and spoke with difficulty. He felt that that throat and tongue had never been shaped for human speech. "Not afraid now," she said softly, and her little teeth were white and pointed as a kitten's. "What did they want you for?" he asked her curiously. "What had you done, Shambleau? Is that your name?" "I not talk your speech," she demurred hesitantly. "Well, try to, I want to know. Why were they chasing you? Will you be safe on the street now, or hadn't you better get indoors somewhere? They look dangerous." "I go with you." She brought it out with difficulty. "Say you," Smith grinned. "What are you, anyhow? You look like a kitten to me." "Shambleau." She said it somberly. "Where do you live? Are you a Martian?" "I come from far, from long ago, far country." "Wait," laughed Smith. "You're getting your wires crossed. You're not a Martian?" She drew herself up very straight beside him, lifting the turbaned head, and there was something queenly in the poise of her. "Martian," she said scornfully. "My people are you have no word. Your speech hard for me." "What's yours? I might know it. Try me." She lifted her head and met his eyes squarely, and there was in hers a subtle amusement. He could have sworn it. "Some day I speak to you in my own language," she promised, and the pink tongue flicked out over her lips, swiftly, hungrily. Approaching footsteps on the red pavement interrupted Smith's reply. A dryland Martian came past, reeling a little and exuding an aroma of Seguier whiskey, the Venusian brand. When he caught the red flash of the girl's tatters, he turned his head sharply, and as his Seguier-steeped brain took in the fact of her presence, he lurched towards the recess unsteadily, bawling, "Shambleau, I feral Shambleau!" and reached out a clutching hand. Smith struck it aside contemptuously. "On your way, Drylander," he advised. The man drew back and stared, blear-eyed. "Yours, eh?" he croaked. "You're welcome to it." And like the ex-patrolman before him, spat on the pavement and turned away, muttering harshly in the blasphemous tongue of the Drylands. Smith watched him shuffle off, and there was a crease between his colourless eyes, a nameless unease rising within him. "Come on," he said abruptly to the girl. "If this sort of thing is going to happen, we'd better get indoors. Where shall I take you?" "With you," she murmured. He stared down into the flat green eyes. Those ceaselessly pulsing pupils disturbed him, but it seemed to him vaguely that behind the animal shallows of her gaze was a shutter, a closed barrier that might at any moment open to reveal the very deeps of that dark knowledge he sensed there. Roughly he said again, "Come on, then," and stepped down into the street. She pattered along a pace or two behind him, making no effort to keep up with his long strides, and though Smith, as men know from Venus to Jupiter's moons, walks as softly as a cat, even in spacemen's boots, the girl at his heels slid like a shadow over the rough pavement, making no sound, that even the lightness of his footsteps was loud in the empty street. Smith chose the less frequented ways of Lacterol, and somewhat shamefacedly thanked his nameless gods that his lodgings were not far away, for the few pedestrians he met turned and stared after the two, with that by now familiar mingling of horror and contempt which he was as far as ever from understanding. The room he had engaged was a single cubicle in a lodging-house on the edge of the city. Lacterol, raw camp town that it was in those days, could have furnished little better anywhere within its limits, and Smith's errand there was not one he wished to advertise. He'd slept in worse places than this before, and knew that he would do so again. There was no one in sight when he entered, and the girl slipped up the stairs at his heels and vanished through the door, shadowy, unseen by anyone in the house. Smith closed the door and leaned his broad shoulders against the panels, regarding her speculatively. She took in what little the room had to offer in a glance. Frowsy bed, rickety table, mirror hanging unevenly and cracked against the wall, unpainted chairs, a typical camp-town room in an earth settlement abroad. She accepted its poverty in that single glance, dismissed it, then crossed to the window and leaned out for a moment, gazing across the low rooftops toward the barren countryside beyond, red slag under the late afternoon sun. "You can stay here," said Smith abruptly, "until I leave town. I'm waiting here for a friend to come in from Venus." "Have you eaten?" "Yes," said the girl quickly. "I shall need no food for a while." "Well," Smith glanced around the room, "I'll be in sometime tonight. You can go or stay just as you please. Better lock the door behind me." With no more formality than that, he left her. The door closed, and he heard the key turn and smiled to himself. He did not expect, then, ever to see her again. He went down the steps and out into the late slanting sunlight, with a mind so full of other matters that the brown girl receded very quickly into the background. Smith's errand in Lacterol, like most of his errands, is better not spoken of. Man lives as he must, and Smith's living was a perilous affair, outside the law and ruled by the ray gun only. It is enough to say that the shipping port and its cargoes outbound interested him deeply just now, and that the friend he awaited was Yarol the Venusian, in that swift little Edsel ship, the Maid, that can flash from world to world with a derisive speed that laughs at patrol boats and leaves pursuers floundering in the ether far behind. Smith and Yarol and the Maid were a trinity that had caused the patrol leaders much worry and many grey hairs in the past, and the future looked very bright to Smith himself that evening as he left his lodging-house. Lacterol roars by night, as Earthmen's camp towns have a way of doing on every planet where Earth's outposts are, and it was beginning lustily as Smith went down among the awakening lights towards the centre of town. His business there does not concern us. He mingled with the crowds where the lights were brightest, and there was the click of ivory counters and the jingle of silver, and red Sagear gurgled invitingly from black Venusian bottles. And much later, Smith strolled homeward under the moving moons of Mars, and if the street wavered a little under his feet now and then, why, that is only understandable. Not even Smith could drink red Sagear at every bar from the Martian Lamb to the New Chicago and remain entirely steady on his feet. But he found his way back with very little difficulty, considering, and spent a good 5 minutes hunting for his key before he remembered that he had left it in the inner lock for the girl. He knocked then, and there was no sound of footsteps from within, but in a few moments the latch clicked, and the door swung open. She retreated soundlessly before him as he entered, and took up her favourite place against the window, leaning back on the sill and outlined against the starry sky beyond. The room was in darkness. Smith flipped the switch by the door and then leaned back against the panels, steadying himself. The cool night air had sobered him a little, and his head was clear enough. Liquor went to Smith's feet, not his head, or he would never have come this far along the lawless way he had chosen. He lounged against the door now, and regarded the girl in the sudden glare of the bulbs, blinking a little, as much at the scarlet of her clothing as at the light. "So you stayed," he said. "I waited," she answered softly, leaning farther back against the sill and clasping the rough wood with slim, three-fingered hands, pale brown against the darkness. "Why?" She did not answer that, but her mouth curved into a slow smile. On a woman it would have been reply enough, provocative, daring. On Shambleau there was something pitiful and horrible in it, so human on the face of one half-animal, and yet that sweet brown body curving so softly from the tatters of scarlet leather, the velvety texture of that brownness, the white flashing smile. Smith was aware of a stirring excitement within him. After all, time would be hanging heavy now until Yarrow came. Speculatively, he allowed the steel-pale eyes to wander over her, with a slow regard that missed nothing. And when he spoke, he was aware that his voice had deepened a little. "Come here," he said. She came forward slowly, on bare clawed feet that made no slightest sound on the floor, and stood before him with downcast eyes and mouth trembling in that pitifully human smile. He took her by the shoulders, velvety soft shoulders of a creamy smoothness that was not the texture of human flesh. A little tremor went over her, perceptibly, at the contact of his hands. Northwest Smith caught his breath suddenly and dragged her to him. Sweet, yielding brownness in the circle of his arms. Heard her own breath catch and quicken as her velvety arms closed about his neck. And then he was looking down into her face, very near, and the green animal eyes met his with the pulsing pupils and the flicker of something deep behind their shallows. And through the rising clamour of his blood, even as he stooped his lips to hers, Smith felt something deep within him shudder away, inexplicable, instinctive, revolted. What it might be he had no words to tell, but the very touch of her was suddenly loathsome, so soft a velvet and unhuman, and it might have been an animal's face that lifted itself to his mouth. The dark knowledge looked hungrily from the darkness of those slit pupils, and for a mad instant he knew that same wild, feverish revulsion he had seen in the faces of the mob. Shambleau by C.L. Moore. Part 2. "God," he gasped. A far more ancient invocation against evil than he realized, then or ever, and he gripped her arms from his neck, swung her away with such a force that she reeled half across the room. Smith fell back against the door, breathing heavily, and stared at her while the wild revolt died slowly within him. She had fallen to the floor beneath the window, and as she lay there against the wall with bent head, he saw, curiously, that her turban had slipped, the turban that he had been so sure covered baldness, and a lock of scarlet hair fell below the binding leather, hair as scarlet as her garment, as unhumanly red as her eyes were unhumanly green. He stared, and shook his head dizzily and stared again, for it seemed to him that the thick lock of crimson had moved, squirmed of itself against her cheek. At the contact of it, her hands flew up, and she tucked it away with a very human gesture, and then dropped her head again into her hands. And from the deep shadow of her fingers, he thought she was staring up at him covertly. Smith drew a deep breath and passed a hand across his forehead. The inexplicable moment had gone as quickly as it came, too swiftly for him to understand or analyze. "Gotta lay off the say-gear," he told himself unsteadily. Had he imagined that scarlet hair? After all, she was no more than a pretty brown girl creature from one of the many half-human races peopling the planets. No more than that, after all. A pretty little thing, but animal. He laughed a little shakily. "No more of that," he said. "God knows I'm no angel, but there's gotta be a limit somewhere. Here." He crossed to the bed and sorted out a pair of blankets from the untidy heap, tossing them to the far corner of the room. "You can sleep there." Wordlessly she rose from the floor and began to rearrange the blankets, the uncomprehending resignation of the animal eloquent in every line of her. Smith had a strange dream that night. He thought he had awakened to a room full of darkness and moonlight and moving shadows, for the nearer moon of Mars was racing through the sky, and everything on the planets below her was imbued with a restless life in the dark. And something, some nameless, unthinkable thing, was coiled about his throat. Something like a soft snake, wet and warm. It lay loose and light about his neck, and it was moving gently, very gently, with a soft, caressive pressure that sent little thrills of delight through every nerve and fibre of him, a perilous delight, beyond physical pleasure, deeper than the joy of the mind. That warm softness was caressing the very root of his soul with a terrible intimacy. The ecstasy of it left him weak, and yet he knew, in a flash of knowledge born of this impossible dream, that this should not be handled. And with that knowledge a horror broke upon him, turning pleasure into a rapture of revulsion, hateful, horrible, but still most foully sweet. He tried to lift his hands and tear the dream monstrosity from his throat. Tried, but half-heartedly, for though his soul was revolted to its very deeps, yet the delight of his body was so great that his hands all but refused the attempt. But when at last he tried to lift his arms, a cold shock went over him, and he found that he could not stir. His body lay stony as marble beneath the blankets, a living marble that shuddered with a dreadful delight through every rigid vein. The revulsion grew strong upon him as he struggled against the paralyzing dream, a struggle of soul against sluggish body, titanically, until the moving dark was streaked with blankness that clouded and closed about him at last, and he sank back into the oblivion from which he had awakened. Next morning, when the bright sunlight shining through Mars's clear, thin air awakened him, Smith lay for a while trying to remember. The dream had been more vivid than reality, but he could not now quite recall, only that it had been more sweet and horrible than anything else in life. He lay, puzzling for a while, until a soft sound from the corner aroused him from his thoughts, and he sat up to see the girl lying in a cat-like coil on her blankets, watching him with round, grave eyes. He regarded her somewhat ruefully. "Morning," he said. "I've just had the devil of a dream." "Well, hungry?" She shook her head silently, and he could have sworn there was a covert gleam of strange amusement in her eyes. He stretched and yawned, dismissing the nightmare temporarily from his mind. "What am I gonna do with you?" he inquired, turning to more immediate matters. I'm leaving here in a day or two, and I can't take you along, you know. Where'd you come from in the first place?" Again she shook her head. "Not telling? Well, it's your own business. You can stay here until I give up the room. From then on, you'll have to do your own worrying." He swung his feet to the floor and reached for his clothes. 10 minutes later, slipping the heat gun into its holster at his thigh, Smith turned to the girl. "There's food concentrate in that box on the table. It ought to hold you till I get back. And you'd better lock the door again after I've gone." Her wide, unwavering stare was his only answer, and he was not sure she had understood, but, at any rate, the lock clicked after him as before, and he went down the steps with a faint grin on his lips. The memory of last night's extraordinary dream was slipping from him, as such memories do. By the time he'd reached the street, the girl, the dream, and all of yesterday's happenings were blotted out by the sharp necessities of the present. Again, the intricate business that had brought him here claimed his attention. He went about it to the exclusion of all else, and there was a good reason behind everything he did from the moment he stepped out into the street until the time when he turned back again at evening, though had one chosen to follow him during the day, his apparently aimless rambling through Lacterall would have seemed very pointless. He must have spent 2 hours at the least idling by the spaceport, watching with sleepy, colourless eyes the ships that came and went, the passengers, the vessels lying at wait, the cargoes, particularly the cargoes. He made the rounds of the town's saloons once more, consuming many glasses of varied liquors in the course of the day, and engaging in idle conversation with men of all races and worlds, usually in their own languages, for Smith was a linguist of repute among his contemporaries. He heard the gossip of the spaceways, news from a dozen planets of 1,000 different events. He heard the latest joke about the Venusian emperor, and the latest report on the Chino-Aryan War, and the latest song, hot from the lips of Rose Robertson, whom every man on the civilized planets adored as the Georgia Rose. He passed the day quite profitably for his own purposes, which do not concern us now, and it was not until late evening, when he turned homeward again, that the thought of the brown girl in his room took definite shape in his mind, though it had been lurking there, formless and submerged, all day. He had no idea what comprised her usual diet, but he bought a can of New York roast beef and one of Venusian frog broth, and a dozen fresh canal apples, and 2 pounds of that earth lettuce that grows so vigorously in the fertile canal soil of Mars. He felt that she must surely find something to her liking in this broad variety of edibles, and, for his day had been very satisfactory, he hummed the green hills of earth to himself in a surprisingly good baritone as he climbed the stairs. The door was locked as before, and he was reduced to kicking the lower panels gently with his boot, for his arms were full. She opened the door with that softness that was characteristic of her, and stood regarding him in the semi-darkness as he stumbled to the table with his load. The room was unlit again. "Why don't you turn on the lights?" he demanded irritably, after he had barked his shin on the chair by the table in an effort to deposit his burden there. "Light and dark, they are alike to me," she murmured. "Cat eyes, eh? Well, you look the part. Here, I buy you some dinner. Take your choice. Fond of roast beef, or how about a little frog broth?" She shook her head and backed away a step. "No," she said. "I cannot eat your food." Smith's brows wrinkled. "Didn't you have any of the food tablets?" Again, the red turban shook negatively. "Then you haven't had anything to eat for, more than 24 hours. You must be starved." "Not hungry," she denied. What can I find for you to eat, then? There's time yet if I hurry. You gotta eat, child. I shall eat, she said softly. Before long, I shall feed. Have no worry. She turned away and stood at the window, looking out over the moonlit landscape as if to end the conversation. Smith cast her a puzzled glance as he opened the can of roast beef. There had been an odd undernote in that assurance that, undefinably, he did not like. And the girl had teeth and tongue and presumably a fairly human digestive system, to judge from her human form. It was nonsense for her to pretend that he could find nothing that she could eat. She must have had some of the food concentrate after all, he decided, prying up the thermos lid of the inner container to release the long-sealed savour of the hot meat inside. Well, if you won't eat, you won't, he observed philosophically as he poured hot broth and diced beef into the dish-like lid of the thermos can and extracted the spoon from its hiding place between the inner and outer receptacles. She turned a little to watch him as he pulled up a rickety chair and sat down to the food, and after a while the realization that her green gaze was fixed so unwinkingly upon him made the man nervous, and he said between bites of creamy canal apple, "Why don't you try a little of this? It's good." "The food I eat is better," her soft voice told him in its hesitant murmur. And again he felt, rather than heard, a faint undernote of unpleasantness in the words. A sudden suspicion struck him as he pondered on that last remark, some vague memory of horror tales told about campfires in the past, and he swung round in the chair to look at her, a tiny creeping fear unaccountably arising. There had been that in her words, in her unspoken words, that menaced. She stood up beneath his gaze demurely, wide green eyes with their pulsing pupils meeting his without a falter. But her mouth was scarlet, and her teeth were sharp. "What food do you eat?" he demanded. And then, after a pause, very softly, "Blood?" She stared at him for a moment, uncomprehending. Then something like amusement curled her lips, and she said scornfully, "You think me vampire, eh? No, I am Shambleau." Unmistakably, there were scorn and amusement in her voice at the suggestion, but, as unmistakably, she knew what he meant, accepted it as a logical suspicion. Vampires, fairy tales, but fairy tales this unhuman outland creature was most familiar with. Smith was not a credulous man, nor a superstitious one, but he had seen too many strange things himself to doubt that the wildest legend might have a basis in fact. And there was something namelessly strange about her. He puzzled over it for a while between deep bites of canal apple, and though he wanted to question her about a great many things, he did not, for he knew how futile it would be. He said nothing more until the meat was finished, and another canal apple had followed the first, and he had cleared away the meal by the simple expedient of tossing the empty can out of the window. Then he lay back in the chair and surveyed her from half-closed eyes, colourless in a face tanned like saddle leather. And again he was conscious of the brown, soft curves of her, velvety subtle arcs and planes of smooth flesh under the tatters of scarlet leather. Vampire she might be, unhuman she certainly was, but desirable beyond words, as she sat submissive beneath his low regard, her red-turbaned head bent, her clawed fingers lying in her lap. They sat very still for a while, and the silence throbbed between them. She was so like a woman, an earth woman, sweet and submissive and demure, and softer than soft fur. If he could forget the three-fingered claws and the pulsing eyes, and that deeper strangeness beyond words, had he dreamed that red lock of hair that moved? Had it been Saegir that woke the wild revulsion he knew when he held her in his arms? Why had the mob so thirsted for her? He sat and stared, and despite the mystery of her and the half-suspicions that thronged his mind, for she was so beautifully soft and curved under those revealing tatters, he slowly realized that his pulses were mounting, became aware of a kindling within. Brown girl creature with downcast eyes. And then the lids lifted, and the green flatness of a cat's gaze met his, and last night's revulsion woke swiftly again, like a warning bell that clanged as their eyes met. Animal, after all, too sleek and soft for humanity, and that inner strangeness. Smith shrugged and sat up. His failings were legion, but the weakness of the flesh was not among the major ones. He motioned the girl to her pallet of blankets in the corner and turned to his own bed. From deeps of sound sleep he awoke much later. He awoke suddenly and completely, and with that inner excitement that presages something momentous. He awoke to brilliant moonlight, turning the room so bright that he could see the scarlet of the girl's rags as she sat up on her pallet. She was awake. She was sitting with her shoulder half turned to him, and her head bent. And some warning instinct crawled coldly up his spine as he watched what she was doing. And yet it was a very ordinary thing for a girl to do, any girl, anywhere. She was unbinding her turban. He watched, not breathing, a presentiment of something horrible stirring in his brain inexplicably. The red folds loosened, and he knew then that he had not dreamed. Again a scarlet lock swung down against her cheek. A hair, was it? A lock of hair? Thick as a thick worm it fell plumply against that smooth cheek, more scarlet than blood and thick as a crawling worm. And, like a worm, it crawled. Smith rose on an elbow, not realizing the motion, and fixed an unwinking stare with a sort of sick, fascinated incredulity on that lock of hair. He had not dreamed. Until now he had taken it for granted that it was the Saegir which had made it seem to move on that evening before. But now it was lengthening, stretching, moving of itself. It must be hair, but it crawled. With a sickening life of its own, it squirmed down against her cheek, caressingly, revoltingly, impossibly. Wet it was, and round, and thick, and shining. She unfastened the last fold and whipped the turban off. From what he saw then, Smith would have turned his eyes away, and he had looked on dreadful things before without flinching. But he could not stir. He could only lie there on his elbow, staring at the mass of scarlet, squirming worms, hairs, what, that writhed over her head in a dreadful mockery of ringlets. And it was lengthening, falling, somehow growing before his eyes, down over her shoulders in a spilling cascade, a mass that even at the beginning could never have been hidden under the skull-tight turban she'd worn. He was beyond wondering, but he realized that. And still it squirmed and lengthened and fell, and she shook it out in a horrible travesty of a woman shaking out her unbound hair, until the unspeakable tangle of it, twisting, writhing, obscenely scarlet, hung to her waist and beyond, and still lengthened, an endless mass of crawling horror that until now, somehow impossibly, had been hidden under the tight-bound turban. It was like a nest of blind, restless, red worms. It was like naked entrails, endowed with unnatural aliveness, terrible beyond words. Smith lay in the shadows, frozen without and within in a sick numbness that came of utter shock and revulsion. She shook out the obscene, unspeakable tangle over her shoulders, and somehow he knew that she was going to turn in a moment, and that he must meet her eyes. The thought of that meeting stopped his heart with dread, more awfully than anything else in this nightmare horror. For nightmare it must be, surely. But he knew without trying that he could not wrench his eyes away. The sickened fascination of that sight held him motionless, and somehow there was a certain beauty. Her head was turning. The crawling awfulness rippled and squirmed at the motion, writhing thick and wet and shining over the soft brown shoulders about which they fell now in obscene cascades that all but hid her body. Her head was turning. Smith lay numb, and very slowly he saw the round of her cheek foreshorten, and her profile come into view, all the scarlet horrors twisting ominously, and the profile shortened in turn, and her full face came slowly round towards the bed, moonlight shining brilliantly as day on the pretty girl face, demure and sweet, framed in tangled obscenity that crawled. The green eyes met his. He felt a perceptible shock, and a shudder rippled down his paralyzed spine, leaving an icy numbness in its wake. He felt the goose flesh rising, but that numbness and cold horror he scarcely realized, for the green eyes were locked with his in a long, long look that somehow presaged nameless things, not altogether unpleasant things. The voiceless voice of her mind assailing him with little murmurous promises. For a moment he went down into a blind abyss of submission. And then somehow the very sight of that obscenity in eyes that did not then realize they saw it was dreadful enough to draw him out of the seductive darkness, the sight of her crawling and alive with unnamable horror. She rose, and down about her in a cascade fell the squirming scarlet of what grew upon her head. It fell in a long, alive cloak to her bare feet on the floor, hiding her in a wave of dreadful, wet, writhing life. She put up her hands, and like a swimmer she parted the waterfall of it, tossing the masses back over her shoulders to reveal her own brown body, sweetly curved. She smiled exquisitely, and in starting waves back from her forehead and down about her, in a hideous background, writhed the snaky wetness of her living tresses, and Smith knew that he looked upon Medusa. The knowledge of that, the realization of vast backgrounds reaching into misted history, shook him out of his frozen horror for a moment, and in that moment he met her eyes again, smiling, green as glass in the moonlight, half hooded under drooping lids. Through the twisting scarlet she held out her arms, and there was something soul-shakingly desirable about her, so that all the blood surged to his head suddenly, and he stumbled to his feet like a sleeper in a dream as she swayed towards him, infinitely sweet in her cloak of living horror. And somehow there was beauty in it, the wet scarlet writhings with moonlight sliding and shining along the thick worm-round tresses and losing itself in the masses, only to glint again and move silvery along writhing tendrils. An awful, shuddering beauty, more dreadful than any ugliness could be. But all this again he but half realized, for the insidious murmur was coiling again through his brain, promising, caressing, alluring, sweeter than honey, and the green eyes that held his were clear and burning like the depths of a jewel, and behind the pulsing slits of darkness he was staring into a greater dark that held all things. He had known, dimly he had known, when he first gazed into those flat animal shallows, that behind them lay this, all beauty and terror, all horror and delight in the infinite darkness upon which her eyes opened like windows, paned with emerald glass. Her lips moved, and in a murmur that blended indistinguishably with the silence and the sway of her body, and the dreadful sway of her hair, she whispered, very softly, very passionately, "I shall speak to you now in my own tongue. Oh, beloved." And in her living cloak she swayed to him, the murmur swelling, seductive and caressing in his innermost brain, promising, compelling, sweeter than sweet. His flesh crawled to the horror of her, but it was a perverted revulsion that clasped what it loathed. His arms slid round her under the sliding cloak, wet and warm and hideously alive, and the sweet velvet body was clinging to his, her arms locked about his neck, and with a whisper and a rush the unspeakable horror closed about them both. In nightmares until he died, he remembered that moment, when the living tresses of Shambleau first folded him in their embrace. A nauseous, smothering odour as the wetness shut around him, thick, pulsing worms clasping every inch of his body, sliding, writhing, their wetness and warmth striking through his garments as if he stood naked to their embrace. All this in a graven instant, and after that a tangled flash of conflicting sensation before oblivion closed over him. Shambleau by C.L. Moore. Part 3. For he remembered the dream and knew it for nightmare reality now, and the sliding, gently moving caresses of those wet, warm worms upon his flesh was an ecstasy above words, that deeper ecstasy that strikes beyond the body and beyond the mind, and tickles the very roots of the soul with unnatural delight. So he stood, rigid as marble, as helplessly stony as any of Medusa's victims in ancient legends were, while the terrible pleasure of Shambleau thrilled and shuddered through every fibre of him, through every atom of his body, and the intangible atoms of what men call the soul. Through all that was Smith, the dreadful pleasure ran, and it was truly dreadful. Dimly he knew it, even as his body answered to the root-deep ecstasy, a foul and dreadful wooing from which his very soul shuddered away. And yet in the innermost depths of that soul some grinning traitor shivered with delight. But deeply behind all this he knew horror and revulsion and despair beyond telling, while the intimate caresses crawled obscenely in the secret places of his soul. Knew that the soul should not be handled, and shook with the perilous pleasure through it all. And this conflict and knowledge, this mingling of rapture and revulsion, all took place in the flashing of a moment, while the scarlet worms coiled and crawled upon him, sending deep, obscene tremors of that infinite pleasure into every atom that made up Smith. And he could not stir in that slimy, ecstatic embrace, and a weakness was flooding that grew deeper after each succeeding wave of intense delight, and the traitor in his soul strengthened and drowned out the revulsion, and something within him ceased to struggle as he sank wholly into a blazing darkness that was oblivion to all else but that devouring rapture. The young Venusian, climbing the stairs to his friend's lodging-room, pulled out his key absent-mindedly, a pucker forming between his fine brows. He was slim, as all Venusians are, as fair and sleek as any of them, and as with most of his countrymen, the look of cherubic innocence on his face was wholly deceptive. He had the face of a fallen angel without Lucifer's majesty to redeem it, for a black devil grinned in his eyes, and there were faint lines of ruthlessness and dissipation about his mouth to tell of the long years behind him that had run the gamut of experiences and made his name, next to Smith's, the most hated and the most respected in the records of the patrol. He mounted the stairs now with a puzzled frown between his eyes. He had come into Lacterol on the noon liner, the maid in her hold, very skilfully disguised with paint and otherwise, to find in lamentable disorder the affairs he had expected to be settled, and cautious inquiry elicited the information that Smith had not been seen for 3 days. That was not like his friend. He'd never failed before, and the two stood to lose not only a large sum of money, but also their personal safety by the inexplicable lapse on the part of Smith. Yarrell could think of one solution only. Fate had at last caught up with his friend. Nothing but physical disability could explain it. Still puzzling, he fitted his key in the lock and swung the door open. In that first moment, as the door opened, he sensed something very wrong. The room was darkened, and for a while he could see nothing, but at the first breath he scented a strange, unnameable odor, half sickening, half sweet, and deep stirrings of ancestral memory awoke within him, ancient swamp-born memories from Venusian ancestors far away and long ago. Yarrell laid his hand on his gun, lightly, and opened the door wider. In the dimness, all he could see at first was a curious mound in the far corner. Then his eyes grew accustomed to the dark, and he saw it more clearly. A mound that somehow heaved and stirred within itself. A mound of, he caught his breath sharply, a mound like a mass of entrails, living, moving, writhing with an unspeakable aliveness. Then a hot Venusian oath broke from his lips, and he cleared the door-sill in a swift stride, slammed the door, and set his back against it, gun ready in his hand, although his flesh crawled. For he knew. "Smith," he said softly, in a voice thick with horror. "Northwest?" The moving mass stirred, shuddered, sank back into crawling quiescence again. "Smith? Smith?" The Venusian's voice was gentle and insistent, and it quivered a little with terror. An impatient ripple went over the whole mass of aliveness in the corner. It stirred again, reluctantly. Then, tendril by writhing tendril, it began to part itself and fall aside. And very slowly the brown of a spaceman's leather appeared beneath it, all slimed and shining. "Smith? Northwest?" Yarrell's persistent whisper came again, urgently, and with a dreamlike slowness, the leather garments moved. A man sat up in the midst of the writhing forms. A man who once, long ago, might have been Northwest Smith. From head to foot he was slimy from the embrace of the crawling horror about him. His face was that of some creature beyond humanity, dead alive, fixed in a grey stare, and the look of terrible ecstasy that overspread it seemed to come from somewhere far within, a faint reflection from immeasurable distances beyond the flesh. And, as there is mystery and magic in the moonlight which is, after all, but a reflection of the everyday sun, so in that grey face turned to the door, was a terror unnameable and sweet, a reflection of ecstasy beyond the understanding of any who have known only earthly ecstasy themselves. And as he sat there, turning a blank, eyeless face to Jarl, the red worms writhed ceaselessly about him, very gently, with a soft, caressive motion that never slacked. "Smith, come here. Smith, get up. Smith? Smith!" Jarl's whisper hissed in the silence, commanding, urgent, but he made no move to leave the door. And, with a dreadful slowness, like a dead man rising, Smith stood up in the nest of slimy scarlet. He swayed drunkenly on his feet, and 2 or 3 crimson tendrils came writhing up his legs to the knees and wound themselves there, supportingly, moving with a ceaseless caress that seemed to give him some hidden strength. For he said then, without inflection, "Go away. Go away. Leave me alone." And the dead, ecstatic face never changed. "Smith!" Jarl's voice was desperate. "Smith, listen! Smith, can't you hear me?" "Go away," the monotonous voice said. "Go away. Go away. Go." "Not unless you come too. Can't you hear? Smith! Smith, I'll..." He hushed in mid-phrase, and once more the ancestral prickle of race memory shivered down his back, for the scarlet mass was moving again, violently, rising. Jarl pressed back against the door and gripped his gun, and the name of a god he had forgotten years ago rose to his lips unbidden. For he knew what was coming next, and the knowledge was more dreadful than any ignorance could have been. The red, writhing mass rose higher, and the tendrils parted, and a human face looked out, no, half-human, with green cat eyes that shone in the dimness like lighted jewels, compellingly. Jarl breathed, "Shah!" again, and flung up an arm against his face, and the tingle of meeting that green gaze for even an instant went thrilling through him perilously. "Smith!" he called in despair. "Smith, can't you hear me?" "Go away," said that voice that was not Smith's. "Go away." And somehow, although he dared not look, Jarl knew that the other had parted those worm-thick tresses and stood there, in all the human sweetness of the brown, curved woman's body, cloaked in living horror. And he felt the eyes upon him, and something was crying insistently in his brain to lower that shielding arm. He was lost, he knew it, and the knowledge gave him that courage which comes from despair. The voice in his brain was growing, swelling, deafening him with a roaring command that all but swept him before it, command to lower that arm, to meet the eyes that opened upon darkness, to submit, and a promise, murmurous and sweet, and evil beyond words, of pleasure to come. But somehow he kept his head. Somehow, dizzily, he was gripping his gun in his upflung hand. Somehow, incredibly, crossing the narrow room with averted face, groping for Smith's shoulder. There was a moment of blind fumbling in emptiness, and then he found it, and gripped the leather that was slimy and dreadful and wet, and simultaneously he felt something loop gently around his ankle, and a shock of repulsive pleasure went through him, and then another coil, and another, wound about his feet. Jarl set his teeth and gripped the shoulder hard, and his hand shuddered of itself, for the feel of that leather was slimy as the worms about his ankles, and a faint tingle of obscene delight went through him from the contact. That caressive pressure on his legs was all he could feel, and the voice in his brain drowned out all other sounds, and his body obeyed him reluctantly. But somehow he gave one heave of tremendous effort and swung Smith, stumbling, out of that nest of horror. The twining tendrils ripped loose with a little sucking sound, and the whole mass quivered and reached after. And then Jarl forgot his friend utterly and turned his whole being to the hopeless task of freeing himself. For only a part of him was fighting now. Only a part of him struggled against the twining obscenities, and in his innermost brain the sweet, seductive murmur sounded, and his body clamoured to surrender. Shari Dennis. Shambleau, prayed Jarl, gasping and half unconscious that he spoke. Boys' prayers that he'd forgotten years ago. And with his back half turned to the central mass, he kicked desperately with his heavy boots at the red, writhing worms about him. They gave back before him, quivering and curling themselves out of reach. And though he knew that more were reaching for his throat from behind, at least he could go on struggling until he was forced to meet those eyes. He stamped and kicked and stamped again, and for one instant he was free of the slimy grip as the bruised worms curled back from his heavy feet, and he lurched away, dizzily, sick with revulsion and despair as he fought off the coils, and then he lifted his eyes and saw the cracked mirror on the wall. Dimly in its reflection he could see the writhing scarlet horror behind him, cat face peering out with its demure girl smile, dreadfully human, and all the red tendrils reaching after him. And remembrance of something he had read long ago swept incongruously over him, and the gasp of relief and hope that he gave shook for a moment the grip of the command in his brain. Without pausing for a breath, he swung the gun over his shoulder, the reflected barrel in line with the reflected horror in the mirror, and flicked the catch. In the mirror, he saw its blue flame leap in a dazzling spate across the dimness, full into the midst of that squirming, reaching mass behind him. There was a hiss and a blaze and a high, thin scream of inhuman malice and despair. The flame cut a wide arc and went out as the gun fell from his hand, and Jarl pitched forward to the floor. Northwest Smith opened his eyes to Martian sunlight streaming thinly through the dingy window. Something wet and cold was slapping his face, and the familiar fiery sting of Sagear whiskey burnt his throat. "Smith," Jarl's voice was saying from far away. "N.W., wake up, damn you! Wake up!" "I'm awake," Smith managed to articulate thickly. "What's matter?" Then a cup rim was thrust against his teeth, and Jarl said irritably, "Drink it, you fool." Smith swallowed obediently, and more of the fire-hot Sagear flowed down his grateful throat. It spread a warmth through his body that awakened him from the numbness that had gripped him until now, and helped a little towards driving out the all-devouring weakness he was becoming aware of slowly. He lay still for a few minutes, while the warmth of the whiskey went through him, and memories sluggishly began to permeate his brain with the spread of the Sagear. Nightmare memories, sweet and terrible. Memories of... "God!" gasped Smith suddenly, and tried to sit up. Weakness smote him like a blow, and for an instant the room wheeled as he fell back against something firm and warm, Jarl's shoulder. The Venusian's arm supported him while the room steadied, and after a while he twisted a little and stared into the other's black gaze. Jarl was holding him with one arm and finishing the mug of Sagear himself, and the black eyes met his over the rim and crinkled into sudden laughter, half hysterical after that terror that was past. "By Farrell," gasped Jarl, choking into his mug. "By Farrell, N.W. I'm never going to let you forget this. Next time you have to drag me out of a mess, I'll say, 'Let it go,'" said Smith. "What's been going on? How—" "Shambleau." Jarl's laughter died. Shambleau! What were you doing with a thing like that? What was it? Smith asked soberly. Mean to say you didn't know. But where'd you find it? How... Suppose you tell me first what you know, said Smith firmly. And another swig of that Sager, too, please. I need it. Can you hold the mug now? Feel better? Yeah, some. I can hold it, thanks. Now go on. Well, I don't know just where to start. They call them Shambleau. Good God. Is there more than one? It's a sort of race, I think. One of the very oldest. Where they come from, nobody knows. The name sounds a little French, doesn't it? But it goes back beyond the start of history. They've always been Shambleau. I never heard of them. Not many people have, and those who know don't care to talk about it much. Well, half this town knows. I hadn't any idea what they were talking about then, and I still don't understand, but... Yes, it happens like this sometimes. They'll appear, and the news will spread, and the town will get together and hunt them down, and after that, well, the story doesn't get around very far. It's too unbelievable. But, my God, Yarrow, what was it? Where'd it come from? How... Nobody knows just where they come from. Another planet, maybe some undiscovered one. Some say Venus. I know there are some rather awful legends of them handed down in our family. That's how I've heard about it. And the minute I opened that door, a while back, I think I knew that smell. But what are they? God knows, not human, although they have the human form. Or that may be only an illusion. Or maybe I'm crazy, I don't know. They're a species of the vampire. Or maybe the vampire is a species of them. Their normal form must be that mass, and in that form they draw nourishment from the life forces of men. And they take some form, usually a woman form, I think, and key you up to the highest pitch of emotion before they begin. That's to work the life force up to intensity, so it'll be easier. And they give always that horrible, foul pleasure as they feed. There are some men who, if they survive the first experience, take to it like a drug, can't give it up, keep the thing with them all their lives, which isn't long, feeding it for that ghastly satisfaction, worse than smoking Ming or praying to Ferrol. Yeah, said Smith. I'm beginning to understand why that crowd was so surprised and disgusted when I said... Well, never mind. Go on. Did you get to talk to it? Asked Jarl. I tried to. It couldn't speak very well. I asked it where it came from, and it said from far away and long ago. Something like that. I wonder. Possibly some unknown planet, but I think not. You know, there are so many wild stories with some basis of fact to start from that I've sometimes wondered, mightn't there be a lot more of even worse and wilder superstitions we've never even heard of? Things like this, blasphemous and foul, that those who know have to keep still about? Awful, fantastic things running around loose that we never hear rumours of at all. These things, they've been in existence for countless ages. No one knows when or where they first appeared. Those who've seen them, as we saw this one, don't talk about it. It's just one of those vague, misty rumours you find, half hinted at in old books sometimes. I believe they are an older race than man, spawned from ancient seed in times before ours, perhaps on planets that have gone to dust, and so horrible to man that when they are discovered, the discoverers keep still about it, forget them again as quickly as they can. And they go back to time immemorial. I suppose you recognise the legend of Medusa. There isn't any question that the ancient Greeks knew of them. Does it mean that there have been civilizations before yours that set out from Earth and explored other planets? Or did one of the Shambleau somehow make its way into Greece 3,000 years ago? If you think about it long enough, you'll go off your head. I wonder how many other legends are based on things like this. Things we don't suspect. things we'll never know. The Gorgon, Medusa, a beautiful woman with snakes for hair and a gaze that turned men to stone, and Perseus finally killed her. I remember this just by accident, NW, and it saved your life, and mine. Perseus killed her by using a mirror, as he fought to reflect what he dared not look at directly. I wonder what the old Greek who first started that legend would have thought if he'd known that 3,000 years later his story would save the lives of 2 men on another planet. I wonder what that Greek's own story was, and how he met the thing and what happened. Well, there's a lot we'll never know. Wouldn't the records of that race of things, whatever they are, be worth reading? Records of other planets and other ages and all the beginnings of mankind. I don't suppose they've kept any records. I don't suppose they've even any place to keep them. From what little I know, or anyone knows about it, they're like the wandering Jew, just bobbing up here and there at long intervals, and where they stay in the meantime, I'd give my eyes to know. But I don't believe that terribly hypnotic power they have indicates any superhuman intelligence. It's their means of getting food, just like a frog's long tongue or a carnivorous flower's odour. Those are physical because the frog and the flower eat physical food. The Shambleau uses a mental reach to get mental food. I don't quite know how to put it. And just as a beast that eats the bodies of other animals acquires with each meal greater power over the bodies of the rest, so the Shambleau, stoking itself up with the life forces of men, increases its power over the minds and the souls of other men. But I'm talking about things I can't define, things I'm not sure exist. I only know that when those tentacles closed around my legs, I didn't want to pull loose. I felt sensations that fouled and filthy to the very deepest part of me by that pleasure, and yet... I know, said Smith slowly. The effect of the Sagyr was beginning to wear off, and weakness was washing back over him in waves, and when he spoke, he was half meditating in a low voice, scarcely realizing that Jarl listened. I know it, much better than you do. And there's something so indescribably awful that the thing emanates. Something so utterly at odds with everything human. There aren't any words to say it. For a while, I was part of it. Literally. Sharing its thoughts and memories and emotions and hungers. And, well, it's over now and I don't remember it very clearly, but the only part left free was that part of me that was all but insane from the obscenity of the thing. And yet it was a pleasure. So sweet. I think there must be some nucleus of utter evil in me, in everyone, that needs only the proper stimulus to get complete control. Because even while I was sick all through from the touch of those things, there was something in me that was simply gibbering with delight. Because of that, I saw things and knew things, horrible, wild things I can't quite remember. Visited unbelievable places, looked backward through the memory of that creature I was with and saw. God, I wish I could remember. You ought to thank your God you can't, said Jarl soberly. His voice roused Smith from the half-trance he had fallen into, and he rose on his elbow, swaying a little from weakness. The room was wavering before him, and he closed his eyes not to see it, but he asked, You say they don't turn up again? No way of finding another? Jarl did not answer for a moment. He laid his hands on the other man's shoulders and pressed him back, and then sat staring down into the dark, ravaged face with a new, strange, undefinable look upon it that he had never seen there before, whose meaning he knew too well. "Smith," he said finally, and his black eyes for once were steady and serious, and the little grinning devil had vanished from behind them. "Smith, I've never asked your word on anything before, but I've earned the right to do it now, and I'm asking you to promise me one thing." Smith's colourless eyes met the black gaze unsteadily. Irresolution was in them, and a little fear of what that promise might be. And for just a moment, Jarl was looking not into his friend's familiar eyes, but into a wide grey blankness that held all horror and delight, a pale sea with unspeakable pleasures sunk beneath it. Then the wide stare focused again, and Smith's eyes met his squarely, and Smith's voice said, "Go ahead. I'll promise that if you should ever meet a Shambleau again, ever, anywhere, you'll draw your gun and burn it to hell the instant you realize what it is. Will you promise me that?" There was a long silence. Jarl's sombre black eyes bored relentlessly into the colourless ones of Smith, not wavering, and the veins stood out on Smith's tanned forehead. He never broke his word. He had given it perhaps half a dozen times in his life, but once he had given it, he was incapable of breaking it. And once more the grey seas flooded in, a dim tide of memories, sweet and horrible beyond dreams. Once more Jarl was staring into blankness that hid nameless things. The room was very still. The grey tide ebbed. Smith's eyes, pale and resolute as steel, met Jarl's levelly. "I'll try," he said, and his voice wavered.
Right away in the west of Ireland lies a tiny hamlet called Creighton. Far around it there spreads a waste of bleak and totally inhospitable country, bare and unpeopled. Yet in spite of its desolation, my friend Tonneson and I had elected to spend our vacation there. He had stumbled on the place the year previously during a walking tour and discovered the possibilities for the angler in a small, unnamed river. It was early evening when we arrived. It had taken us all day to journey the 40 miles from the railway station at Ardryan over some of the roughest tracks imaginable. Having put up our tent, we dismissed our driver, telling him to come for us at the end of a fortnight. We had brought sufficient provisions to last us, and water we could get from the stream. Tonneson had got our small oil stove lit, so I took the kettle and walked down to the river. On the way back, I passed a small group of village people. I asked them, casually, about the fishing, but instead of answering, they just stared at me. Then one of the men said something rapidly, in what I guessed to be pure Irish. It was evident that the inhabitants of these few huts in the wilderness did not know a word of English. So, with a smile and a nod, I left them, and the little crowd smiled and nodded in return, though their faces betrayed puzzlement. Next morning, we rose early and went for a swim. Then, after breakfast, we roused out our fishing tackle and strode off in the direction my friend had explored on his previous visit. During the day, we fished happily, working steadily upstream, and by evening we had one of the prettiest creels of fish that I had seen for a long while. Thus we spent several days, having splendid sport and first-rate appetites to do justice upon our prey. It was the Sunday after we arrived that we made a great discovery. Hitherto, we had always gone upstream. On that day, however, we laid aside our rods and set out for a ramble in the opposite direction. The day was warm, and we trudged along, chatting on this and that matter. And then, without any warning whatsoever, the river we had followed so confidently came to an abrupt end, vanishing into the earth. Tonneson and I stared in amazement. "Let's go on a bit," he said. "It may reappear." Presently, we came out onto the top of a high, boulder-strewn bank, from which we looked down into a wilderness of bushes and trees. From the centre of the wooded lowland there rose a great haze-like spray. "There must be a waterfall," said Tonneson. Down the sloping bank we made our way, and entered among the wilderness. The bushes were matted, and the trees overhung us, but here and there one could trace signs of a long-departed cultivation. It came to me that we were making our way through a great and ancient garden. But what a wild place it was now, so dismal and sombre. And there had grown upon our ears a distant, droning roar. Steadily the roaring grew louder and nearer, until it appeared, as I remarked to Tonneson, almost to come from under our feet. And then suddenly we came out from among the trees onto a great open space, where, not 6 paces in front of us, yawned the mouth of a tremendous chasm, from the depths of which the noise appeared to rise, along with the spray. "Good Lord," said Tonneson. I was silent, and rather awed. On the far side of the chasm there was something that looked like a fragment of a great ruin. "Come along," Tonneson shouted above the uproar. "We'll have a look at it." He started off around the edge of the crater-like abyss. As we neared this new thing, I saw that it was undoubtedly a portion of some ruined building. Yet it was not built on the edge of the chasm itself, but perched on a huge rocky spur over it. We walked out onto the projecting arm of rock, and I must confess to having felt an intolerable sense of terror as I looked down into the unknown depths below. Reaching the ruin, we clambered around it cautiously, and on the further side came across a mass of fallen stones. The ruin itself seemed to be a portion of the outer wall of some prodigious structure, it was so substantially built. Yet where was the rest of whatever there had been? I saw that Tonneson was standing within a small excavation that he had made among the debris. He was brushing dirt from what looked like a book, much dilapidated. He handed his prize to me, telling me to put it in my satchel. This I did, first, however, running the pages through my fingers, and noting that they were filled with a neat, old-fashioned writing, which was quite legible, save one portion that was muddied and crumpled. Having put the volume away safely, I gave Tonneson a hand with the self-imposed excavating. Yet though we put in over an hour's hard work, we came up with nothing more than some fragments of broken wood. And so we went back once more to the safety of the land. We made a complete tour of the tremendous chasm, which we were able to observe was an almost perfect circle, save for where the ruin-crowned rock jutted out. To the north was a clear space, and we bent our steps in that direction. Here, distant from the mighty pit by some hundreds of yards, we came across a great lake of silent water. Silent, that is, save in one part, where there was a continuous bubbling. We were able to speak now without having to shout, and I asked Tonneson what he thought of the place. I told him that I didn't like it, and that the sooner we were out of it the better. He nodded. And then suddenly there came a strange wailing noise out of the wood on our left, and then silence. "Let's get out of here," said Tonneson, and he turned back the way we had come. He said nothing further, but kept on steadily. We were among the trees now, and I glanced round, nervously, but saw nothing. Yet I had a horrible feeling that we were not alone, and I kept so close to Tonneson that twice I kicked his heels. A minute, and then another, and then we came out at last upon the bare rockiness of the countryside. Once, as we moved away, there seemed to come again a distant sound of wailing, and I told myself that it was the wind. Yet the evening was breathless. After supper that night, I took the manuscript from my satchel. As we could not both read from it at the same time, Tonneson suggested that I should read it out loud. So there, seated in the opening of our tent, I began the strange tale of the house on the borderland. I am an old man. I live here in this ancient house, surrounded by huge unkempt gardens. The peasantry who inhabit the wilderness beyond say that I am mad. I have nothing to do with them. I live here alone with my old sister, who is my housekeeper. I have one friend, a dog. Yes, I would sooner have old Pepper than the rest of creation together. I have decided to start a kind of diary. For a couple of centuries, this house has had a reputation, a bad one, and until I bought it, for more than 80 years, no one had lived here. I am not superstitious, but I have ceased to deny that things happen in this house, things that I cannot explain, and therefore I must needs ease my mind by writing down an account of them. Though, should my diary ever be read when I am gone, the readers will be more convinced that I was mad. This house, how ancient it is. Though its age strikes one less perhaps than its structure, little curved towers and pinnacles with outlines suggestive of leaping flames predominate, while the body of the building is in the form of a circle. I have heard that there are old stories told amongst the country people to the effect that the devil built the place. However, that is as may be. I must have been here some 10 years before I saw any real manifestations of the so-called supernatural. It was after midnight on the 21st day of January. I was reading in my study. Pepper lay sleeping near my chair. Suddenly, without warning, the flames of the 2 candles went low and then shone with a ghastly green effulgence. Down on the floor, I heard a frightened whimper as Pepper cowered under my dressing-gown. Pepper, usually as brave as a lion. And then away in the far end of the huge old-fashioned room, I became conscious of a faint glow. Steadily it grew, filling the room with gleams of quivering green light. Then they sank quickly and changed into deep, sombre crimson. The light came from the end wall. Then, as it grew duller, I was aware all at once that instead of looking at the redness, I was staring through it, and through the wall beyond. Gradually I realized that I was looking out onto a vast plain, lit with the same gloomy twilight that pervaded the room. The immensity of this plain scarcely can be conceived. In no part could I perceive its confines. Suddenly, I became conscious that I was no longer in the chair. Instead, I seemed to be hovering above it and looking down on a dim something, huddled and silent. In a little while, a cold blast struck me, and I was outside in the night, floating up through the darkness. I looked to my right and left, and saw the intolerable blackness of the night pierced by remote gleams of fire. Onwards, outwards I drove. Once I glanced behind and saw the earth, a small crescent of blue light, receding away to my left. A great while seemed to pass over me, and now I could nowhere see anything. I had passed beyond the stars and plunged into blackness. I became filled with fear and despair. Where was I going? Even as the thoughts formed, there grew against the blackness that wrapped me a faint tinge of blood. Slowly, the distant redness became plainer and larger, and presently I found I was descending upon it, and soon I sank into a great sea of sullen, red-hued clouds. Slowly I emerged from these, and there below me I saw the stupendous plain that I had seen from my room in this house that stands upon the borders of the silences. Nowhere could I descry any signs of life, not even the ruins of some ancient habitation. Gradually, I found that I was being borne forward, floating across the flat waste. Yet it was a great time before I perceived any signs of the place towards which I was being conveyed. At first, I saw it far ahead, like a long hillock on the surface of the plain. But as I drew nearer, I perceived that I had been mistaken. I made out now a great chain of mountains, whose distant peaks towered up into the red gloom. And after a time, I approached a vast rift opening out into the mountains. Through this I was borne, moving at no great speed. On either side of me, huge walls of rock-like substance rose sheer. For a while, I went on steadily, and then suddenly I was at the exit of the chasm, staring out upon an enormous amphitheatre of mountains. Yet of the mountains and the grandeur of the place I recked nothing, for I was confounded with amazement to behold, at a distance of several miles, and occupying the centre of the arena, a stupendous structure, built apparently of green jade. Yet in itself, it was not the discovery of the building that had so astonished me, but the fact that in no particular, save in colour and its enormous size, did the lonely structure vary from this house in which I live. I could scarcely believe what I saw. What does it mean? The arena appeared a perfect circle, the house, as I have mentioned, standing in the centre. I glanced upwards at the slopes of the circling mountains. How silent they were. And then as I peered, a new terror came to me, for away up among the dim peaks to my right, I had descried a vast shape of blackness, giant-like. It had an enormous ass-like head with gigantic ears. But then my gaze sprang from it to something higher up among the crags. For a long minute I gazed, fearfully. The thing was black and had 4 grotesque arms. The features showed indistinctly. Round the neck, I made out several objects. Slowly, the details came to me, and I realized coldly that they were skulls. Straight away, I knew that I was looking at a monstrous representation of Kali, the Hindu goddess of death. Other remembrances of my old student days drifted through my thoughts. My glance fell back upon the huge ass-headed thing. Simultaneously, I recognized it for the ancient Egyptian god Set, the destroyer of souls. 2 of the old gods of mythology. I tried to comprehend to what it was all pointing. Further off, reclining off a lofty edge, I made out a livid mass, irregular and ghoulish, without form, and then I saw others. There were hundreds of them. The mountains were full of strange things, beast gods and horrors so atrocious and bestial that possibility and decency deny any further attempt to describe them. And I was filled with a terrible sense of fear and repugnance. Yet in spite of this, I wondered exceedingly, was there, after all, something in the old heathen worship? But then, in the midst of my musings, something happened. Until then, I had stayed within the shadow of the exit of the great rift. Now, without volition on my part, I drifted out and began to move slowly across the arena, towards the house. All around was spread the stark loneliness of the place, and the unbroken silence. Steadily, I neared the great building. Then, all at once, something came round one of the huge buttresses of the house. It was a gigantic thing, and moved with a curious lope, going almost upright, in the manner of a man. It was quite unclothed, and had a remarkable, luminous appearance. Yet it was the face that attracted and frightened me the most. It was the face of a swine. Silently, I watched this horrible creature. It was making its way cumbrously round the building, stopping at each window to peer in and shake the bars, with which, as in this house, they were protected. Evidently, it was searching for an ingress into the house. I had now come to within less than 1/4 of a mile of the great structure, and still I was compelled forward. Abruptly, the thing turned and gazed in my direction. It opened its mouth, and for the first time the stillness of that abominable place was broken by a deep, booming note. Then, immediately, I became aware that it was coming towards me, swiftly and silently. In an instant, it had covered half the distance that lay between, and still I was borne helplessly to meet it. Only 100 yards, and the brutish ferocity of the giant face numbed me with a feeling of unmitigated horror. But then, in the very moment of my despair, I became conscious that I was looking down upon the arena from a rapidly increasing height. I was rising. Beneath me, The foul swine creature had gone down on all fours and was snuffing and rooting at the surface of the arena. A moment, and it rose to its feet, clutching upwards, with an expression of desire upon its face, such as I have never seen in this world. Continually, I mounted higher. A few minutes passed, it seemed, and I had risen above the mountains, floating alone, afar in the redness. A tremendous distance below, the arena showed dimly, with the mighty house looking no larger than a tiny spot of green. Presently, I passed over the mountains, out above the huge breadth of the plain, and then everything vanished, and only a sea of red mist was spread far below me. A while, and even this had gone, and I was wrapped in an impalpable, lightless gloom. A great time passed. Ages. And then a single star broke its way through the darkness. Presently, all about me shone the splendor of the countless stars. Later, years it seemed, I saw the sun, a clot of flame, and then I saw the earth again, blue and unbelievably minute. A long space of time came and went, and then at last I entered into the shadow of the world, plunging headlong into the dim and holy earth night. For a while, I knew nothing. I was unconscious. Then, gradually, I became aware of a faint, distant whining. I struggled madly for breath and tried to shout. I was conscious that something was licking my hand. Then things came back to me, and I called Pepper, faintly. I was answered by a joyful bark and renewed caresses. In a while I felt stronger, and put out my hand for the matches. I struck a light and looked confusedly around me. All about me I saw the old familiar things, and I sat full of dazed wonder until the flame of the match burnt my fingers, and I dropped it. After a moment I struck another match, and stumbling across the room, lit the candles. As I did so, I observed that they had not burned away, but been put out. As the flames shot up, I stared about the study, yet there was nothing unusual to see. What had happened? I felt dazed and muddled. I went across to the cupboard where I keep brandy and biscuits and poured myself out a little of the stimulant. I drank it off, then taking a handful of biscuits, I returned to my chair and began to devour them ravenously. I was vaguely surprised at my hunger. As I ate, my glance fell upon the face of the clock in the corner. Therewith, I stopped eating and just stared. The hands were pointing to a little before midnight, whereas it was, as I well knew, considerably after that time, when I had witnessed the first of the strange happenings. For a moment I was puzzled. Then, as I turned the matter over in my wearied brain, the thought flashed upon me that it was now close upon the morning of the 22nd, and that I had been unconscious to the visible world through the greater portion of the last 24 hours. During breakfast next morning, I inquired casually of my sister regarding this date, and found my surmise correct. I had indeed been absent, at least in the spirit, for nearly a day and a night. My sister asked me no question, for it was not by any means the first time that I kept to my study for a whole day, and sometimes a couple of days, when I had been particularly engrossed in my books. And so the days pass on, and I am still filled with a wonder to know the meaning of all that I saw on that memorable night. The house is, as I have said before, surrounded by wild and uncultivated gardens. Away at the back, distant some 300 yards, is a dark, deep ravine, spoken of as the pit by the peasantry. At the bottom runs a sluggish stream, overhung by trees. In passing, I must explain that this river has a subterranean origin, emerging suddenly at the east end of the ravine and disappearing as abruptly at its western extremity. It was some months after my vision, if vision it were, of the great plain, that my attention was particularly attracted to the pit. I happened one day to be walking along its southern edge, when suddenly several pieces of rock were dislodged from the face of the cliff beneath me, and fell with a sudden crash through the trees. I heard them splash in the river at the bottom, and then silence. I should not have given the incident more than a passing thought had not Pepper at once begun to bark savagely. Feeling that there must be something in the pit, I went back to the house for a stick. When I returned, Pepper had ceased his barks and was growling and smelling uneasily along the top. Whistling to him to follow me, I started to descend cautiously. The depth to the river must be about 150 feet. Once down, Pepper began to explore the banks. It was very dark there, due to the overhanging trees, and I moved warily, my stick ready. Thus we searched right up one side of the river without seeing anything. Then we crossed over and commenced to beat our way back through the underbrush. We had accomplished half the distance when I heard again the sound of stones falling on the other side. Seconds later, a loud, half-human, half-pig-like squeal sounded from among the trees, halfway up the cliff. It was answered by a similar note from the bottom of the pit. At this, Pepper gave a short bark, and, springing across the river, disappeared into the bushes. Immediately afterwards, I heard his barks increase in depth and number, and in between there sounded a noise of confused jabbering. This ceased, as there rose a semi-human yell of agony, and then Pepper gave a howl of pain and came running out. As he reached me, I saw that he was bleeding from what appeared to be a great claw wound in his side. Seeing Pepper thus mutilated, a feeling of anger seized me, and whirling my staff, I sprang across and into the bushes. As I forced my way through, I thought I heard a sound of breathing. Next instant, I had burst into a clear space, just in time to see something, livid white in colour, disappear ahead of me. With a shout, I ran towards it, but though I struck and probed among the bushes with my stick, I neither saw nor heard anything further, and so returned to Pepper. There, after bathing his wound in the river, we retreated up the ravine and into the daylight again. On reaching the house, my sister inquired what had happened to Pepper, and I told her he had been fighting with the wildcat. I felt it would be better not to tell her how it had really happened. Though to be sure, I scarcely knew myself, but I did know that the thing I had seen was no wildcat. It was too big, and had, so far as I had observed, a skin like a hog's, only of a dead, unhealthy white colour, and it had run upright on its hind feet. To tell the truth, I felt a good deal of uneasiness as I turned the matter over in my mind. It was later that afternoon, as I sat reading, that happening to look up, I saw something peering over the window ledge, the eyes and ears only showing. "A pig, by Jove," I said, rising to my feet. But it was no pig. God alone knows what it was. It reminded me vaguely of that hideous thing in the great arena. It had a grotesquely human mouth and jaw, but no chin. The nose was prolonged into a snout. This, with the little eyes and ears, gave it a swine-like appearance. The face was of an unwholesome white colour. For perhaps a minute, I stood looking at the thing, with an ever-growing fear. The mouth kept jabbering inanely, and the eyes seemed to glow. It appeared to be supporting itself by two claw-like hands upon the window-sill. As my nerves steadied a little, I took a step towards the window. Even as I did so, the thing ducked and vanished. I rushed to the door and looked around, but only the tangled bushes and shrubs met my gaze. I ran back into the house and, getting my gun, sallied out to search through the gardens. I was determined to put an end to that swine thing. At first I searched cautiously, with the thought of Pepper's wound in my mind. But as the hours passed and not a sign of anything living showed in the lonely gardens, I became less apprehensive, plunging right through the bushes. For the rest of the afternoon, I searched. I felt that I should be unable to sleep with that bestial thing haunting the shrubberies, and yet, when evening fell, I had seen nothing. I turned homewards with a curious feeling of depression. That night, after my sister had gone to bed, I went round to all the windows and doors on the ground floor and saw that they were securely fastened. This precaution was scarcely necessary as regards the windows, all of which are strongly barred, but with the doors it was a wise thought, as not one was locked. Having secured these, I went to the kitchen, where a large fire was burning, and sat there. I dare say I had read for a couple of hours when suddenly I heard a sound, It was a noise of something rubbing and fumbling against the back door. Once the door creaked loudly, as though force was being applied to it. During those few moments I experienced an indescribable feeling of terror. My hands shook, a cold sweat broke out on me, and I shivered violently. And then the stealthy movements outside ceased. For an hour I sat there, silent and watchful. Gradually something stole on my ear, a sound that resolved itself into a faint murmur. Quickly it developed and grew into a muffled but hideous chorus of bestial shrieks. It appeared to rise from the bowels of the earth. And then it stopped. After that I just sat, and thus the daylight found me. I crept to the door to listen. For some minutes I stood there. Then, very gradually and cautiously, I drew back the bolt and, opening the door, peeped out. My caution was unneeded. Nothing was to be seen, save the grey vista of dreary, tangled bushes and trees extending to the distant plantation. With a shiver, I closed the door and made my way up to bed. It was evening, a week later. My sister sat in the garden, knitting. I was walking up and down, reading. My gun leant up against the wall of the house, for I had deemed it wise to take precautions. Yet through the whole week there had been nothing to alarm me, either by sight or sound. I was, as I have said, reading and somewhat engrossed in my book. Suddenly I heard a crash, away in the direction of the pit. I turned and saw a tremendous column of dust rising high in the evening air. My sister had risen to her feet in fright. Telling her to stay where she was, I snatched up my gun and ran towards the pit. As I neared it, I heard a loud, rumbling sound, and up from the pit drove a fresh volume of dust. Then the noise ceased, though the dust still rose tumultuously. I reached the edge and looked down, trying to see through the reek. At first it was impossible to make anything out. Then as I stared, I saw something below to my left that moved. I looked intently towards it, and presently made out another, two dim shapes that appeared to be climbing up the side of the pit. I leant forward and peered over, and saw no more than a hideous white swine face that had risen up within a couple of yards of my feet. Below it I could make out several others. As the thing saw me, it gave an uncouth squeal, which was answered from all parts of the pit. At that, a gust of horror took me, and I discharged my gun right in its face. It disappeared with the clatter of loose earth and stones. Then I heard a quick patter of many feet, and turning, I saw a troop of these creatures coming towards me at a run. Instantly, I raised my gun and fired at the foremost, who plunged headlong with a hideous howling. Then I turned and ran. As I approached the house, I saw my sister coming towards me. She had heard the shooting. "Run!" I shouted. "Run for your life!" Without more ado, she turned and fled. As I followed, I gave a glance behind. The brutes were running on their hind legs, at times dropping on all fours. Ahead, I could see the back door. Luckily, it was open. I was some half-dozen yards behind Mary now, and my breath was sobbing in my throat. Then something touched my shoulder. I turned and saw one of those monstrous pallid faces close to mine. With a sudden effort, I swung my gun by the barrel and brought it crashing down upon the creature's head. The thing dropped with an almost human groan. Even this short delay had been nearly sufficient to bring the rest of the brutes down upon me, and I turned and ran. Reaching the house, I burst into the passage, then slammed the door, just as the first of the creatures rushed against it. My sister sat gasping in a chair. She seemed in a fainting condition, but I had no time to spend on her. I had to make sure that all the doors were fastened. Fortunately, they were. The one leading from my study to the garden was the last I checked, and I could hear something scratching on the panels. Evidently, some of the brutes were feeling with their claw hands to discover a means of ingress. That the creatures should so soon have found the door assured me that they must not be regarded by any means as mere animals. Now I bethought me of my sister. and going to the cupboard, I got out a flask of brandy. Taking it with me, I went down to the kitchen. She had fallen from the chair and was lying upon the floor. I raised her head somewhat and poured a little of the brandy between her lips. After a while, she gave several gasps and opened her eyes. And then she gave a loud scream and, scrambling to her feet, ran from the room. I was utterly puzzled and astonished. Could she be afraid of me? But why? I could only conclude that her nerves were badly shaken and that she was temporarily unhinged. By this time, it had grown quite dark, and there came all the varied creaks and groans of which an old house is so full after nightfall. But gradually, the sounds grew on my nerves to such an extent that I decided to make the rounds of the basement again, and if anything were there, face it. Taking the kitchen lamp down from its hook, I made my way from cellar to cellar, and room to room, through pantry and coal hole, along passages and alleys that formed the basement of the old house. As I entered the buttery, I heard a movement, but the place seemed empty. I was about to leave it, convinced that I had been mistaken, when my light flashed back from two bright spots outside the window. For a few moments I stood there staring. I knew that they were eyes. Slowly I traced the shadowy outline of one of the things. It appeared to be holding onto the bars of the window. I went nearer and held the light higher. There was no need to be afraid of the creature. The window bars were strong. Yet I felt a horrible sensation of fear. I realized dimly that the creature's eyes were looking into mine with a steady, compelling stare. I tried to turn away, but could not. I seemed now to see the window through a mist. My head began to swim and throb violently. Then I was aware of a feeling of pain in my left hand. With a tremendous effort, I glanced down. I realized then that I had, in my agitation, unconsciously caught hold of the hot lamp glass and burnt my hand. I looked up to the window again. The misty appearance had gone, and now I saw that it was crowded with dozens of bestial faces. With a sudden rage, I raised the lamp and hurled it at the window. It struck the glass, smashing a pane, and passed between two of the bars into the garden, scattering burning oil as it went. I heard several loud cries of pain, and the creatures disappeared. Pulling myself together, I groped for the door and made my way upstairs. Reaching my study, I lit the candles. Then I crossed the room to the rifle stand. I selected a heavy rifle and ammunition, and then made my way up into one of the small towers with which the house is crowned. In the darkness, the gardens presented a blur of shadows. I sat still and listened. Only an occasional grunt or squeal came up to me. Eventually the moon's light rose over the trees, and I could view the gardens below. Even then, I could see none of the brutes. Until, happening to crane forward, I saw several of them lying up against the side of the house. What they were doing I could not make out, but taking aim, I fired at the one directly beneath. There was a shrill scream, and as the smoke cleared, I saw that it was lying on its back. The others had disappeared. Immediately after this, there came a long squeal from the pit. At once, the garden was filled with answering cries. As I looked over the parapet, it seemed as though the shrubberies were alive. They tossed hither and thither, while a continuous noise of scampering feet rose up to me. Several times I saw the moonlight gleam on running white figures among the bushes, and twice I fired. The second time, my shot was answered by a squeal of pain. A minute later, the gardens lay quiet. From the pit came the babel of swine talk. At times, angry cries smote the air. It occurred to me that they were holding some kind of council of war. I decided that now would be a good time to make a final survey of our defences. This I proceeded to do at once, examining each of the solid oak doors in the basement. Then I went upstairs to the study. I was more anxious about this door, that opens onto a raised lawn at the side of the house. It is of more modern make than the others and is of lighter construction. I spent some time puzzling how to strengthen it. Finally, I went to the kitchen and brought up several heavy pieces of timber. These I wedged slantwise against the door, nailing them top and bottom. For half an hour I worked hard, and at last got it shored to my satisfaction. Then, feeling easier, I proceeded to attend to one or two matters before returning to the tower. It was whilst thus employed that I heard a fumbling at the door, and the latch was tried. Keeping silence, I waited. I heard the creatures grunting to one another softly. Then suddenly there was a quick, low grunt, and the door creaked under a tremendous pressure. It would have burst inwards but for the supports I had placed. The strain ceased, and there was more talk. Instantly, for it was no time to hesitate, I grabbed my rifle and ran up the stairs. This time it was not to one of the towers that I went, but to the flat leaded roof itself. Once there, I raced across to the parapet and leaned over, looked down. As I did so, I heard the short, grunted signal and caught the crying of the door under assault. I aimed quickly and fired. From below rose a shrill wail, and the door ceased its groaning. Then, as I took my weight from off the parapet, a huge piece of the coping stone slid from beneath me and fell with a crash among the disorganized throng beneath. Several horrible shrieks quavered through the night air, and I heard a sound of scampering feet. Cautiously, I looked over. In the moonlight I could see the great coping stone lying across the threshold of the door. I thought I saw something under it. Several things. White. And so a few minutes passed. As I stared, a creature came out from the shadow of the house. It went up to the stone and bent down. When it stood up, it had something in its talons, which it put into its mouth. I loaded my rifle and pulled the trigger. The brute fell to the ground. I made my way down to the study. I was anxious to see how the door had withstood the test of the last assault. Entering, I saw that one of the large props had been displaced, and that the door had been forced inward some 6 inches. There and then, I set to at repairing it with another plank. Then, after pouring myself a little brandy, I returned to the tower to watch. It was now about 3 a.m., and presently the eastern sky began to pale with the coming of dawn. As day came, I scanned the gardens earnestly, but nowhere could I see any sign of the brutes. I leant over and glanced down at the foot of the wall. The body of the thing I had shot the night before was gone. Then I went down onto the roof and looked over from where the coping stone had fallen. Yes, there was the stone, as I had last seen it. But there was no appearance of anything beneath it, nor could I see the creature I had killed. Evidently, the bodies had been taken away. I turned and went down to my study. There I sat down wearily. I was thoroughly tired. A clock chimed the hour of 4. I awoke with a start and looked around. The clock in the corner indicated it was 3 o'clock. It was already afternoon. I must have slept for nearly 11 hours. With a jerky movement, I sat forward in the chair and listened. The house seemed perfectly silent. Slowly I stood up and yawned. Then there was a sudden noise of steps in the corridor. In an instant I grasped my rifle. Noiselessly I waited. Had the creatures broken in whilst I slept? Even as I questioned, the steps reached my door, halted momentarily, and then continued along the passage. Silently I tiptoed to the doorway and peeped out. With relief, I saw my sister. She was going towards the stairs. I was about to call her when it occurred to me that it was very queer she should have crept past my door in that stealthy manner. I was puzzled, but then I remembered her condition of mind on the previous day and decided to follow and see what she was going to do. Quickly, I reached the head of the stairs and paused a moment. Then I heard a sound that sent me leaping down at a mad rate. It was the rattle of bolts being unshot. That foolish sister of mine was actually unbarring the back door. Just as her hand was on the last bolt, I reached her and grabbed her arm. She glanced up quickly, like a frightened animal, and then screamed aloud. "Mary, what's the meaning of this nonsense? Don't tell me that you don't understand the danger." To this, she replied nothing, only trembled violently, gasping and sobbing. Through some minutes, I reasoned with her, pointing out the need for caution and asking her to be brave. I asked her to be sensible and not attempt to leave the house for a few days. At last, I ceased in despair. It was no use talking to her. She was obviously not quite herself for the time being. I told her she had better go to her room. Still, she took no notice, so without more ado I picked her up in my arms and carried her there. At first she screamed wildly, but had relapsed into silent trembling by the time I laid her upon her bed. She was quiet enough, neither speaking nor sobbing, just shaking in a very ague of fear. I took a rug from a chair and spread it over her. I could do nothing more, and so crossed to where Pepper lay in his basket. My sister had nursed him since his wound, and I was pleased to note that, in spite of her state of mind, she had looked after the old dog carefully. Stooping, I spoke to him, and he licked my hand. He was too ill to do more. The rest of the day I spent between the tower and my study. For food, I brought up a loaf from the pantry, and on this and some claret I lived for that day. What a long, weary day it was. As the evening drew on, I made preparations for spending a second night in the tower, taking up 2 additional rifles and a heavy ulster. After that, I made the round of the house again, paying particular attention to the props on the study door. Then, feeling that I had done all that lay in my power to ensure our safety, I returned to the tower. Slowly the hours passed, without anything unusual happening, and the moon rose, showing the gardens apparently empty and silent. Towards morning, I began to grow stiff and cold with my long vigil. Also, I was uneasy concerning the continued quietness of the creatures. Once or twice, the thought came to me that perhaps they had gone, but in my heart, I found it impossible to believe that it was so. At last, I resolved to take a walk through the house, first calling in at the study for a glass of brandy to warm me. This I did, and while there, I examined the door carefully, but found all as I had left it the night before. The day was just breaking, but it was still dark in the house, and I took one of the study candles with me on my way round. But everything appeared to be in order, and I was on the point of extinguishing my candle when I thought to have another glance around the cellars. It is in the smallest of these places that I keep my wine, close to the cellar stairs, and beyond which I have seldom proceeded. Indeed, save for the rummage around already mentioned, I doubt whether I have ever before been right through the place. I unlocked the door at the top of the stairs and stood and listened. All was silent, save for a faint drip, drip of water. Quietly, I made my way from cellar to cellar. I had but a very dim memory of their arrangement, a succession of cellars, and of one greater than the rest. I moved nervously through them, until I came at last to the great cellar that I remembered. It is reached through a large arch, on which I observed strange, fantastic carvings. It occurred to me how strange it was that I should be so little acquainted with my own house. Yet this may be easily understood when one realizes the size of this ancient pile, and the fact that only my sister and I live in it, occupying few rooms, such as our wants decide. Holding the light high, I walked cautiously about, but so far as the light showed, I saw nothing unusual. About halfway up the cellar, I stubbed my foot against something that gave a metallic sound. Stooping quickly, I saw that I had kicked a large metal ring. I had cleared the dust from around it and discovered that it was attached to a trapdoor, black with age. Feeling excited and wondering where it could lead, I put my gun and candle on the floor, took the ring in both hands, and pulled. The trap creaked loudly, and then opened. Propping the edge on my knee, I reached for the candle and held it in the opening, but could see nothing. There were no signs of steps, Nothing, save an empty blackness. Then, even as I stared, full of perplexity, I seemed to hear, far down, a faint whisper of sound. I bent my head and listened intently. It may have been my fancy, but I could have sworn to hearing a soft titter that grew into a hideous chuckling, faint and distant. Startled, I let the trap fall with a hollow clang that filled the place with echoes. For a full minute I stood there, quivering, glancing nervously behind and before. But the great cellar was as silent as a grave, and gradually I shook off the frightened sensation. One thing I felt, however, was that the trap ought to be secured. This I accomplished by placing upon it several large pieces of stone which lay by the wall. Then, after a final scrutiny of the rest of the place, I returned to the steps, and so reached the daylight, with an infinite feeling of relief. The sun was now warm and shining brightly, and it was with comparatively light feelings that I made my way up to the tower to survey the gardens. There I found everything quiet, and after a few minutes went down to Mary's room. My sister was sitting on the bed. She seemed quite herself again, and made no attempt to move away as I approached her. Yet I observed that she scanned my face anxiously, as though in doubt and but half assured that there was nothing to fear from me. To my questions as to how she felt, she replied that she was hungry and would like to go down to prepare breakfast. I told her she might go, on condition that she did not meddle with any of the outer doors. At my mention of the doors, a sudden look of fright crossed her face, but she said nothing, and then left the room. Crossing the floor, I approached Pepper. He had wakened as I entered, but beyond a slight yelp of pleasure and a soft rapping with his tail, had kept quiet. I was greatly delighted with this improvement, and after a while went down to my study. In a little time, Mary appeared, carrying a tray on which smoked a hot breakfast. As she entered the room, I saw her gaze fasten on the props that supported the study door. Her lips tightened. "Come, Mary," I said. "Cheer up. Things look brighter. I've seen none of the creatures since yesterday morning." She looked at me in a curiously puzzled manner, and then fear swept into her eyes. But she said nothing beyond an unintelligible murmur of acquiescence. Breakfast over, I returned to the tower. Here, during the greater part of the day, I maintained a strict watch over the gardens. Once or twice I went down to see how my sister was getting along, but I refrained from discussing my vigil. It was evident that any reference to the swine things was more than her shaken nerves could bear. That night I slept in a bed, the first time for 2 nights. In the morning I rose early and took a walk through the house. All was as it should be, and I went up to the tower to have a look at the garden. Here again I found perfect quietness. At breakfast I was greatly pleased to see that Mary seemed to have recovered. She talked sensibly and quietly, only keeping carefully from any mention of the last couple of days. During the day I kept on the alert, spending much of my time in the tower. It would soon be 3 days since I had seen any of the things, but still I intended to use utmost caution. For all that I could tell, this protracted silence might be a ruse to tempt me from the house, perhaps right into their arms. I made no attempt to leave. On the 6th day, I had the pleasure of seeing Pepper once more upon his feet, and though still weak, he managed to keep me company for the whole of the day. How slowly the time went, and never a thing to indicate that any of the brutes still infested the gardens. It was on the 9th day that, finally, I decided to run the risk, if any there were, and sally out. With this purpose in view, I loaded one of the shotguns. Then, after making a careful scrutiny of the grounds from the tower, I called Pepper to follow me, and made my way outside. Pepper ran ahead, sniffing as he went. At times he stopped to investigate, a bullet hole in the pathway, or a piece of torn sod. I observed him critically as he went along, and could discover nothing of uneasiness in his demeanour. By this I was assured that the gardens were empty, at least for the present, of those hateful things. Reaching the place where I had shot the first creature, I made a careful scrutiny. but could see nothing. From there, I went on to where the great coping stone had fallen. It lay on its side, half in and half out of the ground. I looked at it closely. I had seen several of the brutes struck down beneath it, and now not a vestige of them was to be seen, not even a blood stain. I felt puzzled as I turned the matter over in my mind, but I could think of no plausible explanation, and after looking around the surrounding gardens, I set off for the pit. On the way, I kept a sharp outlook, holding my gun in readiness. But Pepper was running ahead, I noticed, without any apparent hesitation. From this I augured that there was no imminent danger to be apprehended, and I followed quickly in his wake. He had reached the top of the pit now, and was nosing his way along the edge. A minute later, I was beside him, looking down into the pit. For a moment, I could scarcely believe that it was the same place, so greatly was it changed. The dark, wooded ravine of a fortnight ago, with a foliage-hidden stream at the bottom, no longer existed. Instead, my eyes showed me a ragged chasm, partly filled with a gloomy lake of turbid water. A little to my left, the side of the pit appeared to have collapsed altogether, forming a deep V-shaped cleft in the cliff. This rift ran from the upper edge of the ravine nearly down to the water, and penetrated into the pit side to a distance of some 40 feet. But what attracted my attention, more than even the stupendous split itself, was a great hole right in the angle of the V. It was not unlike an arched doorway. My first impression, that there had been a landslip, was, I began to see, not sufficient to account for all the changes I witnessed. And the water. I turned suddenly, for I could hear the noise of running water. I could see nothing, but it seemed to come from somewhere at the east end of the pit. Slowly, I made my way in that direction, the sound growing plainer, until I stood right above it. Thrusting my head over the cliff, I saw below me a torrent of water issuing from a fissure in the pit side into the lake beneath. A little further along, I saw several others. These, then, would help to account for the water in the pit, especially if the fall of rock had blocked the outlet to the stream. Yet I puzzled my head to account for the generally shaken appearance of the place, that huge cleft further up the ravine. I could imagine an earthquake or a great explosion creating such conditions, but of these there had been neither. Slowly, and keeping a careful watch in all directions, I made a circuit of the pit, but found little else that I had not already seen. For a while longer I loitered about, keeping my eyes and ears open, but still without seeing or hearing anything suspicious. All this while, Pepper had shown no signs of uneasiness. So far as I could see, his attention had been taken with sniffing among the grass at the edge of the pit. At times he would leave the edge and run along towards the house as though following invisible tracks, but in all cases returning after a few minutes. I had but little doubt that he was tracing out the footsteps of the swine things, and the fact that each one seemed to lead him back to the pit appeared to me proof that the brutes had all returned to whence they came. Another week came and went, during which I spent a great deal of my time about the pit mouth. I had come to the conclusion that the arched hole was where the swine things had made their exit from some unholy place in the bowels of the world. I was tremendously curious to know where the hole led, though so far the idea had not struck me of making an investigation. I was far too much imbued with a sense of horror of the creatures to risk contact with them. But as the days slid by, my fear of the swine things became an emotion of the past, more an incredible memory than aught else. Thus, a day came when I procured a rope from the house, and having made it fast to a tree on the pit edge, let the other end drop down into the cleft. Then I climbed slowly down until I reached the hole. I stood and peered in. All was dark, and not a sound came to me. Yet a moment later it seemed I could hear something. I held my breath and listened, but all was silent as the grave. and I breathed freely once more, and then I heard the sound again. It was like the noise of laboured breathing. As I stood there, petrified, my foot dislodged a pebble, which fell into the dark with a hollow chink. At once the noise was taken up and repeated a score of times, each succeeding echo being fainter. Then, as the silence fell again, I heard that stealthy breathing. But now I no longer feared. I knew that the strange sounds were not made by any lurking swine creatures, but were simply the echo of my own respirations. But I had received such a fright that I was far too shaken to think of entering that dark hole then, and so I returned to the house. By the following day, the water in the pit had risen even more. I realized that unless I carried out my investigation soon, the opening would be submerged. And so a day later saw me standing at the top of the cleft, fully equipped for the task. I had brought, in addition to the rope, a bundle of candles and my shotgun. As before, I fastened the rope to the tree. Then, having tied my gun across my shoulders, I lowered myself over the edge of the pit. At this movement, Pepper, who had been eyeing my actions, barked in warning. But I was resolved on my enterprise, and bade him lie down. Reaching the entrance, I let go the rope and untied my shotgun. Then, with a last look at the sky, which I noticed was clouding over rapidly, I went forward into the passage and lit one of the candles. Holding it above my head, I began to move on slowly, throwing my glances in all directions. The path trended downwards and to the left in the direction of the house. Very cautiously, I progressed forward, stopping every few steps to listen. I had gone perhaps 100 yards when, suddenly, it seemed to me that I heard a faint sound behind me. With my heart thudding heavily, I listened. I could hear it distinctly now, the soft padding of running feet. I backed against the rocky wall and, holding the candle above my head, waited, gun in hand. Seconds later, 2 eyes reflected back from the gloom the rays of my candle. I raised my gun and aimed. Even as I did so, something leapt out of the darkness with a blustering bark of joy that woke the echoes like thunder. It was Pepper. He was dripping wet. I concluded that he must have tried to follow me and fallen into the water. But I was curiously glad to have the old fellow with me. He was company, and somehow I felt less afraid. For some minutes we proceeded slowly along, the path still leading straight towards the house. But then I stopped and held the light high. And reason enough I had to be thankful that I did so, for there, not 3 paces forward, the path vanished into a hollow blackness. Very cautiously I peered down, but could see nothing. I crossed to the left of the passage. Here, against the wall, was a narrow track, some 3 feet wide, that led onward. Carefully, I followed it. On one side, the solid, unyielding rock, and on the other, a yawning chasm. Gradually, I noticed that the path trended steadily to the right, and I discovered that I was not going forward, but simply circling the huge abyss. I had evidently come to the end of the passage. 5 minutes later, I stood on the spot from which I had started, having been completely round what I now guessed to be a vast pit. I picked up a rock and hurled it into the chasm. Then I stepped forward and listened, but though I kept perfectly quiet for at least a full minute, no sound came back to me from the dark. I knew then the depth of the hole must be immense. I lit several more candles, and putting them on the edge, I tried to get some dim sight of the place. But they were totally insufficient for my purpose. And then Pepper gave a sudden howl that was taken up by the echoes and repeated with ghastly variations, dying away slowly. At the same moment, I seemed to hear a noise like a diabolical chuckle rise up from the depths below. I started. Then I recollected that it was probably the echo of Pepper's howl. Pepper moved away from me, nosing along the rocky floor. I went towards him, holding the candle low, and as I moved, I heard my boots go sop, sop. From somewhere along the passage, a stream of water was running in the direction of the great opening. And then I heard a murmurous roar that grew louder and filled the whole cavern with a deafening sound. I had sprung to one side, and turning, saw a great wall of foam sweep past me and leap tumultuously into the waiting chasm. After the first rush, the flow of water eased. But a short examination showed me that the water reached right across the passage and was running at a tremendous rate. It was evident that I must make my exit as hurriedly as possible. The noise of the water was deafening, but with a call to Pepper, I stepped out into the flood, using the gun as a staff. Instantly, the water boiled up over my knees. It was all I could do to keep my legs. Pepper managed a great deal better than I did, going ahead of me like a guide and helping me to break the force of the water. On we went, struggling and gasping, until about 100 yards had been safely traversed. Then, suddenly, I slipped. Instantly, the water leapt over me in a cataract, hurling me down towards that bottomless hole. I was helpless, gasping and drowning. But all at once, something gripped my coat. It was Pepper. Missing me, he must have raced back to find me and then caught and held me until I was able to get to my feet. I have a dim recollection of having seen momentarily the gleams of lights, but of this I have never been quite sure. Of course, the lights could have been the distant flames of the candles I have left burning, but as I have said, I am by no means sure. My eyes were full of water, and I had been badly shaken. There was I, without my gun, without light, with the water deepening, depending solely upon old Pepper to help me out of that hellish place. My faithful Pepper led me, dragged me, upward and onward, until at last I saw a gleam of blessed light. It was the entrance. Only a few yards further, and I reached the opening, with the water surging hungrily around my loins. And now I understood the cause of the catastrophe. It was raining heavily, literally in torrents. This had caused the premature rise in the level of the lake. Luckily, the rope by which I had descended was streaming into the opening. Seizing the end, I knotted it around Pepper's body, then, summoning up the last of my strength, I climbed up the side of the cliff. I reached the edge in the last stage of exhaustion. Yet I had to make one more effort and haul Pepper to safety. I have but a very hazy remembrance of the end. I recall pulling through moments that lagged strangely. I have also some recollection of seeing Pepper's muzzle appearing over the pit edge. Then all grew suddenly black. I suppose I must have swooned, for the next thing I remember, I opened my eyes and all was dusk. I was lying on my back, and Pepper was licking my ears. Eventually, I managed to stand up and make my way back towards the house. How I reached there, I scarcely know, and of the days that followed I remember still less. When I recovered my senses, it was to find that I had been in bed for 2 weeks. Yet another passed before I was strong enough to totter out into the gardens. It was a couple of days later that I managed to get to the pit. There I found that in my week's absence there had been wrought a wondrous change. Instead of a 3 parts filled ravine, I looked out upon a great lake, whose placid surface reflected the light coldly. The water had risen to within a few feet of the pit edge. Only in one part was the lake disturbed, and that was the area above the entrance to the vast underground pit. Here there was a continuous bubbling. As I stood there, it came to me how wonderfully things had worked out. The entrance to the place whence the swine creatures had come was sealed up by a power that made me feel there was nothing more to fear from them. Back in the house, I thought to pay a visit to the great vault where the trapdoor is situated. Reaching the place, I approached slowly. There it was, with the stones piled upon it, just as I had last seen it. I had the lantern with me, and it seemed that now would be a good time to investigate whatever lay under the great oak slab. Placing the lantern on the floor, I tumbled the stones off the trap and pulled the door open. As I did so, the cellar became filled with the sound of a murmurous thunder that rose from far below. A moist wind and spray drove into my eyes, blurring my vision. I felt into my pockets for a piece of twine with which to lower the lantern into the opening. Even as I fumbled, the lantern slipped from my fingers and hurtled down into the darkness. For a brief instant, I watched its fall and saw the light shine on a tumult of white foam, some 100 feet below me. Then it was gone. I now knew the cause of the wet and noise. The great cellar was connected with the pit by means of the trap, which opened right above it. And I had an explanation for that chuckle that sounded the first time I'd opened the trap. Evidently, some of the swine things had been right beneath me. Another thought struck me. Were all the creatures drowned? Would they drown? Had they life as we understand it? Or were they ghouls? I closed the trapdoor. Then I piled the stones back upon it and made my way upstairs. After this time, I had serious thoughts of leaving this house, and might have done so but for the wonderful thing that happened. How well I was advised in my heart when I stayed on here, in spite of those visions and sights of unexplainable things. For had I not stayed, then I would not have seen again the face of her that I loved and lost. I would write down the story of those sweet old days, but it would be like the tearing of old wounds. But now she has come to me, out of the unknown. Strangely, she warned me about this house, begged me to leave it, but admitted when I questioned her that she could not have come to me had I been elsewhere. Yet still she warned me, earnestly, telling me that it was a place long ago given to evil. It was thus that I came to the place of the Sea of Sleep, so she termed it. I had stayed up in my study, reading, and must have dozed over the book. Suddenly, I awoke with a start. For a moment I looked round with the puzzled sense of something unusual. There was a misty look about the room. The flames of the candle shone through it palely at first, but gradually it increased, and soon I could see nothing. I cannot tell how long a space thus passed, but after a while I became aware that I was standing on the shore of an immense and silent sea. Overhead, the sky was of a uniform grey colour, the whole place being lit by a stupendous globe of pale fire that swam above the horizon. Beyond the gentle murmur of the sea, an intense stillness prevailed. Then, as I stood there, it seemed that a bubble of white foam floated up out of the depths, and then, even now, I know not how it was, I was looking upon the face of her, and she looked back at me with such a commingling of joy and sadness that I ran towards her blindly, crying strangely to her, in a very agony of remembrance, of terror, and of hope, to come to me. Yet in spite of my crying, she stayed out there upon the sea, and only shook her head sorrowfully. But in her eyes was the old earth-light of tenderness that I had come to know before all things ere we were parted. I grew desperate, and essayed to wade out to her, yet though I would, I could not. Some invisible barrier held me back. "Oh, my darling, I cried. And at that she came over swiftly and touched me, and it was as though heaven had opened. Yet when I reached out my hands to her, she put me from her tenderly with stern hands, and I was abashed. Through tears, the noise of eternity in my ears, we parted. She whom I love. Oh, my God! I was a great time dazed, and then I was alone in the blackness of the night. I knew that I had journeyed back once more to the known universe. And now I come to the strangest of all the strange happenings that have befallen me in this house of mysteries. It was night, about 11 o'clock. Pepper and I kept one another company in the study. I was reading, curiously enough, the Bible. I have begun in these later days to take a growing interest in that great book. Suddenly, a distinct tremor shook the house, and there came a distant, whirring buzz. I looked across at Pepper. He was sleeping peacefully. Gradually, the whirring noise decreased, and there came a long silence. All at once, a glow lit up the end window. I walked across the room and pulled aside the blind. As I did so, I saw the sun rise from behind the horizon. It rose with a steady, perceptible movement. I could see it travel upwards. Up it went. It was broad daylight now. Behind me, I was conscious of a sharp, mosquito-like buzzing. I glanced around at the clock. Even as I looked, the hour hand moved quickly from space to space. I had a dumb sense of astonishment. I saw now that the sun had risen high into the heavens and was still visibly moving. As the window came into shadow, I saw another extraordinary thing. The fine weather clouds were floating across the sky. They were scampering, as though 100 miles an hour wind blew. To the west, I saw the sun drop with an incredible smooth, swift motion. Quickly, the room began to darken. The sun disappeared from my sight, almost with a jerk. The evening seemed to merge into an almost instant night. About this time, the buzzing in the corner ceased, telling me that the clock had run down. No more than a few heartbeats, and the sun rose swiftly, and there seemed to come a strange acceleration. It made one clean, clear sweep through the sky and disappeared behind the western horizon, and night came and went, like haste. Faster and faster spun the world, and now each day and night was completed within the space of but a few seconds, and still the speed increased. Once I turned from the window and glanced at Pepper. In the flash of a day, I saw that he slept quietly. Presently, feeling lonely and distraught, I called to him, but he took no notice. I called again. Still he moved not. I walked over to where he lay and touched him with my foot to rouse him. At the action, gentle though it was, he crumbled into a mouldering heap of bones and dust. For a minute I stood, stunned. Then, as I stirred the heap with my foot, it occurred to me that this could only happen in a great space of time, years and years. I tried to understand what it meant, but I could not think coherently. I glanced around the room, and now for the first time noticed how dusty and old the place looked. Dust and dirt everywhere, piled in little heaps in the corners and spread out upon the furniture. Quickly, but with steps that I noticed for the first time tottered, I went across the room to the great pier glass and looked in. It too was covered with grime, and with trembling hands I began to rub off the dirt. Presently I could see myself. Instead of the great, hale man who scarcely looked 50, I was looking at a bent, decrepit figure whose shoulders stooped and whose face was wrinkled with the years of a century. I turned away. How tired I felt. I wondered about my sister. Was she dead as well as Pepper? All had happened so quickly and suddenly. This must be indeed the beginning of the end of all things. It occurred to me to go and look for her, but I felt too weary. I moved slowly to the window. Quickly, and ever quicker, ran the flicker of day and night, and suddenly it seemed I was aware that the flicker had died out, and instead there reigned a comparatively steady light, which was shed upon all the world, from an eternal river of flame that swung up and down, north and south, in stupendous, mighty swings. Time fled, and the weariness that was mine grew insupportable. I turned from the window and saw my old chair. The thought of sitting in it brought a faint sense of comfort to my bewildered wretchedness. I sat down and closed my eyes. Once or twice, as though coming through thick mists, I heard noises, faintly. Then I must have slept. I awoke with a start. For a moment I wondered where I was. Then memory came to me. But I felt refreshed, and the weariness had left me. Suddenly it struck me, with a sort of grotesque seriousness, that I was still alive. I thought of Pepper, and wondered how it was that I had not followed his fate. I was alive, hundreds and thousands of centuries after my rightful period of years. I glanced around the room. It seemed different, strangely, utterly different. Then I knew what made it appear so strange. It was bare. There was not a piece of furniture in the room. I realized that this was but the inevitable end of the process of decay. Thousands of years. Over the floor was spread a deep layer of dust that reached halfway up to the window seat. It had grown immeasurably while I slept, and represented the dust of untold ages. My gaze rested thoughtfully upon where once had stood my chair. and there in its place I made out a long undulation rounded with heavy dust. I knew, and shivered at the knowledge, that it was a human body, ages dead, lying there beneath the place where I had slept. The body, under that shroud of dust, was my own dead shell. I did not attempt to prove it. I knew it now, and wondered why I had not known it all along. I was a bodiless thing. A while I stood, trying to adjust my thoughts to this new problem. In time, how many thousands of years I know not, I attained some degree of quietude. I grew gradually more collected, while the world slipped across the centuries into the future. It might have been 1,000,000 years later that I perceived, beyond possibility of doubt, that the fiery sheet that lit the world was indeed darkening. Another vast space went by, and the whole enormous flame had sunk to a deeper copper colour. The sun was dying. Of that there could be little doubt. And still the earth whirled onward through space and all the eons. At this time I remembered wondering how much longer the house would stand. Also, I queried to myself whether I should be doomed to stay bodiless upon the earth forever. An indefinite period passed, and it seemed that the arc of fire became less sharply defined. Presently, as I watched, the smooth outward flow ceased, and I was able to perceive that there came a momentary but irregular darkening of the world. This grew until once more night descended in short but periodic intervals upon the wearying earth. Longer and longer became the nights, and the days equaled them. Gradually, days and nights lengthened out until they equaled a space somewhat less than one of the old earth hours. About this time, I found myself able once more to see the gardens, for the world had now grown very still and changeless. Yet there were no gardens, nothing that I knew or recognized. In place thereof I looked out upon a vast plain stretching away into the distance, and always there reigned an incredible death silence and desolation, the immutable, awful quiet of a dying world. Silently, years moved on, and there grew up within my mind a great and overwhelming distress of uneasiness. I felt that I must fight against it, and, hoping to distract my thoughts, I looked up towards the north, in search of the nebulous whiteness which still I believed to be the far and misty glowing of the universe we had left. Even as I raised my eyes, I was thrilled with a feeling of wonder, for the hazy light had dissolved into a single great star of vivid green. Slowly but surely the star grew upon my vision. With increased size, its colour became more impressive, reminding me of a huge emerald, scintillating rays of fire across the void. Years fled away in silence, and the green star grew into a great splash of flame in the sky. An instant it seemed, and the sun had vanished. Then the earth moved into the black shadow of the sun, and all was night, black, starless, and intolerable. Filled with tumultuous thoughts, I watched across the night, waiting. Years it may have been, and then in the dark house behind me, the clotted stillness of the world was broken. I seemed to hear a soft padding of many feet. A faint, inarticulate whisper of sound grew on my sense. I looked around into the blackness and saw a multitude of eyes. As I stared, they appeared to come towards me. For an instant I stood, unable to move. Then a hideous swine noise rose up into the night, and at that I leapt from the window. I have a confused notion of having run a while, and after that I just waited. Waited. Several times I heard shrieks, but always as though from a distance. Time moved onward. I was conscious of little save a sensation of cold and hopelessness and fear. An age, it seemed, and there came a glow that told of the coming light. It grew tardily. Then the first ray from the green star struck over the edge of the dark sun and lit the world. It fell upon a great ruined structure some 200 yards away. It was the house. Staring, I saw a fearsome sight. Over its walls crawled a legion of unholy things, almost covering the old building. They were the swine creatures. Years appeared to pass, slowly. The earth had almost reached the center of the sun's disk. The light from the green sun, as it must now be called, gave the old house the appearance of being wrapped in green flames. The swine creatures still crawled about the walls. Suddenly, there was a loud roar of swine voices, and up from the center of the roofless house shot a vast column of blood-red flame. I saw the towers flash with fire, a blazing furnace of red and green. Fascinated, I watched, until an overwhelming sense of coming danger drew my attention. I glanced up, and at once it was borne upon me that the sun was closer. So close, in fact, that it seemed to overhang the world. Then, I know not how, I was caught up into strange heights, floating like a bubble in the awful effulgence. Far below me, I saw the earth, with the burning house in a mountain of flame. Round about it, the ground appeared to be glowing, as though the world was becoming ignited from that one plague spot of fire. The swine things appeared quite unharmed. Then the ground seemed to cave in suddenly, and the house, with its load of foul creatures, disappeared into the depths of the earth, sending up a strange blood-colored cloud. In a while I looked around. The huge bulk of the sun rose high above me. Suddenly the earth appeared to shoot forward towards the sun. I heard no sound, but out from the sun's face gushed a tongue of dazzling flame. It seemed to leap almost to the green sun, shearing through the emerald light, a very cataract of blinding fire. It reached its limit and sank. And on the sun glowed a vast splash of burning white, the grave of the earth. For a while, many thoughts crowded my mind, so that I was able to do aught save stare blindly before me. But when I came out of my bewilderment, I saw so extraordinary a sight that for a while I could scarcely believe it. Out of the raining green had grown a boundless river of soft, shimmering globes, each one enfolded in a wondrous fleece of pure cloud. They moved past me, continually, floating onward at no great speed. At times I seemed to distinguish faces amid the cloudiness, but strangely indistinct, as though partly real. For a long time I waited with a growing sense of content. I no longer had a feeling of unutterable loneliness, but felt rather that I was less alone than I had been for kalpas of years. Then I was borne silently towards one of the passing globes. An instant, then I slid through into the interior. For a short while I could see nothing. Then I became aware that a sound broke the stillness. It was like the murmur of a great sea breathing in its sleep. Gradually, the mist began to thin away, and so in time my vision dwelt once again upon the silent surface of the sea of sleep. I glanced round. There was the great globe of pale fire, swimming, as I had seen it before, a short distance from the horizon. I was filled with an overwhelming feeling of surprise and joy, and shaken expectancy, conceiving it possible that I might see my love again. And then I was conscious that something had touched me. I turned quickly. God, thou wert indeed gracious. It was she. She looked up into my eyes with an eager longing, and I looked down to her with all my soul. Then out of the mist her whisper came to me, soft as the rustle of a passing cloud. Dearest. In a moment I held her to me. How long our souls lay in the arms of joy I cannot say, but all at once I was waked from my happiness by a diminution of the pale and gentle light that lit the sea of sleep. I turned towards the huge white orb with a premonition of trouble. Black shadows were sweeping across it. It was thus that the darkness had come before our last parting. I turned to my love and noticed how wan and unreal she had grown. Her voice seemed to come from a distance. In a brief space, Already half of the immense globe was shrouded. A feeling of depression seized me. Was she about to leave me, as she had gone before? I questioned her, anxiously, frightenedly, and she, nestling closer, explained in a faraway voice that it was imperative she should leave me before the sun of darkness, so she termed it, blotted out the light. At this confirmation of my fears, I was overcome with despair. How swiftly the darkness spread across the face of the white orb, yet in reality the time must have been long, beyond human comprehension. At last, only a crescent of pale fire lit the now dim sea of sleep. All this while she had held me, but now she pushed me from her tenderly. I may not stay longer, dear one. It ended in a sob. She seemed to float away from me, and became invisible. Her voice came to me out of the shadows, faintly, "A little while." It died away, remotely. In a breath, the sea of sleep vanished into night. All at once I became aware that I was once more suspended in infinite space, with the green sun now eclipsed by a vast dark sphere. Even in the old Earth days, she had been mine only for a little while. Why had I to wait alone while she slumbered through the years on the still bosom of the sea of sleep? A feeling of grief and fierce resentment filled me. Years melted into the past. Centuries. Eons. The green twilight that had reigned for so many millions of years had now given place to an impenetrable gloom. Motionless, I peered about me. Presently I seemed to see circular masses that showed muddily red within the clouded blackness. A while, and they became plainer to my vision. They floated past me continually. In a while, I perceived one of them bearing down upon me. In a minute, it seemed, I was submerged in a deep red mist. This cleared, and I stared confusedly across the immense breadth of the plain of silence. It appeared just as I had first seen it, and I was moving forward steadily across its surface. Presently I saw the distant peaks of the mighty amphitheatre of mountains, where, vast and silent, watched by 1,000 dumb gods, stands the replica of this house of mysteries, this house that I had seen swallowed up in that hellfire ere the earth had kissed the sun and vanished forever. In a still further space of time, I came closer and saw the great rift open before me. I drifted into it, without volition on my part. And then I came out into the enormous arena. There stood the house, huge, monstrous, and silent. So far as I could see, it had not altered in any way. Far to my right, away up in the inaccessible peaks, loomed the bulk of the great ass god. As I floated silently across the arena, I saw the dim forms of many of the other lurking horrors that people those supreme heights. In a little while, I had come so close to the house as to be able to distinguish many of the details about it. The longer I looked, the more I was confirmed in my long-ago impressions of its entire similitude to this strange house. Save in its enormous size, I could find nothing unlike. Suddenly, as I stared, a great feeling of amazement filled me. I had come opposite to that part where the outer door to the study is situated. There, lying across the threshold, lay the great length of coping stone, identical, save in size and colour, with the piece that I had dislodged in my fight with the pit creatures. The sight started off a train of thoughts. I began to understand, with a more than human clearness, that the attack I had repelled was in some extraordinary manner connected with an attack on this strange edifice. I stared at its deep green colour, though now I saw that the colour fluctuated at times, glowing and fading, such as do the fumes of phosphorus when rubbed upon the hand in the dark. But now I was coming up to the great entrance. Here, for the first time, I was afraid. For all in a moment the huge door swung back, and I drifted inside. For a while I was suspended amid the darkness. Below me I seemed to hear a murmurous noise of swine laughter. Then a door opened somewhere ahead, a white haze of light filtered through, and I floated slowly into a room that seemed strangely familiar. All at once there came a bewildering, screaming noise that deafened me. I saw a blurred vista of visions flaming before my sight. My senses were dazed through the space of an eternal moment. Then I saw clearly. I was seated in my chair again, in this old study. My glance wandered around the room, and I saw that nothing had altered in any way. I looked towards the end window. The blind was up. I rose to my feet, shakily, and trod my way to the window. The sun was just rising, lighting up the tangled wilderness of gardens. I stood and stared. Presently, amid the chaos of my senses, a sudden thought came to me. I turned and I called to Pepper. There was no answer, and I stumbled across the room. He was lying in the shadow of the table. Now, as I stooped, I took my breath shortly. There was no Pepper. Instead, I was reaching towards an elongated little heap of grey, ash-like dust. I was stunned. Pepper had really passed into the land of shadows. It is many weeks since I came back from that strange and terrible journey through space and time. If it were not for Pepper, I should be inclined to imagine that it was but a gigantic dream. But somehow I think death is not far away. Not that I fear death, as death is understood. Yet there is that in the air which bids me fear an intangible, cold horror. I felt it last night. I was here in my study, writing. The door leading into the garden was open. At times, the metallic rattle of a dog's chain sounded faintly. It belongs to the dog I have bought since Pepper's death. I will not have him in the house, not after Pepper. Still, I have felt it better to have a dog about the place. They are wonderful creatures. I was much engrossed in my work, and time passed quickly. Suddenly I heard a soft noise on the path outside. Pad, 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 it went. Then the dog gave a long howl. For a moment, perhaps, I peered intently, but could see nothing. I assumed the sound I had heard was the dog walking round his kennel at the length of his chain. A quarter of an hour may have passed. Then all at once the dog began to howl again, and there sounded again that queer pad, pad, pad. I jumped to my feet. The dog growled, and I noted a faint taint of fear in it. Outside on the window-sill, I could see my sister's pet cat. As I looked, it sprang to its feet, its tail swelling visibly. Then it began to back along the sill until it could go no further. There it stood, rigid, as though frozen in an attitude of extraordinary terror. I took a gun from the corner and went towards the door. I had come to within a few paces of it when suddenly a peculiar sense of fear thrilled through me. So great was it that, like the cat, I progressed backwards until the wall brought me up. I stared nervously. Outside in the gardens, the dog moaned. Suddenly, from the cat there came a fierce screech. I glanced in its direction. Something luminous and ghostly encircled it and grew upon my vision. It resolved into a glowing hand, transparent, with a greenish flame flickering over it. The cat gave a last awful caterwaul, and I saw it smoke and blaze. My breath came with a gasp, and I leant against the wall. Over that part of the window there was spread a smudge, green and fantastic. It hid the thing from me. A stench of burning stole into the room. Pad, pad, pad. Something passed down the garden path. The dog had been silent for a few moments. Now I heard him yowl as though in pain. Then he was quiet. A little later, the gate slammed, distantly. I must have stood there some minutes, helpless, staring before me rigidly. Then I made a frightened rush at the door and dashed it to and bolted it. That is all. This morning, early, I went through the gardens, but found everything as usual. I examined the path for footprints, yet here again there was nothing to tell me whether I had dreamed last night. It was only when I came to speak to the dog that I discovered some tangible proof that something did happen. He was crouching in his kennel, and I had to coax him out. His manner was cowed and subdued as I patted him, and my attention was attracted to a greenish patch on his left flank. On examination, I found that the fur and skin had apparently been burnt off. The flesh showed raw and scorched. The shape of the mark reminded me of the imprint of a large talon or hand. I thought of the horrible thing I saw last night. The smoky patch was there on my study window. I knew the cause now of that hateful-looking wound on the dog's side. I also knew that what I had seen last night had been a real happening. A great discomfort filled me. Pepper, the cat, and now this poor animal. The dog was licking at his wound. "Poor brute," I muttered, and as I left him, I bent to pat his head. He nosed and licked my hand, wistfully. After dinner, I went to see him again. He seemed quiet and disinclined to leave his kennel. From my sister, I learnt that he had refused food all day. She appeared puzzled, though quite unsuspicious of anything of which to be afraid. After tea, I went again to have a look at the dog. He was restless. Before locking up for the night, I moved his kennel away from the wall, so that I could see it from the study window. It is now 2:00, and I am in my study. The door leading into the garden is bolted. So far, the dog has been silent. Through the window, I can make out dimly the outlines of the kennel. Suddenly, I hear a rattle of the dog's chain. As I stare, I see a patch of luminous light shine from the interior of the kennel. It shows distinctly. It is like a hand, and I remember the contour of that fearsome wound on the dog's side. It must be luminous. Why? The minutes pass. My mind is filled with this fresh thing. Then I hear a sound in the garden. It is approaching. Pad, pad, pad. A prickly sensation traverses my spine. The dog whimpers frightenedly. The padding sound is coming closer, down the path. It ceases outside the door. I sit motionless. From the door comes a sound. The latch is being slowly raised. A singing noise is in my ears, and I have a sense of pressure about the head. Then the latch drops with a click into the catch. The noise startles me afresh, yet still I sit. I seem to have lost the power of movement. I am strangely tired, and presently I find myself falling asleep and waking in fits and starts. Then suddenly, although there is no noise, I am wide awake. The very air seems pregnant with terror. I look at the window. As I do so, I gasp and stare. I am looking at a vast, misty swine face, over which fluctuates a flamboyant flame of a greenish hue. It is the thing from the arena. The quivering mouth seems to drip with a continual phosphorescent slaver. Two huge, inhumanly human eyes are looking at me. I am cold with fear. And now a fresh horror has come to me. I am arising from my chair without the least intention. Something is impelling me towards the door. I wish to stop, but cannot. The great swine face has disappeared from the window, and I hear again that stealthy pad, pad, pad. It stops outside the door to which I am being compelled. Again comes the rattle of the latch, and I shiver. I try, I fight, and struggle to hold back. Back! But it is no use. I am at the door, and in a mechanical way I watch my hand go forward to undo the topmost bolt. It does so entirely without my volition. The door is shaken violently, and I get a sickly whiff of mouldy air. The bolt comes out of its socket with a click, and I begin to shake. There are two more bolts. All at once, there comes a sudden rattle of iron at my feet. I glance down and realize with unspeakable terror that my foot is pushing back the lower bolt. An awful sense of helplessness assails me. A minute passes, an eternity, then another. My God, help me. I am being forced to work upon the last fastening. I will not! My lips emit a hoarse scream of terror. The bolt is 3 parts drawn now, and still my unconscious hands work towards my doom. Twice I scream out in the supreme agony of my fear. Then, with a mad effort, I tear my hands away. I feel my knees giving. A great blackness is falling upon me. There is a loud thudding upon the door, and I am falling. Falling. I have lain there at least a couple of hours. As I recover, I am aware that the candles have burnt out and the room is in darkness. Cautiously, I get up and feel for the central bolt. I find it and push it back into its socket. Then I secure the other two. After that, I creep away in the direction of the stairs. Reaching my bedroom, I clamber into bed, all clothed as I am, and pull the clothes over me. After a while, I begin to regain a little confidence. I try to think over the happenings of the past night, but though I cannot sleep, I find it useless to attempt consecutive thought. My brain seems curiously blank. Towards morning, I begin to toss uneasily. I cannot rest, and after a while I get out of bed and pace the floor. Later, I hear Mary bustling about in the old kitchen, getting breakfast ready. I feel little interest. I am not hungry. My thoughts, however, continue to dwell upon her. How little the weird happenings in this house seem to trouble her. Except in the incident of the pit creatures, she has seemed unconscious of anything unusual occurring. She is old, like myself. Yet how little we have to do with one another. After a time, I go to the window. The sun is now above the horizon, and a sense of security, for the time being, comes to me. I go downstairs and out into the garden to have a look at the dog. As I approach the kennel, I am greeted by the same mouldy stench that assailed me at the door last night. Shaking off a momentary sense of fear, I call to the dog, but he takes no heed. Presently my sister joins me and tries to coax him from the kennel with some food. In a little, the poor beast rises and shambles out. In the daylight, he stands, swaying from side to side. I note that the horrid wound is larger, much larger, and seems to have a white fungoid appearance. My sister moves to fondle him, but I detain her and tell her that it is well to be cautious for a few days. Though the food should be tempting, the dog takes no notice of it, but retires to his kennel. I can see that my sister is much puzzled as to what is the matter with the animal. Yet it would be madness even to hint the truth to her. The day slips away uneventfully, and night comes on. I have decided to watch the kennel again, but I have taken precautions. I have driven stout nails in at the back of each of the 3 bolts that secure the study door. This will at least prevent an occurrence of the danger I ran last night. From 10 to about 2, I watch, but nothing occurs. And finally I stumble off to bed, where I am soon asleep. I wake suddenly. It is still dark. My head is aching, and by turns I am hot and cold. I stretch out my hand for the matches to light my candle, and am startled to see a phosphorescent speck of fire shining amid the darkness. It is on my wrist. With the feeling of vague alarm, I strike the match and look, but can see nothing, save a tiny scratch. There is a slight greenish discoloration round it. I am puzzled. Then a thought comes to me. I remember the morning after the thing appeared, the dog had licked my hand. A horrible fear creeps into my brain. The dog's wound shines at night. With a dazed feeling, I sit on the side of the bed and try to think, but my brain is numb with this new fear. Hour after hour I sit and shiver, hopelessly. The day has come and gone, and it is night again. This morning, early, I shot the dog and buried it. My sister is startled and frightened, but it is better so. The foul growth had almost hidden its left side, and the place on my wrist has enlarged, perceptibly. Several times I have caught myself muttering prayers, little things learned as a child. God, Almighty God, help me. 6 days, and I have eaten nothing. It is night. I am sitting in my chair. Ah, God, I wonder have any ever felt the horror of life that I have come to know. I am swathed in terror. This dread growth has covered all my right arm and side and is beginning to creep up my neck. Tomorrow it will eat into my face. I shall become a terrible mass of living corruption. There is no escape. Yet a thought has come to me, born of a sight of the gun rack in the corner. I have looked again, with the strangest of feelings. God, thou knowest, thou must know that death is better, aye, better 1,000 times than this. It will at least spare me that final horror. I think I must have been dozing. I am very weak, and so miserable and tired. The rustle of the paper tries my brain. My hearing seems preternaturally sharp. I will sit a while and think. Hush. I hear something. Down in the cellars. It is a creaking sound. My God, it is the opening of the great trapdoor. What can be doing that? The scratching of my pen deafens me. I must listen. There are steps on the stairs. Strange, padding steps that come up nearer. Jesus, be merciful to me, an old man. There is something fumbling at the door handle. Oh, God, help me now. The door is opening. Slowly. Something... That is all. I put down the manuscript and glanced across at Tonneson. He was sitting, staring out into the dark. Well, I said, was he mad? No. I opened my lips to offer a contradictory opinion, for my sense of the sameness of things would not allow me to take the story literally. Then I shut them again. Somehow the certainty in Tonneson's voice affected my doubts. I felt all at once less assured. After a few minutes' silence, Tonneson rose and began to undress. What do you say to having another look at... I nodded my head downstream. Never, he said abruptly. I would not go there again for anything you could offer me. Oh! The next morning, we rose late and took our accustomed swim. After breakfast, we spent the day at our favourite sport. We enjoyed the rest of our holiday to the utmost, though both of us looked forward to our driver's arrival, for we were anxious to question him about this strange area. At last the day came on which we had agreed for the driver to come across for us. He arrived early, and we immediately asked the question that was uppermost in our minds. Did he know anything about an old garden and a great pit and a lake, situated some miles away downriver? Also, had he ever heard of a great house thereabouts? No, he did not, and had not. Yet, stay, he had heard a rumour, once upon a time, of a great old house standing out alone in the wilderness. But if he remembered rightly, it was a place given over to the fairies, or, if that had not been so, he was certain that there had been something queer about it. And anyway, he had heard nothing of it for a very long while, not since he was quite a gossoon. "Look here," said Tonneson, "just take a walk round the village while we get ready, and find out what you can." With a nondescript salute, the man departed on his errand. He was away nearly an hour, and when he returned, it was evident that he had found out something. It appeared that he had got into conversation with an ancient man of the village who knew something of the strange house. The substance of this knowledge was that in the old man's youth there had stood a great house in the centre of the gardens, where now was left only that fragment of a ruin. This house had been empty for a great while, years before the old man's birth. It was a place shunned by the people of the village, as it had been shunned by their fathers before them. No one ever went near it. It was a synonym of all that is unholy and dreadful. And then one day, a man, a stranger, had ridden through the village and turned off in the direction of the house, as it was always termed by the villagers. Some hours afterwards, he had ridden back and then taken the track towards Ardran. Then, for 3 months or so, nothing was heard. At the end of that time, the man reappeared. But now he was accompanied by an elderly woman and a large number of donkeys laden with various articles. They had passed through the village without stopping and gone in the direction of the house. Since that time, no one save the man whom they had chartered to bring over monthly supplies from Ardran had ever seen either of them, and him no one had ever induced to talk. The years had moved onwards, uneventfully enough in that little hamlet, the man making his monthly journeys regularly. One day he appeared as usual on his customary errand. He had passed through the village and gone towards the house. Usually it was evening before he made the return journey. On this occasion, however, he had reappeared a few hours later in an extraordinary state of excitement, and with the astounding information that the house had disappeared bodily, and that a stupendous pit now yawned in the place where it had stood. This news so excited the curiosity of the villagers that they had marched en masse to the place. There they found everything just as described by the carrier. That was all we could learn. Of the author of the manuscript, who he was and whence he came, we shall never know. That same day, we left the lonely village of Creighton. We have never been there since. Sometimes in my dreams, I see that enormous pit, surrounded on all sides by trees and bushes, and the noise of the water rises upwards and blends in my sleep with other and lower noises, while over all hangs the eternal shroud of spray.
The Routemasters by Andrew McGibbon. Episode 1, Taking the Michelangelo.
Hurry up, get on then.
Mitchum, please.
Would you mind grabbing hold of this for me and plugging it in the third socket on the left over there? There's a good chap.
Mitchum, please.
Look, old boy, we haven't got a lot of time. If we miss this breach in the spatial netting, we'll be stuck here for goodness knows how long, waiting for another one. And then 3000 will come along inside out.
Look, is this the night bus to Mitchum?
Well, it's...
Is it a special or something?
You could say that,
Where's
yes.
this bus going?
Don't stand on that.
On what?
That.
Oh, right. Look, I think I must be on the wrong bus. I'll just get out now. Wait a minute. What's happened to the door?
It's gone. For your own safety.
My own safety? Look, will you please let me off this thing?
That would be most unusual. I would prefer if you got off at the next stop.
The next stop? Where's that going to be?
More like, when's that going to be? I'd rather hope to have had more out of the interpolator by now.
What's an interpolator?
Well, think of it as a... Well, look, you're the one who's come to repair it, Bernie.
Eh?
Look, I'll help you get the back off. It's very simple.
How do you know my name? Who are you?
Oh, well, that's easy. Think of me as a temporal detective, surfing on a gossamer of chronology in pursuit of time's arch enemies.
You're not a real bus conductor, are you?
No, Bernie. I am a Routemaster. See what I mean? Normally the interpolator provides some kind of big fanfare there. I was rather hoping you'd be able to fix that later. Anyway, pleased to make your acquaintance. You can call me the conductor.
I thought you said you were a Routemaster.
That's what I am, not what I'm called. And for your information, we're travelling on a time bus.
Why do I always get the nutter? Oh, it's a time bus, is it?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
I shall take... Oh, I see. Is that all you have to say? You are about to embark on the most exciting journey of your entire life, and all you can say is, oh, I see.
Well, it seems quite clear to me that this bus is going non-stop to Rampton. Could you let me off, please? I think I can walk the rest of the way home from here.
Let you off?
Yes.
That's most irregular. Driver, anywhere here? It's most unusual to let someone off between stops. Sure I can't change your mind?
Quite sure, thank you.
Well, goodbye, old chap.
What a nutter.
What the... Couldn't help but notice, son. You all alone out here at night. Them Sioux looking for a scalp like yours. And if they don't get you, the coyotes will. I reckon you'd be better climbing on and coming with me if you know what's good for you, boy.
It's you again, isn't it?
You get to see a lot of faces out here, mister. I can't rightly recall seeing yours before.
It is you under that crappy beard and moustache.
No, it ain't. Ow!
I thought so. Look, whoever you are, look, just leave me alone. I just want to go home.
I can't really do that, Bernie.
Look, what do you want from me? Why do you keep following me around? Every time I see you, you're driving something different. Where'd you get this stagecoach from? Disneyland?
I'll happily explain everything to you. If you just agree to help me.
Oh, you're certainly persistent.
Bernie, please. Just this once. Trust me.
Look, if I help you, will you promise to go away and leave me alone?
Yes. I promise.
Right. Okay.
Stay there, Bernie. I'll be right back. There you are.
What happened to the stagecoach?
Well, as a cost-effective method of passenger transport, it ultimately fell victim to the railroad. Then, of course, to the internal combustion engine.
What?
And... Oh, come along, Bernie. No standing on top, please.
Signor Michelangelo, I'm going home now.
No, but remember to bring me a sample of that grey distemper Raphael of Urbino's been using. I'm quite sure he stole it from me. Two-faced lying queen.
Okay, I see what I can do, mate.
Don't you see what you can do, Carlo? Do what you can do. I'm not having that loathsome, preening artist wandering in to look at my ceiling and wandering out again with my paint and my ideas. Oh, this red is the wrong shade. Carlo, you idiot! Carlo, that you down there? You've mixed up the wrong red for the Erythraean sable. It makes her look like a Dutch eunuch with impetigo. Carlo, you there? Hello, who are you? What do you want? The chapel's not open yet. What's that? What are you doing? El filosif.
Oh, well done, Bernie. You fixed it.
But I didn't do anything.
Exactly. Obviously, it wasn't broken in the first place. But it took a keen eye to realize that. You are a marvel. I know. He seems like a very nice young man. Most fortunate to have him on board. So you haven't got an accurate fix on them yet? Well, you'd better show me what you have.
Conductor, why are you talking to a stylophone?
The interpolator is consulting me, Bernie. Sit down and pay attention. You might learn something. Run your revision, interpolator.
Take the Te Deum out of DIY and crucifix it and do Italia home and Cardinal Centre. Salve, salve, salve on paint in gloss, ergo shell and pater lustra. This week's offer. Buy a 5-litre economy Vatican of wallpaper paste and get a second absolution absolutely free. It's all at Do Italia for your Father, Son and Holy White Spirit. Open Redemptor Mundi.
What was all that about?
That, Bernie, takes us a little closer to where we need to be. What you have seen is a clue. The interpolator acts like a radar. It scans the past for signs of temporal misdemeanors and reinterprets the images in a way all of us can understand. Be aware, there is a depraved force at large preying on the very fabric of history itself. His name is Raymond.
Raymond?
Oh, Raymond can take any form he chooses. And until recently, he had only one objective, to tinker with time. Up and down the eons, meddling here and there, altering events and changing history for his own amusement.
I see. So, he messes everything up, and you put it right again?
Crudely speaking, yes.
Thought so.
Latterly, Raymond has teamed up with a woman whose name strikes terror into the soul of mere mortals. She is called Hildegard.
Hildegard?
No! Hildegard is a curator from the Triennium Institute of the 30th century. For reasons I cannot understand, the pair of them have begun to vandalize the very elements that make up the pantheon of human achievement. As we speak, they are systematically devaluing generations of art, literature, music, and philosophy, and turning your cultural panoply into a vulgar, muddled, distorted mess. A little bit like your Channel 5.
Right.
Look. Let me give you an example. If I were to tell you that the writings of Lord Henry Dark in the 1700s were regarded as the greatest love poems of all time, greater even than Shakespeare's sonnets, what would you say?
I don't know. I've never heard of him.
Precisely, Bernie. And why should you? His poems were unknown. I hadn't heard of him either until the interpolator revealed how great his work should have been. By the time I got to him, Raymond and Hildegard had rewritten all his great works and reduced them to greeting card doggerel. Listen to this. A poem on the death of his beloved wife.
Before mine purging eyes behold this dead benediction of great beauty, that here lies colder than the moon. Now orbs grey glazed sparkle in heaven's rainbow, like Hecuba's tears seen from Elysian fields.
It's beautiful. Yes, and now listen to what they did to it.
Lying on your deathbed before you kick the bucket. If I get out my fisherman's friend, would you care to suck it?
I've never seen that on a greeting card.
Well, you see, that's what they do. Firstly, they choose a victim. Raymond is transferred from his flask into the body. They let the poor fool display artistic promise and attract attention, then just as he or she is about to produce their finest work, they exterminate their spirit and rubbish them to obscurity.
Oh, you mean like Chesney Hawkes?
Yes, exactly like that. I am the one and only. Oh, he was right about that, wasn't he?
Look, this is all very interesting, Conductor, but why am I here?
Well, Bernie, I think that's a question we ask ourselves from time to time.
You know what I
isn't
mean.
it? Excellent, Bernie. The interpolator seems to have found something else.
Could it possibly play something else?
Well, you're the one who fixes it.
Look, I don't fix anything. I don't even know what it is, nor do I care.
Oh, now, look, you've upset the interpolator.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Conductor. Look, I agree to help you.
And I will need your help soon enough.
Oh, what a body this man has. And what a stiff neck, too. I've got paint all over me, and oh, pooh. He hasn't changed his grundies for a while, either. Hildegard! Hildegard! Look at me! I'm Michelangelo, the artist, the sculptor, the intellectual, the poet.
Michelangelo, the artist, the sculptor, the intellectual, is in this flask. You, my impish little imbecile, are simply occupying his body.
Yes, but just look at his muscles and that big forehead. I tell you, Hildegard, I'll be happy if I never have to go back in that flask again.
Really? How very disappointing that would be.
That's the proximity sensor. Yes, I'm not even on my back yet, and already I'm buggered.
Nonsense. That meddlesome Routemasters is simply scanning the time routes. He's a long way from finding out where we are and whose body you've occupied.
Don't underestimate him, Hildegard. He rumbled me within minutes when I appeared on top of Mount Sinai.
Well, perhaps that had something to do with the helicopter and megaphone you were using.
Well, how was I to know the cloud was suddenly going to lift? Anyway, Moses couldn't hear me over the noise of the chopper. I think he just wrote down the first 10 things that came into his head.
Look, if you do as I tell you, we can be out of here and on our way to another lucrative cultural nexus before anybody notices.
You know, Hildegard, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Together, we make quite a team.
Just remember, without me, you'd still be 6 inches high and running around on your balls.
You know, you can be very hurtful and cutting when you want to be.
You love every minute of it.
I know. Please don't ever stop.
Oh, look, the Pope's Secretary Curcio and his cronies are coming. Now listen to me. Remember to act like the man whose body you've occupied. He is a person of great conviction and passion. His artistic domination of this century is without question. He also possesses a frightening temper and is given to fearsome mood changes.
So should I take this penny off, then?
What do you think, Raymond? If you have to introduce me, say I'm your new assistant, Serena, from Reggio Emilia. And, oh God, he's climbing up. And don't forget, Pope Julius II is your patron, so show his children...
Maestro! How many times do I have to tell you, Curzio, that I do not appreciate these interruptions? I am like an artistic river. How can I possibly be expected to complete my work when idiots like you keep silting up my flow?
Oh, well, if this is an inconvenient time to discuss your work, I'm sure I can come back with your preliminary payment in, let's say, a month's time.
No, you weren't bothering me at all, Curzio. In fact, it's always a joy to see you. I just get a bit wrapped up in missealing, that's all.
Yeah, no kidding. And tell me, Maestro, who is this beautiful young flower assisting you this fine morning?
Yes, my assistant, Secretia. She's very good at wiping off my brush.
Well, Secretia, I never knew the Maestro displayed such good taste when it came to attractive young ladies. Come to think of it, he's never displayed any interest in women whatsoever.
Hildegard, you never told me I was occupying the body of a sucking great iron. I hope I don't have to use the back entrance to get out.
Oh! My master's taste in all things, my good Lord Curcio, is based purely upon his need for constant artistic enlightenment through platonic relationships. And my name is Serena.
Quite right, Secretia. Now, go and get us some red wine, will you? How now, Curzio? What brings you to the lowly battle vault that is my tormented canvas?
Oh, I'm here to tell you that your patron and my master, His Holiness Pope Julius II, will be arriving to inspect your work later today. He's expressed concern about the colors you've used on some of the cherubim and seraphim.
Look, I'm the artist here. The Pope can go and touch up someone else's cherubs, but he's not tinkering with mine.
Relax, Maestro. It's a mere trifle. He cannot wait to see the progress of his glorious commission.
He can rest assured that his commission will certainly be one of the most radical and unexpected of its time. That's for sure. Now, where's my money?
Huh? What money?
You said you had a preliminary payment for me?
Did I say that? Unfortunately, I was lying. Later, Maestro, and good day to you, fair Secretia.
Serena.
Whatever.
What a tight-fisted, pen-pushing, paper ring burner.
Look, my little darling moron, we don't need their money. Now you're occupying Michelangelo's body. We are in possession of far greater coinage.
A bit of loose change is very useful. You try eating lunch around here and then saying, sorry, hope you don't mind, but could you change this? Only I haven't anything smaller than my essence of greatness.
You really are a curious little cretin, aren't you?
Oh, stop it, Hildegard.
So, This is what you do all day, is it?
Don't fiddle with that, Bernie. You'll
Stand
break
here
it.
hunched in a stairwell as the bus goes backwards and forwards, watching your so-called interpolator. I mean, what about your driver? He must get pretty fed up.
What did you say?
You know, your driver, the bloke in the cab at the front of the bus with the blind pulled down. What about him?
I'd rather you didn't talk about the driver.
Oh, a bit touchy there.
Don't mention the driver again.
Why?
Please, Bernie, some things are better left unsaid.
Look, how do I know we're travelling through time anyway? I mean, it's just a bus, isn't it? How can you prove...
Bernie, I'm a little pressed for time, and as you can see...
But if you can travel through time, then you can't be pressed for it, can you?
OK, you've got a point. Driver, stop the bus. Interpolator, create a sequenced heterodyne inertial time plug.
Hey, conductor, that spells...
I know what it spells, Bernie. It's what it does that matters. Right. There we are. Happy now?
What do you mean?
Well, I've just sent the bus 50 years into the future.
Well, it doesn't look any different outside.
Of course it doesn't. It's Mitcham.
Yeah, but how do you know we've travelled through time?
Because your fare's just gone up £7 in 15 seconds. Now, come on, pay up, or I have to throw you off.
Hey, conductor, what's happening?
The time bus has located Raymond and Hildegard. The interpolator seems to be directing us towards Rome, somewhere around the beginning of the 16th century. According to the screen, we're going to pull up outside St. Peter's.
Look, I'd hate to see you snag your tights on a minor detail, conductor, but won't the arrival of a red London bus outside the Vatican in Renaissance Rome look a little bit strange?
Bernie, have you never heard of stealth?
No.
The time bus has evolved a way of adapting its outward appearance to best fit in with its new surroundings.
You mean you can disguise the bus, is it?
Exactly. How do you think I was able to appear as a bus 1 minute and a stagecoach the next?
Oh, it was rather a good trick.
You see. The time bus is fitted with temporal blenders, Bernie. A fail-safe device that assimilated key structural reference points from this period in history in order to project for the observer...
a nude statue of Anne Widdecombe.
Oh, dear. Well, at least we won't have any trouble remembering where we've parked. Though maybe we should get a fig leaf from the market. On second thoughts, better get a small bush.
Small?
Our friend, the conductor, is closing in, and you've only managed to paint one corner of the ceiling. Look, we don't have time to make it beautiful.
Well, I don't see you rushing to help. Besides, I take great pride in my work.
Stop giving that.
Yeah.
This is how it's meant to be done.
Yes, your way may be quicker, but my way ensures a more even coat.
And the certainty of us still being here a year from now. Give it back.
My way's best.
I said give it back.
Arguing over who can paint faster. Worried that the lady in your life might be about to overtake you on the stepladder? Not if you're using the patented Action Emulsion Turbo Roller. Look how easily the paint glides on the surface of the ceiling, allowing a Renaissance man like myself to cover twice the area in half the time. When it dries, free of moisture...
Have you got it finished?
Oh, sorry. I've still got some residue from Ray Brooks in my flask.
Oh, do get on with it.
Yeah, I rule the world.
According to the interpolator, Raymond is working somewhere inside the Vatican. He knows the sound of my voice and my appearance well enough by now, but he won't recognize you.
No, he won't. That's because I won't be there.
Bernie, we haven't got time for this. Put this around your neck.
Why?
It may look and feel like a gold medallion, but it's actually a universal translator.
Cool, thank you. Now I look like Jimmy Savile.
Now then, Bernie.
So what happens when we get caught?
And don't be so defeatist. We'll be carrying this, a portable interpolator. It'll help lead us to Raymond. In an emergency, and I mean an emergency, push the emergency button.
What, the big red plunger in the middle?
No, the tiny grey one.
Oh.
The big red plunger's the spell check. Time will instantly freeze around you, allowing you to escape. Push it again, and time is restarted. And we mustn't forget this. A fully charged transient isolation skirt.
What does that do?
It reverses time inside any area you pointed at. Very useful for getting rid of graffiti. And perhaps most important of all, this. Catch, Bernie.
What's that?
It's a pot of gentleman's relish in case you get hungry. Follow me. We'll cross the square.
Wow, this really is Rome.
Quick, into one of those arches, Bernie. The portable interpolator is homing in on something. We need to watch. Run your revision, interpolator.
Good eye. You know, sometimes you can brighten even the largest room with a bit of creative painting. So I thought I'd have a go at this ceiling. Right, here we go. Now let's start by putting a couple of cheeky seraphim. Now let's put a blonde-haired cherub in there. Now you think it's important that we get God in here somewhere? Tell you what, let's get him creating Adam, and I'll use a different brush for all the cute angels carrying him on the world too. Can you see Moses? Have you guessed what it is yet?
Bernie, let's look at the clues. A singing Australian, one big coat, lots of colours, biblical theme. We're obviously looking for Jason Donovan.
Nah, too much gaiety to be him. Far more likely to be the Sistine Chapel ceiling.
Yes, that's good thinking, Bernie. Let's keep our eyes peeled for both, just to be on the safe side. Now, this looks promising. What do you think, Bernie?
Well, it's the first time I've ever been to Rome, but I think this room's a bit too small to be the Sistine Chapel. What about this one?
Yes, Bernie, this is the place. And I'll wager my last tube of thrush cream that that's Michelangelo at the top of the scaffold.
So, Conductor, if that's really Michelangelo, how on earth does he know the words to If I Ruled the World?
I'm ahead of you, Bernie. I don't think Michelangelo would be painting over his frescoes with a turbo roller either. It's safe to assume we found Raymond. Unfortunately, he's almost finished the ceiling. Oh, he's seen us.
Hello, Conductor.
There's no time to lose. Somebody's coming. Bernie, you're going to have to deal with this. It's imperative we uphold the third axiom. We've only a few seconds to spare. I suppose I'm going to have to explain the third axiom to you, aren't I? Well, Bernie, think of us being in a kind of bubble. No, that's not a good example. Pretend you're lost at sea in a small fishing smack. No, right. Your friend has 14 nut brittles. If I eat 7 of them and regurgitate 4... No. Look, put it at its simplest. The third axiom means that if a single witness sets eyes on Raymond's vandalism, we'll have lost the chance to set it right. History will have been changed forever, and uncertainty will jeopardize every subsequent event down the ages. If Michelangelo's fresco is allowed to remain a whitewash, the consequences could be unthinkable.
It just means there wouldn't be any titles for the South Bank show, that's all.
Whether or not you choose to believe what I've told you about the third axiom, I strongly suggest that you give me the benefit of the doubt and use what little time we have left to stop whoever is walking towards that door from seeing inside. All right. You take care of the papal expedition. I'll climb the scaffolding and confront piss-poor Michelangelo.
We come to see Michelangelo.
Oh, you can't come in today, mate. It's closed.
Closed?
Yeah.
What do you mean it's closed?
Yeah, it's closed for staff training, and because it's too windy.
It's too windy?
Yeah.
It's too windy.
Yeah.
It's too windy. What are you on about?
Look, do you want to play some cards?
What are you talking about,
pick
too
a card.
windy?
Come on, mate, pick a
I want
card.
no
Come on,
card.
you know you want to. Come on.
What is
Pick
this
a
cards?
card.
Do I look like a card?
I thought it was you up here, Raymond. How is Time's favourite bendy toy?
Hello, Conductor. My name is Michelangelo, and not a lot of people know that. Why do you always have to interrupt me when I'm having so much fun?
Because, Raymond, you're the only person in creation who would paint over Michelangelo's finest work with emulsion and call it fun.
Not the only person, Conductor. I've slapped a little bit over there where the sacrifice of Cain and Abel used to be.
Hildegard, what a pleasant surprise. Come to Rome to lift some more of Raphael's pictures from the Vatican apartments?
Excuse me, but those pictures financed a number of genuine archaeological surveys.
Yes, and a vast mansion overlooking Lake Geneva.
I think you vacated Michelangelo's body, Raymond. I'm sure the conductor and his boyfriend will be more than able to cope with the consequences.
That's Bernie. He's just my assistant.
All right, it's nothing to be ashamed of. We're very open-minded.
And I quite fancy him as well.
I beg your pardon?
I'd better get out of this body, quick.
Oh,
I hate this bit. You know, dear, you really must find a less ticklish process for me to vacate the body.
Hildegard, you must know that I can reverse the effects of what you have done.
Perhaps. But this time, Conductor, I think you'll find our efforts on the ceiling will be beyond even your advanced technology.
Nothing is beyond any Routemasters' transient isolation skirt with its limitless power source. I can reverse the passage of time here in the chapel, and the original fresco will be restored before Michelangelo recovers consciousness, and hopefully before anybody gets past Bernie.
I do so want you to try, Conductor. Well, we really have got to be going now, haven't we, darling?
Yeah, and that as well.
You sound remarkably at home in there, my little baby butt plug.
Wait a minute. What have you done to my transient isolation skirt? Oi, come back!
Conductor! Oh, what's that smell? God, I think I've got the Pope and his mate occupied till tomorrow. I appeal to their instincts as men of the cloth.
What did you do? Remind them it was time to sing the Angelus?
No, I introduced them to booze and gambling. They're too plastered for poker, and any mention of gin rummy gets them very confused. They won't be coming in here for a while. Here, Conductor, what's that?
Hildegard. Yes, Bernie.
What's wrong?
Oh, she's managed to render my isolation skirt utterly useless.
How?
Look on the walkway. See?
Oh, yeah. Looks like cheese.
1-inch square blocks of unpasteurised Cumbrian blue Vena, to be precise. Plays havoc with the skirt's retro-sequencing.
Yeah, of course it does. Michelangelo's coming round.
Well, there's only one thing we can do, Bernie. Oh, sorry, Maestro. Bernie, hit the emergency button on the portable interpolator.
Right.
Cucumber. C-U-C-U-M-B-R.
Oh, that's how you spell it.
The little grey button?
Oh, yeah.
Cool! Everything's frozen except for us.
Here, wait a minute. If you were going to freeze time anyway, why do you have to hit Michelangelo?
Because the smug bastard was asking for it. Too clever by half. Deserved a good smack, I thought.
For once, I think I agree with you there.
Oh, look at the ceiling.
How are you going to repair this lot?
The art master of Chelsea's Sistine Chapel painting by numbers kit. What could be simpler? Close the curtains. Position the spectral projector provided on your bedroom carpet. On the ceiling, you can clearly see the outline of the Sistine Chapel. Using the paint provided, match each section of the ceiling with the number. Your bedroom ceiling must be no smaller than 4,000 square feet.
Warning, you may have to take Thursdays off for the next 5 years to fully appreciate this product.
Not available in Muslim.
Brilliant! That's it. The interpolator can project this stencil outline of Michelangelo's work onto the ceiling. All we have to do is paint in the colours.
Conductor, that could take forever.
Yes?
Oh, in fact...
Stop complaining. We're almost finished. However, there does appear to be a slight problem.
What's that?
The hands of God and Adam aren't touching.
What's wrong with that?
No, that's not all, Bernie. I ran out of flesh number 12, and I've had to paint God's fingernails black.
Well, at least it's stylish.
Oh, well. We'll just have to leave it.
Michelangelo, your ceiling is beyond comparison. This is a work of such monumental beauty.
Grazie, Holy Father.
Are you not happy with your work, Maestro?
No, I am. It is just that I thought I had God and Adam shaking hands. You know, welcome to the world. Well, now I don't know what to do. I could put a fork of lightning between their fingers. No, that would be stupid. But then again...
I still don't understand. How are we going to account for the nude statue of Anne Widdecombe, Conductor? I mean, it hardly went unnoticed.
I think most Romans will be only too happy to see the back of it, which is infinitely more attractive than the front.
Well, Conductor, I think I've had enough excitement for one night, so if you don't mind, I'd quite like to go home now.
Oh, dear. I'm afraid we're going to have to take a little detour.
Oh, no, not again.
In that episode of The Routemasters by Andrew McGibbon, Amanda Donahoe was Hildegard, Andrew McGibbon was Raymond, Carl Minns was the conductor, Owen Evans was Bernie, Andy Mulligan was Michelangelo, Dan Friedman was Curcio and Carlo, and Alex Lowe was the voice of the interpolator. The theme tune was written by Ozzy Temple and other original music by Nick Romero. Additional material was written by Rob Colley and Kevin Greening. The programme was produced and directed by Julian Mayers. The Routemasters by Andrew McGibbon. Episode 2, Don't Be a Freud.
Please, you must understand. It's very urgent. I'm in a terrible way.
But you're not a regular patient. We have no record of you, Frau...
Braun. Frau Hildegard Braun.
Well, Frau Braun, why don't you take a seat and I'll go and have a word with Sigmund. But he's not inclined to take new patients without a recommendation first.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hildegard, you've got to let me out of this flask. I'm gonna pop my cork in here.
The process of transmutation cannot begin until we are in the same room as Sigmund Freud, so you'll just have to hold on, my darling.
But I haven't been since we left the Sistine Chapel, and I'm bursting now.
My sweet liquid moron, you cannot be bursting. You haven't got anything to burst. You're simply a tube of plasma, a moist voice in a sealed vial.
Well, why didn't they design it like a soda siphon? At least when I'm desperate, I could squirt off into a vodka. Shh! No, don't say that. You make me want to go even more.
Quiet.
He's very busy. He cannot see you today. You will have to make an appointment.
Oh, but please, you must understand. My condition is critical. I've got to see Dr. Freud immediately.
And I've got to go for a slash.
Who said that?
You can hear him too. You see, there's a person inside of me trying to get out. Please help me.
Look, you wrinkly old bag. How would you like me to leave a permanent stain on your Wilton?
Please help. Get him out of me.
Sigmund, I think you had better have a look at this woman.
Come in, please.
Quickly. Go into his study.
Thank you.
About bloody time, too.
Sigmund? Sigmund? Is everything all right? Sigmund, what's happening in there?
Well, Frau Braun, come back again after lunch and we'll continue the treatment.
Yes, Dr. Freud, and thank you.
Oh, it was my pleasure. I never thought transference could be so much fun.
Sigmund, what happened in there?
Oh, I opened the window and a gust of wind blew off some of my knickknacks.
But Sigmund, you never opened the windows in your study?
Well, you know, sometimes you have to strike out against tradition, Betty.
I'm Martha, your wife. Who is Betty?
Who the devil are you? And what do you call that?
Do you not recognize Herr Grubermann, Sigmund? He's one of your patients, and that is his zither.
You came thither to dither with your zither, did you? Well, I'll be back to see you later, Herr Grubermann.
Conductor?
Yes, Bernie?
Where are we going?
I'm not sure. The interpolator will tell us something in due course.
Where are we going?
I've just told you, Bernie, I'm not sure yet.
Where are we going?
Bernie, what is wrong with you? Why are you asking me the same question?
Where are we going?
Bernie, have you
Where are we going?
Don't give me that.
Where are we going?
I've told you before about tinkering with the controls of a translator. Once you switch in the subject loop discharge setting, it can be impossible to get it to stop.
Where are we going? It might be important for you to hunt down Raymond and Hildegard, Conductor, but you promised to take me home as soon as we'd finished restoring the Sistine Chapel.
Where are we going?
I'm sorry, I'm bored and fed up.
Well, that may be so, Bernie.
Where are we going?
Being bored doesn't mean you can jam me up a vital piece of...
Where are we going?
Equipment. There.
Where are we going?
Oh, bugger.
Look, Conductor, I want to go home. I'm no hero. I'm not built to save the universe from cultural thieves, and I don't want to be a Routemasters like you.
I'm sorry, Bernie, what they're doing is wrong. Raymond and Hildegard are unravelling the richness of your civilization and perforating the soft flesh of your culture with every act of larceny.
Where are we going?
A few pricks here and there might not add up to much, but soon there's prick after prick after prick. And finally, those little pricks tear the flesh apart. Oh, dear. Now the translator's talking in poodle.
Yeah, I know. Let's turn on the other translator and see what this one's saying.
Bernie, for heaven's sake.
I want to go for a walk. I want to go for a walk.
Wow, that's cool. I can talk to the animals.
I want to eat. There's a bitch over there. That's a bitch, that is. I like
Bernie, will you get this thing off me?
Like that bitch.
It's cocking itself against my leg.
You must be on heat, Conductor. You make a
I'm going
lovely
to
couple.
smell her
It's not
bottom.
designed to try and copulate with
Do
me.
you want to
It's a
smell my
translator.
bottom?
Tell it to
Go
get
on,
down.
smell
Get
my
down.
bottom. Oh dear, my master's angry. I'm scared I might do a poo. I hope he doesn't rub my nose in it. Doesn't anyone want to smell my bottom?
Give me that. And that's for this one. Now, Bernie, if you're bored, why don't you watch a quasi-dimensional thought lozenge?
You what?
It's like your VHS video.
Great idea. There's a blockbuster at the end of my road. You can drop me off. Now, what's all this about? A comprehensive history of the peni.
That's pronounced peni.
Who or what are the peni? Conductor?
Peni, Bernie. Why did you watch it?
Hi, my name's Simon Bates. Quasi-dimensional thought lozenge piracy is a crime. Before viewing, check underneath the 5D projected fractalgram and make sure your quasi-dimensional thought lozenge has an unbroken white plastic lid.
Oh, let's spool past this. It's a copy anyway.
So, Hildegard, here we are, a beautiful Vienna. We've a lot to do this morning. I won't feel properly dressed until I've visited Loden Plangels, the traditional Austrian clothing store, and bought myself a Tyrolean dirndl. They're all the rage.
And tell me, my soft and fluffy cretin, have you any idea what a dirndl is?
No, but I understand they're all the rage.
A dirndl is a skirt, you irrepressible idiot.
Oh, well, perhaps I could wear it as a wrap, then.
We are not in Vienna to buy clothes. We're here because Sigmund Freud is putting the finishing touches to one of his most significant and revolutionary papers. He delivers it to his select group of disciples sometime this evening. I've decided it'll make an excellent exhibit at the Triennium Institute, and therefore I want to get my hands on it before Viennese society does.
No, but I'd planned to go on the Ferris wheel at the Prater Park. It's only just opened. I want to feel the wind blowing up my dandle.
When we've got what we came for, then I'll take you for a ride on the Ferris wheel.
You know, Hildegard, it's hard to find the words to say what you mean to me.
How about my entire existence and everything I've ever done or ever will do?
Well, that's more words than I'd have used.
Excuse me, Sigmund. It's really you?
What? Oh, yes, it's me. I'm sorry, but I don't know your name.
I'm Jung.
Really? Well, you're no spring chicken from where I'm sitting.
No, I'm Carl Gustav Jung.
Oh, of course you are. Forgive me. Oh, and have you met my sweet, sexy little...
I am Hildegard Braun, a new patient of Dr. Freud's.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Frau Braun. Sigmund, are we not having a meeting of the circle tonight?
Say yes. Say yes. Yes. In fact, anyone who doesn't come is a square.
Of course they are, Sigmund. One of your jokes. See you tonight, then. It's not like Sigmund to socialize with his clients. He's acting very strangely.
How these mysterious gifts are bestowed is and remains an...
I can't believe what this video's telling me.
I thought you might find it interesting.
It's the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen. According to this, far into the future, the human male sexual organ becomes sentient and aware, breaking off from its male host of 1 billion years.
Well, most women will tell you it's always had a mind of its own anyway.
These detached organs became capable of reproduction themselves and started to form peaceful communities. Their generous and compliant nature made them an easy target, however. Soon they were enslaved to nations of unscrupulous women and eunuchs who would keep whole nests of peni imprisoned under their beds purely for their own pleasure.
You bought this in a sex shop, didn't you, conductor?
Actually, I did, but not one you'd understand.
With their rights increasingly threatened, some of the communities became reactionary and formed militias, marshalling themselves under the banner Pudenders of the Faith. In the battle that followed, size mattered, and given that most averaged in length no more than 6 inches in height, even when tumescent, the peni were no match for the combined aggression of women and youth.
They were terrible times, Bernie.
Shh! I'm watching.
The peni formed temporary attachments to some of the disaffected male drones, or castros, that they'd become known. See figure 2. Oh yes, that's clever. These attachments proved to be mutually beneficial. For the first time in eons, man and organ enjoyed real power again, with one important difference. Should the host male or female become too overbearing and aggressive, then the organ could detach itself quite readily and even take sides in an argument. The power it held was such that a term invented by Sigmund Freud in the 19th century could now be applied with a brand new definition. Penis envy.
Sorry, Bernie, you'll have to watch the rest of this another time.
Well, I was really enjoying that.
Maybe so, but the interpolator picked up another deviation in the temporal flux, which can only be the work of Raymond.
If this interpolator is such a great piece of technology, why can't it do 2 things at once?
True, the interpolator is a very complicated and highly advanced piece of equipment. Unfortunately, there's only one socket. Run your revision, interpolator.
Welcome to Psychoanalysis. Just a minute.
Sigmund Freud, one of our most experienced members. You have 1 minute to tell us about your childhood.
When I was young, I went to the fun fair at the Prater Park in Vienna with my mommy, and I rode on the big wheel and held hand with my mother.
A challenge from Carl Gustav Jung. Buzzer fixation. Yes, indeed. I rather hear
that you did. I'd rather hear that you did. Go on. Just a task, Mama. So, a great challenge. And Carl Gustav, continue to tell us about your childhood.
I too went to the Prater Park and went on to the inflatable ego when I fell onto my body.
Sigmund Freud, a challenge.
Anal retention.
Bernie, I'm confused. This means nothing to me.
Ah, Vienna. Prater Park. Tell your driver to take us to Prater Park.
What did you say?
I said tell your driver to take us to Prater Park.
Why did you have to mention his name?
Whose name?
Don't make me say it.
What, the driver? What?
No.
Conductor.
Bernie, Bernie.
I'm just...
So, me own office. I've always wanted me own office. Just a shame it's someone else's. What does this do? Ah, it must be a budgie sharpener. Well, what would Sigmund Freud be doing now? Oh, I know. Betty, could I have my next patient, please? Betty, could you show my next patient in, please?
Sigmund, there is no one here by that name. I've told you before, this is your wife, Martha. Now do you understand?
Of course I do, Martha. Now, when Betty gets back, could you get her to show me in my next patient, please?
Well, I have Frau...
Jawohl, Hitler, Karla Hitler.
Frau Hitler waiting. She's very worried about the disruptive behavior of her little boy, Adolf. She says it's urgent. And then I've got Herr Grubermann, the zither player.
Ooh, a zither player. I tell you what, Betty, tell Frau Hitler to up little Adolf's dosage of gripe water and send him on an assertiveness course. That should iron out any antisocial tendencies. Now send in the zither player. Ah, Herr Grubermann, come in. I see you've brought your... what remains of your instrument with you. Why don't you put it over there? Now, I would have to say that your repressed libido has been directed toward your buzzer. I mean your zither. Is that what I mean? Oh, excuse me, Herr Grubermann. Yes, Betty?
It's Martha here. That is my name, Sigmund. Frau Hildegard Braun has arrived, and she's very agitated.
You better send her in, Betty.
It's Martha, Sigmund.
I thought you told me it was Hildegard.
Oh, never mind.
I'm sorry, Herr Grubermann, but we'll have to continue this another time.
Du hast immer eine Zither in dem Schrank. Im Fall, dass mein kaputt geht?
I keep a spare zither in the cupboard for you to use in times of crisis. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course it is. Well, look after this one. You can take it to the Volksprater and busk with it if you like, but I want 30% of anything you make. And try and bring it back in one piece, will you?
Yeah, danke.
Well, Raymond, what do you think?
Oh, my word, Hildegard, you do look fetching in that lederhosen.
You can look, but you can't touch.
Oh, don't get me all steamed up and excited, Hildegard. I've had quite a session of it already. Megalomaniac tendencies, broken zithers, someone called Betty who claims she's my wife Martha.
She is your wife, Martha. Freud is a happily married man, you cosmic imbecile.
Well, if she's my Martha, where's my father? Get it?
I also brought a bullwhip.
Yeah, so I see. It complements the rest of your outfit, though maybe it should dangle off the hip a bit more.
My sugar-coated astral jellyfish, I know you find it hard, but please try and hold on to the rail. In less than 2 hours, all 6 members of Freud's inner circle will assemble here in his study.
Oh, that's going to be awkward. There's only one chair and a couch. I better have a word with Betty.
I told you her name is Martha, and the seating is not important.
But I think
No,
we should...
Raymond.
No, but really...
I said no. Tonight, Freud will read extracts from his paper on telepathy and telekinesis. We have to find it.
Then what?
Then we can have some fun, Raymond.
Oh, I do like having fun with you. It doesn't involve that whip by any chance.
Why, my sweetheart, would you like it to?
Oh, just stop it, Hildegard.
Yes, well, the kind of fun I'm thinking of will give us more than just instant pleasure, my love. Tonight, you and I will denude Sigmund Freud of his most controversial work.
Ooh.
In fact, before the evening is over, he will have become the laughing stock of Vienna, and his reputation will be in tatters. And I shall have his greatest ever work to put on display. Yes. Now, my feet are killing me, Raymond. Take off my boots if you know what's good for you.
But I haven't got them on this time.
Ah, here we are, Bernie. We've arrived in Vienna.
Here, shall we go for a walk in the cold air?
Bernie, we haven't got time for that. And the interpolator screen's gone all fuzzy. Oh, the image has gone.
Oh, you do know it, then?
Bernie, this time I'm confident that the temporal blenders will disguise the time bus in a manner discreet to its location.
We're pulling up to the funfair, Conductor. Here, Conductor, why are we vibrating?
Why don't you have a look outside? I'll open the door for you.
I'll be happy to. I'm beginning to feel a bit sick anyway.
What can you see, Bernie? Have the temporal blenders provided us with appropriate camouflage?
No. A bouncy castle, complete with compressor.
Oh, bugger. Well, at least it's got the fairground bit right.
And it explains why we're vibrating.
And then nevertheless, we have a problem. The interpolator has directed the time bus to Vienna for a reason. But I shall have no idea why we are here or who Raymond is occupying. Here you are, Bernie. The portable interpolator should help us to locate Raymond. Take the transient isolation skirt as well, in case we need to reverse time. Oh, and don't forget your translator, Bernie.
Oh, thank you. It's so important to travel light.
Bernie, look out!
Waarom pas je niet al voor de guest, de blunte hond?
I didn't see you, I'm sorry.
Ik ben blij dat we hier kinderen hebben doorgegaan. So waarom bracht hij ze niet?
Turn on your translator, Bernie.
It's still playing up, Conductor.
Wait a minute. The portable interpolator is detecting minute traces of an organic matter that can only belong to Raymond. It's all over this man's instrument. Who gave you this zither? Bernie, turn that thing off. Use my translator. Who gave you this zither?
If you will stop barking at me like the dog, I will tell you. It was given to me by Herr Sigmund Freud. I am one of his patients, so I don't know for how much longer, now that I have broken his zither.
His patient, eh? Please excuse me. I am the conductor, and this is my friend Bernie.
Ah, fellow musicians. You must be looking for the music, Brian. I can take you there. It's not far.
We're not musicians, but, well, maybe you can help us anyway. Has Dr. Freud looked in any way different to you lately?
How would I know? I'm as blind as a spent hamster. But he has a new patient, who he seems very taken with at the moment. A woman with a chilling and distinctive voice.
Hildegard Braun?
Yeah, that's it. For Hildegard Braun. You know her?
Oh, yes, we know her. Listen, Herr
Gruberman.
Herr Gruberman, can you take us to Sigmund Freud?
Of course. It was he who told me to come here, to White Park. He says if I make any money bursting, he was to have 30%.
Raymond.
Hildegard, I've looked right through this bookcase. There's no sign of his paper.
But it must be here somewhere.
Why is it so important, Hildegard?
Because, my darling spongiform jello-head, Freud will reveal this evening that the human brain possesses the capacity to transfer thoughts from one mind to another, and the power even to move objects using a hidden part of the subconscious alone.
Ah, so you mean I could put the idea in someone's mind to go to the cake shop and buy me a slice of Fackertort. That's a poppy seed crust pastry with cream cheese. Then, whilst they're having a coffee, I can use my mind to bring the Fackertort.
What are you talking about?
It's a poppy seed crust pastry with cream cheese. To the study, without the need for anyone to carry it back. That's fantastic, Hildegard. It'll revolutionize the cake industry.
Just find the paper, Raymond.
Whatever you say, sexy.
Idiot.
I must say, Herr Grumman, for a man who cannot see, you move at great speed through these streets.
I've been blind a while now, but according to Sigmund, I can see more clearly than anyone with eyes. Ow!
Why should Sigmund Freud express such an interest in you? His concern is psychopathology, not ophthalmology.
I came to him because I thought he might be able to help me. You see, sometimes I can hear what people are saying, even when they are not speaking.
You're telepathic, that's all. Even the sighted learned to develop some form of it during the early part of the 20th century. Wait a minute. That's it. That's why Raymond and Hildegard are here. Well, Freud had prepared a paper based on his theory that the human subconscious possessed the capacity to transfer thought from one mind to another, and that the same power, correctly marshalled, could result in telekinesis.
I knew you were going to say that.
In English, Conductor?
Mind over matter, Bernie. Raymond has occupied the body of Sigmund Freud. Hildegard wants that paper. Together they will destroy Freud's reputation and put back the study of telepathy thousands of years if we don't stop them.
He lives at 19 Begasse.
Where does he live, Herr Grumman? Oh, God, this telepathy is really getting on my nerves.
I recognize the pavement. We aren't far away now. It's time for me to play my zither.
This is hardly the time for music.
He's not playing it for pleasure, Bernie. Herr Grubman uses the zither like a submarine uses sonar, don't you?
No, I discovered I can earn 10 shillings an hour on a good night. Thank you. Hugger auf, you smart ass of your minstrel. What does that mean, conductor?
Yes. Bernie?
I don't know why this is, but they're talking about...
Gentlemen, attention please.
I'd like to start by saying thank you for coming. I know you've all paid good money to be here tonight, and you can bet your life that me and my glamorous star pupil, Hildegard, will deliver a floor show to remember. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Hildegard, introduce me to tonight's first volunteer.
Well, Ziggy. Number 1, Carl Gustav Jung, 28, you come from Switzerland. You're married with 3 children and work as a psychiatrist. Your hobbies are psychoanalysis and birdwatching.
Carl, welcome to the show. Are you nervous?
Sigmund, what is this? What are you doing?
Well, don't worry, Carl. You take the seat at the end there. Who's next, Hildegard?
Welcome, volunteer number 2, Joseph Breuer. You're married and live here in Vienna. You work as a clinical psychologist and like painting.
Joseph, you won't regret volunteering. Have you been hypnotized before?
Sigmund, I have known you many years and have supported the most outlandish of your series, but what on earth is this nonsense?
I'll take that as a no, then. Go and sit next to Carl. Hildegard, who's next?
Number 3, Hans Dilderman.
I can only assume he's acting out some bizarre psychosexual projection as a model to illustrate an aspect of his theory of the unconscious. However you look at it, this must be a piece of genius.
And that, my friend, is a bird piece of ass.
Who's next, Hildegard?
Here we are. This is where Sigmund Freud lives.
Excellent. Follow me, everyone.
And finally, Sigmund, meet volunteer number 6, Wilhelm Fleiss. He works as a physician and numerologist. And his favourite colour is green.
Hey, Wilhelm, are your Fleiss done up? Bitte? Go and just sit down, will you? Now, I want you all to look at me. Look into my eyes.
Oh, this is ridiculous. How much further up these stairs do we have to go?
I don't know why we're going up them. Freud lives on the ground floor.
Oh, well, why didn't you say that? Oh, come on, then.
I know what you're thinking. And it's not pronounced like that in German.
Now, Carl Jung, I want you to imagine that you're a steam engine at the head of the overnight train from Freiburg to Vienna. Very good. Well, that's all of them, Hildegard. I'm a born hypnotist.
Raymond, my darling, behold, isn't this beautiful? Yeah. Sigmund Freud's most dedicated disciples, the cream of Vienna's psychoanalysts, reduced to gibbering idiots. Look at them. Now, did you find Freud's paper?
Yeah, here it is, Hildegard. I couldn't understand a word of it. His English is unreadable.
That's because it's written in German, you inflatable, fleshy fool. Right. It is now time for you to leave Freud's body. Hurry.
What's this process? Didn't make me giggle so much.
Just get on with it. I'd like to be gone before that malodorous time janitor gets here and starts swinging his chain.
You're a little late for that, Hildegard.
Conductor, what a pleasant surprise. I was wondering when you'd show up. Oh, and I see you brought your handsome boyfriend, too. Once again, I'm afraid you've arrived just as we're leaving. Oh, what a shame. We'd have so much to talk about.
I don't think you'll be going anywhere just now. As long as I've got this pointed at you.
Ooh.
No, not that. This.
Hildegard, he's prepared his nightie.
Skirt, Raymond, his transient isolation skirt.
Oh, yeah. Think you can threaten us with a dirndl, do you?
Look, if he pulls the trigger, we'll be sent back to the middle of next week, you bubble-brained booby.
Yes, indeed. Your exploits will be halted, and this area of time will be properly restored. Bernie, get Freud's paper from Hildegard.
Come on, hand it over, love.
Oh, so butch. You and I, Bernie. What do you say? You want to play with me, Bernie? It'll be fun. We can travel up and down time. I'll fulfill every fantasy you've ever had.
Oh, yeah. No, you're twisted.
Pull that trigger, conductor, and this gravichroma spray will regress Bernie 2 billion years. Oh, he's 1 second away from becoming a salamander. Touché, I think, conductor. Come with me, Bernie. I'm your mistress now.
Hildegard, wait. Bernie, it looks like I may not be seeing you for a while. So I popped one of those jars of gentleman's relish into your jacket pocket, in case you get hungry.
Conductor, what's going on?
I thought that was patently obvious, old boy. Hildegard is abducting you, and there's bugger all I can do about it.
I'm so glad you're seeing things my way, Conductor.
That paper forms the basis of the greatest advance in communication since humankind first learned to speak. Except now that you have it, of course it doesn't.
Exactly. Now it's just our little secret.
Hildegard, it stinks of cigar smoke in here. What was he doing?
Until the next time, Conductor.
Bernie, I won't be far behind. Don't let her talk you into anything. Goodbye, old chap.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, and I know as well.
Oh, God.
Oh, my head. What happened? Carl Gustav, Wilhelm, Joseph. Why are you acting so strangely? And Herr Grubermann, what are you doing here?
Herr Grubermann, stand next to me.
What happened?
I'll explain in more detail later. I know you cannot see it with your eyes, but, well, apart from us, everyone here has been frozen in time by me. But first you have to help me again.
But how can I help you?
You heard Hildegard. She has taken Sigmund Freud's seminal paper on telepathy, and with Raymond's help she has also ruined him. His intimate circle will never accept him in quite the same way. You could, however, induce a telepathic amnesia, so that when I release the emergency button on the interpolator, the last 24 hours of memory will be erased from their minds.
Certainly. If I can do what you ask, I'll be delighted to help. On one condition.
Name it.
That you take me with you wherever you go on that inflatable thing you came from, and two conditions.
Oh.
That you pay for me to see Madame Dorothy in the blue Wiener brothel on the way back. Yeah?
Why?
Because somehow I don't think I'll be seeing her for a long time.
In that episode of The Routemasters by Andrew McGibbon, Amanda Donohoe was Hildegard, Andrew McGibbon was Raymond, Carl Minns was the conductor, Owen Evans was Bernie, Andy Mulligan was Herr Grubermann, Sophie Aldred was Martha, Nick Romero was Carl Gustav, Dan Friedman was Breuer, and Alex Lowe was the voice of the interpolator. Additional material was written by Rob Colley, Kevin Greening, and Julian Mayers. The theme tune was written by Ozzy Temple, and other original music by Nick Romero. The programme was produced and directed by Julian Mayers.
Excuse me, can we just stop it there? I thought I'd just do a quick recap. Right. Bernie has been trying to get home to the 20th century ever since he mistook the time bus for a night bus to Mitcham. But he's now been abducted by myself, that's Raymond, and my lovely lady Hildegard. Meanwhile, the conductor, still aboard the time bus and trying to locate Bernie, has picked up Herr Grubermann, a blind zither player from 19th century Vienna. You can carry on now.
The Routemasters by Andrew McGibbon. Episode 3, On the Buses.
There we are, Bernie. Not too tight, I hope.
Where are you taking me? Why have you tied me to this chair with fluffy pink rope?
Well, that's hardly the way to talk to your new host. We want to make you comfortable. After all, you could be spending some time with me.
And me. This is my transporter, after all. Isn't it, darling?
Yes, darling.
Mind you, before I met Hildegard, my time tube was a tip. I tell you, this place needed a woman's touch, and since my golden lady arrived, everything's been spick and span. She's even added some feminine things, though bulkhead-mounted foot irons and wrist restraints seem a strange choice for a woman of today.
Oh, shut up, Raymond.
Do you mean that?
One more word, Raymond, and I'll desiccate you.
I thought you did.
You two are like some sort of sick double act.
Oh, do you think so? Hildegard's got quite a good voice, but my tap's not what it used to be.
You're a knob.
You're very kind.
I could curse myself for letting Bernie fall into Hildegard's hands. He's an innocent participant.
You must not blame yourself. I'm sure he's perfectly safe.
Herr Grubman, I cannot thank you enough.
Conductor, it was my pleasure. There is no one in the world who does it quite like Madame Dorothy. Is she not worth every shilling?
Looking at Madame Dorothy, I think you have a distinct advantage being blind. And given the frequency of your visits, I wouldn't be surprised if that's how you went blind. Anyway, that wasn't what I was thanking you for. Without your telepathic skills, it is likely that Freud would have ended up the laughingstock of Vienna.
It was nothing.
Hardly nothing, Herr Grubman. Hildegard and Raymond turned Freud's inner circle of psychiatrists into a bunch of gibbering idiots. Inducing a state of 24-hour amnesia using telepathic suggestion was the only way to restore the status quo. On its own, that is an uncommon skill. Not one I would have associated with a blind zither player from 19th century Vienna.
I haven't always been blind, Conductor, but I have myself suffered a curious amnesia as to what I was before the accident.
Accident?
Yes, Conductor. I was knocked over by a tram, rather like the one you and I are sitting in now.
This isn't a tram, Herr Grubman. You're travelling on a time bus, and I am a Routemasters. Well, that's an improvement. Can you remember what happened?
Some of it is very hazy. It was Christmas Eve. I'd just been to the loading planking to buy my wife a dirndl. They're all the rage in Vienna. I recall looking both ways as I crossed the street, like you do, and...
Yes?
And...
Yes?
To be honest, it would be a lot easier without that awful music.
Interpolator. Thank you. Carry on.
Well, I swear this tram just appears from nowhere, right in front of me. The last thing I saw with my own eyes were these lights, brighter than I have ever seen. 2 of them. Then everything went black. And that is how it has been ever since.
What about your telepathy?
It was only afterwards I started to see and feel things in my mind. I could hear what people were saying and see what they were doing. I was given a zither by a dying street entertainer, and I have learned to play it with some skill.
To be honest, Herr Grubman, it's not much of a skill you've acquired. You can only play one tune.
Maybe. But that tune has kept me from starving to death, and it's kept me sane. The trouble is, I keep crashing into people.
It worries me, Herr Grubman. You were knocked over by a bus that was by your account not native to Vienna.
Yes, but it was the 3 trams that followed that did the real damage.
Never mind. Just keep searching. He's bound to turn up somewhere.
I hope I am not speaking out of turn, but I can't help noticing that you seem to be doing a lot of talking to a pipe organ, and it seems to be talking back to you.
I'm sorry, I don't think you've been introduced. Herr Grubman, I would like you to meet the Interpolator.
I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. What a charming thing. An accordion that can talk to you. Perhaps I should give up playing the zither and get one of these.
Herr Grubman, it's much more than just a musical instrument. Interpolator, run your revision.
Here, lurking beneath the lush savannas of what was once the African continent, are the only surviving species of a once proud creature, the peony. Every 1,000 years, one of them undergoes a form of spiritual elevation. He is uplifted to a position of great power, given the gift of transmutation and the ability to travel through time. How these mysterious gifts are bestowed is and remains an enigma. But today we are fortunate enough to witness this rare event at first hand. And there, out of thousands gathered, we can see the one who is to be chosen.
Hi, everybody. My name's Raymond, but you can call me Ray.
How much longer do you intend to keep me tied up?
I'm so sorry, Bernie. I don't want to keep you imprisoned here. I simply have no option. But then, I'm a prisoner here too, you know.
This is hardly a prison, Hildegard.
You've no idea what it's like being all alone inside this transporter. A woman gets, well, lonely. Look, why don't we talk it over somewhere more private? Like my chamber? I'll untie you. Though if you like, I can always tie you up again in there.
I'm perfectly happy where I am, thank you.
Hildegard, what are you doing?
Oh, stop blubbing, you jellied macro follicle, and let me get on.
How can you seduce him right in front of me?
Well, because I thought you might like to watch.
Oh, well, that's different. For a moment, then, I thought I was experiencing the first flushes of deep, penetrating jealousy.
Well, I just want to make you happy.
Yeah.
Bernie.
Yeah, what?
You really are something, Hildegard.
Don't you want to see the real woman underneath all these tight, restricting clothes?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to. I mean, no, I wouldn't. Oh!
Oh, go on, Bernie. I'll untie your knots if you promise to be a good boy.
Oh.
Raymond, monitor the controls for me.
Where are you going?
I'm going to entertain our guest.
But you said I could watch.
No, I said you could watch me seduce him. Now get back to the controls or I'll be forced to perforate your treacle vat. Come along, Bernie.
Treacle vat. Jelly follicle. I'm a fine figure of a flask. She's so cruel and heartless. Mind you, that's one of the things I like about her most. You don't have to stand for that, you know. Who said that? I did. Who are you? I'm the other side of your personality. But I didn't think I had another side to my personality. Well, to be honest, you don't have much of a personality at all. So perhaps you should think of me as a divine spirit guiding you through this difficult time. Okay. What do you think I should do? You've been given the power to transfer yourself into anybody you want to. What would you rather be at this moment? Well, at this moment, I'd rather be... I see what you mean. But I can only transfer myself if I'm in the same room as Bernie. And as you may have noticed, we're strapped into a metagenetic control pod, which is held in place by a bipolar variable crow-proton sheath. And my seatbelt's done up, too. What are you talking about? Have you no brains? Have you forgotten what you are? You're a peony. And not just any peony. You've been chosen. Hand-picked. You are the Peeny Weenie. The Peeny Weenie? Get out of me, Flask. Look, you don't have to occupy the body of another person just to feel alive. You can stand proud on your own too. Well, let's just say you can stand proud. You can show Hildegard what you're really made of. Sounds interesting. What do I have to do? Listen to me and I'll tell you. Oh, I see.
So you see, I was just waiting for this night bus when this old-fashioned Routemasters bus appeared out of nowhere. I got on, thinking it was going to take me home. Instead, by way of some crazy bus conductor, it brought me to you.
Bernie, I do believe you're blushing. Have some more champagne.
Thank you. You know, you're very beautiful.
Thank you.
But there's something I don't understand. Why do you travel through time with that demented blancmange?
He has his uses.
What is transport?
Without him, I would be unable to get around, it's true. Though without me, he'd go to pieces. Make that dribble away. I suppose I'd become his surrogate mother. Poor little ectoplasm.
Why was it so important to steal Freud's paper on telepathy, then?
Oh, God, you're cute. But so many questions, Bernie.
Well, what are you? What, a collector, a thief, a plunderer, stealing things from the past and depriving artists of their greatest works? I mean, couldn't you find something more fulfilling?
At this moment, Bernie, there's only one fulfilling thing I'd like to do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Hildegard, please, please.
I know you want me.
Let's talk a bit more, Hildegard.
Well, don't you desire me?
I'd like to get to know you a bit better first.
Oh, how novel. Okay. Look, I'm from your future, Bernie. I'm the chief curator of the Triennium Institute. It's like your science museum, only 1,000 times larger and not so many French students. It's a vast underground complex, hewn out of alpine rock. The items I've been plundering, to use your word, may exist in your time, but by my century, much of the world you know and its treasures have vanished.
War?
Worse than that. Development, Bernie. Huge housing conurbations, giant warehouses. You see, accommodating an ever-growing and migrating population meant that antiquities were better preserved as tactile projections in a zonal entertainment matrix. But Triennium Institute was established to give a home to as many of these originals as possible before development or apathy turned them to dust.
Well, it all sounds very noble, Hildegard, but moving the Acropolis to a cavern under Mont Blanc isn't the same as stealing the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel.
Look, 50,000 years from now, historians will be looking at it, preserved underground, and what'll it matter to them? It didn't exist until I brought it to the Institute.
You're trying to play God.
Oh, Bernie, I'm not trying. I am. Look, the human race has been trying to play God ever since it invented the wheel. What people don't know won't hurt them. What I do doesn't hurt them either. And that's enough talking. Come here, tiger.
Oh.
Just a little bit harder together.
Here we go, Herr Grubman. Lunch.
What is that?
It's lunch. Isn't that enough?
What colour is it?
Lunch colour. Why would that matter to you? You can't see it anyway.
No, conductor. But my sense of smell is more acute than yours.
I can't eat it either. I'm worried sick about Bernie and what that woman will do to him, to say nothing of Raymond.
This Raymond intrigues me. He can become anyone he wants, yet instead he prefers to live in a jar like a 10-year-old pot of Heineke Schlucker's apricot chutney, and he manages to smell twice as bad.
Well, a yellow-stained mucilage can't exactly take regular baths.
Perhaps he could keep his lid on more often. Stranger, though, is Hildegard's voice. It seems very familiar to me.
I don't see how. You couldn't possibly know her.
Maybe it stirred something that hadn't been stirred for years, which is more than can be said for this gruel.
Oh, Hildegard.
Yes, Bernie.
Oh, what are you doing?
Why, do you want me to stop?
Oh, Hildegard.
Hildegard, Gooey.
Was that you?
No.
Gooey, I'm down here, Hildegard.
Is that Raymond? Raymond? Bernie, darling, be a sweetie and turn on the lights, would you? Oh, God, Raymond, what have you done?
I did it for you. Look, I've rejoined my species.
You're disgusting. Go away.
Oh, I don't believe it. He's a penile.
No, that's a peony.
Peeny weeny, if you don't mind. I'm proud of who I am, and I'm ready for action.
Raymond, what are you doing, Bernie?
If you don't return me to Mitcham, South London, right now, this gravichroma spray will turn you into a salamander.
Bernie, sweetie, that weapon's very dangerous. Its effects can't be reversed. Please be careful.
Well, I can see you're both getting along fine, so I'll be heading back to my flask. Sorry if I interrupted anything.
Stay there, you tumescent twit. Our guest apparently wants to leave.
You won't forget to sign the visitor's book, will you?
Raymond, instigate a tube-wide stage 3 phlebotomy and redirect the exit vector flaps to Mitcham Bus Garage in South London. Enter this time and zone code. 101100223104550087685993. Do it now.
What came after the 2?
Oh, you helmet.
Anyway, I can't reach the controls from down here. You're gonna have to pick me up.
Oh. Never mind, I'll do it myself. There you are. Mitcham Bus Garage, home sweet home. A shame you're leaving us, Bernie. You are so cute.
Could you close the door? It's very drafty down here.
Sorry, Hildegard. Maybe another time.
You'll be aching to come back to me before you know it. See you, lover. Bye.
Oh, at last. So nice to be home. Good old Mitcham Bus Garage. Oi, mate. Excuse me, are you going to Mitcham Lane?
Hello, Bernie.
Hello, do I know you?
Of course you do. I'm your driver. Come on in.
Mitcham Lane, please.
Mitcham Lane.
Yeah, Mitcham Lane. When is the bus leaving?
When is the bus leaving? Oh, you're a one. Oi, watch out, here comes the supervisor. Oh, dear.
What is going on?
Hasn't this bus left, Theo?
Oh, hark at him.
Now, listen to me, sunshine. I'm giving you a warning. Your crate is backwards by next week if you don't mend your pulpitude. Do you hear me, you waxy thong? Sorry about that, Bernie. We've got some right licorice all sorts working for us. Where you going?
Mitcham Lane, please. Yeah, how do you know my name?
Oh, it's written all over your rectinium, matey-o. Clearview Denario, or are you a plastic vendor, sir? Doesn't matter, either will do.
Why are you talking like that?
Talking like what?
Oh, never mind. Look, I've got a £1 coin here somewhere.
Really? So you might want to keep that safe. Not many of those about.
No, there won't be when we sign up for the Euro.
All right, little squatting encyclopedia you are.
Yeah.
Mitcham Lane. Well, I'm going that way as it happens. I'll sit warm and moist if that's all right with you, sir. Come on, there's no one fretting a singe. We're late to you. Get this bus nodded.
Why do I always sit next to the nutter?
Next week, we'll have a go at Smack My Bitch Up, Recorder and Woodblock. But let's finish the programme by singing everything we practiced today. 3, 4. Relax, don't do it. When you want to sock, do it. Relax, don't do it. When you want to...
May I say, conductor, what an eminent tutelage I'm receiving from your marvel of a musical friend. I can almost play another tune on my zither. Listen.
Yes, I think I preferred the original. Excellent. The interpolator has located Bernie. I can't imagine why they would want to go there either. There's nothing worth plundering. They've left him behind? Typical. We'd better get him before he's noticed. He's probably already very disorientated. I'm sorry, Herr Grubman, but I'm going to have to cut your lesson short.
No matter, I've learned quite a lot already. Relax. That tune would send me to sleep. I won't make any money playing that one.
Are you married, Bernie?
No, I'm not.
I am. You don't know what you're frying, matey-o. It's a cum call, I'll tell. Oh, she's a lovely mess, though. All creamy and spiked. The Farchneck Langhobbity Crimble Humble, sir. It's most keyhole.
Look, I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude, but I've had quite a few days of this, and I'd just like to be left alone, please.
Are you not finding me pleasing and entertaining, sir?
Not really. In fact, I think you're a bore, actually.
Bore? Bore? Bore?
Oh, what is going on?
Oh, it's not good enough, is it? I knew it wasn't. You didn't enjoy it, did you, Bernie?
Enjoy what? Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you frightio. Me nomenclium spike here. You're the first person to Venturo here in a week.
You what? Why, is there a bus strike or something?
What is a bus strike?
What?
You don't sound nativian to this, Conherb.
Conherb?
You're not from Greater Croydania.
Croydania?
Wow! You've no chip in bed. I thought you talked funny.
What?
You've no identio chip under skin.
Get off my arm. Here, let me off this bus.
Of course. I'm just saddled you didn't enjoy it.
Enjoy what?
The revision. You're not the only one. I just can't figure out where I climbed out of the graph. I thought people would flume to see what it was like to tilter on an old Londonian.
This isn't a real bus, is it?
No, of course not.
And this isn't really Mitcham Bus Garage, is it?
No. But it's as close as I could get from the granary pictures.
What?
You look a bit trophy. I'll get you a flip of Aqueous. Bubbly or still?
Where the hell am I?
Hell! That's a great word. You're inside the Greater Croydania Entombment Crucible. I've been bridging one of the coactive lozenges, with little success.
So, this isn't South London?
South! What a great word! London? Well, that was a long time ago.
Well, what year is it?
MMCCXXXV.
In numbers?
Oh, we're not allowed to use numbers in here.
Wait, hang on, I can work it out. It's MMCC... 2235?
There's a man down there using numbers, and I'm not picking up any kind of signio. I think he's a non-in-bed.
He's not from this corner.
Does his muggle match with any on the ream?
He's a complete out-of-bounds flower. The alpha scans confirmed up his nomenclium. It's Bernie.
Oh, this could be peak. We haven't had a non-in-bed in the Crucible for years. That's tonight's broad ram conquered. I better flay you down and report him. How do I look?
You look galvanamic. Total prime light.
It's your turn next. Where are me wings? Ah.
I'll dither dampen you direct to the cliff on the sub-EDO triads roach pod.
Just you try and I'll slap you.
Hello!
Steady
Number 33417712. Don't forget to buy red and blue.
So you've rented this space?
I've bridged a coactive lozenge, Bert.
All right, coactive lozenge then. And you've been trying to get punters to visit an interactive mock-up of Mitcham Bus Garage at the end of the 20th century. No wonder they're about to pull your plug.
Every scran I've got into this.
You're one sad git.
Rouge, please, for 2 people.
Oh, that's all we need now. You're an out-about flower and my lozenge has failed. We're for the prime light now.
Amazing. 2.5 centuries of civilization and people still talk absolute bollocks.
Spikier, Basementy and Bernie, you are under light. You know the penalty. Spikier, Basementy, on behalf of the Crucible moderators, I, Puny Troll Fearless, am pleased to tell you that your lozenge has been chunkled over. Bernie?
Yeah?
Bernie, you are not in bed.
I know Mummy's let me stay up late.
That's a capitular discord. I don't have to remind you, that carries a trip to fornication.
Sounds great.
No talking. Confessor on the prime gram only. Hooey, love, do I have feed? Can I will down the next time pie?
Into.
Okay, stand by.
Your story could be made into news for tomorrow.
We're pulling up next to a tactile projection of Mitcham Bus Garage, 235 years after the original was pulled down. Bernie will stick out in this century like a Baker-like jockstrap. Herr Grubman, I have to find him. Stay here and don't let anyone on. I'll be as quick as I can. Remember, don't let anyone on.
I will do what you ask. So, it's just you and me, my wobbling wonderbox.
Welcome to the News Cube. And we have some breaky-wakey news unchunkled some momenteers ago. There's a story unfolding outside the coactive theme lozenge in Greater Cordania. Cunitrol Fearless has the latest here. Fearless?
It's one non-embed namink Bernie and one failed lozenge holder namink Spikier Basementy. They're with me, Naru. Do you confessor to the charge ball?
Yeah.
Hi, Mum, I should be home soon.
I'm sure she'll be watching you tonight, Bernie. Here we have one true delinquo and one sad git. Back to you in the News Cube.
Thank you, Fearless, and there'll be more on that story for the next 5 or 6 years. That's it from all of us here in the News Cube. Ciao for now.
Bernie, old chap, at last.
Conductor, thank God you're here. How did you find me?
Look in your pocket.
A gentleman's relish?
It acts as a temporal beacon.
I'm glad it does something, because it tastes like shit.
What are you with these two? They're both under my pressurity. I've got the placement in prime light.
Security guardian.
Why didn't you say that before? Follow!
What did you tell him?
I told him that you were under contract to another security guardian.
Security guardian?
I'll explain later. We better go before you attract any more attention.
They won't ever leave us alone now. We'll be prime light for years.
Conductor, this is Spike here.
Are you the owner of this micro theme park?
Yes, the Mitcham Bus Garage Experience. Have a flair.
I've never seen anything so pathetic. Mitcham is spelled with an A, not a U.
Wow, this is a real Routemasters bus in immaculate conditio. I could make my lozenge really stand out with one of these.
This bus is not for hire, Spikier.
Look, where are you all tilted?
As far away from this Arndale hellhole as we can get.
Could I flare down with you? There's nothing for me here but famio and fly on the forward specials. I'm defunct, spiked up, well creamed.
Well, I don't see why not. Climb aboard. Come on, Bernie. The time bus is leaving.
Could I interestio you in a 3-year Syndicate series of prime lights?
17712. Don't forget.
Where have they gone? Oh, follow!
So, Conductor, you're saying that in the future, security guards or guardians act as news reporters for national networks and are paid a commission for every misfit they catch?
No, it's far worse than that, Bernie. Think of those TV shows made up of security videos that are so popular in your time. By the year 2235, The only news available to citizens is that which shows other citizens being slightly less boring than they are. The Crucible corporations don't want anything really important to stop people being entertained, as they say. Inevitably, the security guard of the late 20th century becomes the electronic news gatherer of this time period. And if you're caught doing anything out of the ordinary, you are punished by being made famous. They can turn the most boring, mediocre and uncharismatic person into entertainment. It's like being on the front page of The Sun newspaper every day for 2 years. And look what that did to Anthea Turner.
Quite. Well, I suppose your driver's anxious to take me home, then.
What did you say?
I said your driver's anxious to take me home, then.
I told you never to mention the driver.
But why?
Because.
Yeah, but...
No! Interpolator, what's happened to you?
Stop playing those awful tunes, that's what...
No, Bernie, this is serious.
Wow! Look-y-o! Herr Gruberman's instrument is motomorphed into other woods.
Sounds like a dachshund having an enema.
We have to find out what's gone wrong. Driver, let's go. You'll get your voice back, my friend. Hold on tight, everyone.
In that episode of The Routemasters by Andrew McGibbon, Amanda Donohoe was Hildegard, Andrew McGibbon was Raymond, Carl Minns was the conductor, Owen Evans was Bernie, Andy Mulligan was Herr Gruberman, Sophie Aldred was Spikeer, Nick Romero was the Cockney driver and Cunitrol Fearless, Dan Friedman was Cunitrol Brave, and Alex Lowe was the virtual inspector and the voice of the interpolator. The theme tune was written by Ozzy Temple and other original music by Nick Romero. Additional material was written by Rob Colley and Kevin Greening. The programme was produced and directed by Julian Mayers.
Interpolator, what's happened to you?
Stop playing those awful tunes, that's what...
No, Bernie, this is serious. We have to find out what's gone wrong. Hold on tight, everyone.
The Routemasters by Andrew McGibbon. Episode 4, Wolfie and Beatty.
Can't see a damn thing in this cloud. How close are we to Dover, Taffy?
8 or 9 miles, sir. We keep drifting off our heading. I think there's something wrong with the compass.
Well, perhaps if you removed your magnetized picture of Vera Lynn from behind it, we might be able to find magnetic north.
You come to choir practice tonight, sir?
Sorry?
Well, we need a good tenor like you. We lost 3 last night. Terrible it was.
Taffy, I can't sing. And even if I could, the last thing I would ever want to do is join a Welsh male voice choir. Even for fun, and even if there's a war on.
There's no harm in asking.
No, Taffy, there is harm in asking. I want you to promise that you will never ask me to come to choir practice ever again. Now, maintain 1,000 feet and keep a good lookout. I think it's time I checked on our passenger. Are you comfortable in the back there, Mr. Miller?
Well, yes, but I don't know how long you can fly in this. How much longer will we be in the air? Only my band are waiting for me. See, I got the new arrangement for String of Pearls.
At this rate, sir, I think we'll be on the ground in about 20 minutes. Or in the water in about 10.
Is that some kind of joke, buddy? Do you know who I am? I am Glenn Miller. I crap pilots like you every day. Can limey wise guy, just flying a goddamn plane.
Well, if you need anything, I'll be at the front. Grumpy old bastard, I ain't trying to cheer him.
What in the name of St. David was that?
Keep her steady. I'll take our precious cargo. Sir, you might want to buckle your... Oh, my God! Miller's disappeared!
What do you mean?
I mean, he's disappeared, Taffy. That means he's not in the plane anymore.
Maybe he stepped out for some air, sir.
Taffy.
Yes, sir?
Taffy, if you're standing next to me and I'm standing at the rear end of the fuselage, then who is flying the plane?
The autopilot, sir.
This aircraft doesn't have an autopilot, Taffy. You're the autopilot. You're Welsh and you're an autopilot. Normally, that would be a completely reliable combination. In your case, it's going to prove disastrous. In fact, I'd very much like to kill you now. Unfortunately, I don't think there's enough time.
It's a shame, sir. Why's that, then?
Because you've managed to kill all of us instead.
My poor interpolator. What could have happened? Well, even Herr Grubenman's zither has changed.
Yeah, but at least it's a bit easier to play, if not as pleasant to listen to.
Conductoria, you can tilt her on the time toll filling over this Londonian.
Spikia, why not put on one of these translators? Then we won't have so much trouble understanding your laughable 24th century dialect. Oh, bugger, it's still talking in poodle.
Well, at least she's clearer than she was before.
I feel she is trying to ask...
Give me that.
Can we go anywhere in this time box?
Yeah, as long as it's where he wants to go.
Now, that's not true, Bernie. We went to Rome just as the Sistine Chapel was being finished. There aren't many people who can say they've done that.
Yeah, but I didn't want to go there.
Yes, but you quite enjoyed yourself, didn't you?
I wanted to go home.
You know what your trouble is, Bernie? You just don't have an inquiring mind, not like Spike here. Look at her, just bursting to ask more questions. Ask another Spike here.
What does the driver look, yo?
Please don't ask questions about the driver, Spike here.
But I'd like to know.
Yeah, so would I.
Yes, but sometimes one is better off not knowing everything.
Oh,
no, please, I come and no. Well, all right. If you insist, then I suppose I have no choice but to show you the driver. I warn you, however, you may never recover from the trauma. Driver, show yourself.
Oh, my... Conductor, what's happening?
I warned you, Bernie.
Conductor, I don't believe it.
Yes, Bernie.
It's a glove puppet.
Yes, I'm sorry, but they insisted, driver.
Are you trying to tell me that the driver of this time bus is a glove puppet?
He may look like a glove puppet to you, but far into the future, glove puppets are able to perform many useful functions without needing to be operated by an untalented and unfashionably dressed sidekick. He has in his soft woolen head the knowledge of an infinite number of time routes.
Yeah, but how does he reach the pedals?
Doesn't need to, Bernie. The driver works with the interpolator. They are linked together by a catalytic relativity assimilation parallel.
Crap!
Yes. Anyway, if you two have finished gawking, driver?
Yes?
It's time to go back into your cab.
Oh, no!
No, come on, don't be difficult.
Sing a lullaby.
You want everyone to sing you a lullaby?
Yeah.
I haven't got time for this, driver. Come on, back in your cab at once.
No, I won't.
Interpolator?
I obey. Back to my job.
Bye-bye, drive.
Bye-bye.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is our driver. He may not look like much, but he knows where we're going and how to get us there. This whole incident has been very embarrassing. Never ask me about the driver ever again. Do you understand?
Yes, Conductor.
Frau Born, I've heard so much about your young charge's talent. It reminds me of when I was his age, beguiling audiences across Europe with my genius, charming old ladies out of the trees and ravishing young ones underneath them. Or was it the other way around? I can never remember. But look what has become of me. Now I am 34 and pfennigless. It embarrasses me to say that teaching young Beethoven for whatever you can afford to pay me means more than anything else at the moment.
Oh, well, I'm very sorry to hear that. But what I have in mind could help us all to make a lot more money.
Anything that could make us a lot of money would be welcome. But I will not kowtow to those in authority, or craft music specifically for their liking. I live to compose, Hildegard. I do not live to make money.
I promise you, my idea will allow you to compose and make money. But enough of this. I would like you to meet your new partner. Ludwig, you can come in now. Ludwig! Wolfgang, please excuse me while I find out where he's gone. What's the matter with you, jello nibbler? Did you not successfully transfer into the body of Beethoven?
Yes, Hildegard, but you made it very clear to me that Beethoven was deaf. So if you call my name, I'm hardly going to come bounding through the door, am I?
Beethoven went deaf in his 30s, lentil brain.
Yeah.
At the moment, he's 16 and a little hard of hearing, that's all.
So what do I do with this?
You're meant to stick it in your ear, not play notes on it. You don't need it anyway. He's waiting to see you. Don't make an idiot of yourself. Convince him that Beethoven collaborating with Mozart is a brilliant idea.
Okay. Hi, you must be Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
I answer to that name.
My name is Ludwig van Beethoven, but you can call me Raymond.
Oh, give me strength.
It doesn't sound anything like a zither. It has no tone. And what of your sweet and charming interpolator? What's that happened?
Clearly a profound and far-reaching alteration of musical harmony has taken place. Somewhere along the timeline, a number of different musical elements which would normally have developed over centuries appear to have been removed. The result? A total implosion of polyphony, a disgusting and disgraceful insult to the ears.
What, you mean like a Steps concert conductor?
Bernie.
And I suppose Ray and Hilda are the star presenters of this disaster?
Almost certainly. I know, my friend, but we will get your voice back. In the meantime, run your revision.
That was the first movement of Mozart's Peggy Sue Concerto in A major for violins, played by the Salzburg String Orchestra, recorded at the Golders Green Hippodrome. Well, now on Radio 3, the composer Beethoven, only 17 when he mysteriously disappeared from Vienna in 1791, nevertheless found time in his short life to collaborate with a number of composers, including an unknown American. The result of this particular union was entitled Moonlight Sonata. So, there he is, on his knees, pretending to be a dog. Anyway, I throw this stick into the woods, but he's not moving. So I shout, hide and seek. Hide and seek, like the game.
Oh, that's a dreadful joke. That you could insult my friend and confidant in such a way. I like you, but you should wash behind your ears more often.
Well, so should you.
Have some more Säcketorte, Ludwig.
Oh, I couldn't possibly eat any more.
Ludwig?
Well, if you insist.
So, when do you want to put on this testimonial concert?
Well, as soon as possible. I thought we could collaborate on a few pieces. On stage, we'll perform together. How's this for a name? Beatty, Wolfie, and their two pianos live.
I won't play unless my name comes first.
Okay. How about Wolfie and Beatty and their two pianos live?
I prefer that. Have some more Säcketorte.
Yeah, it's got a certain ring to it, all right. Beatty and Wolfie and their two pianos live, with full support.
Wolfie and Beatty. And I don't need supporting on stage. Just a piano stool.
No, you don't understand. Before we come on stage, a small collection of groups inferior to us will perform, to warm up the audience.
Then what happens?
Well, then the stage goes black. A spotlight slowly opens up to reveal my piano.
What?
Your piano. Then another reveals mine. The crowd starts to roar. You and I walk on stage. The audience goes mad. You can hear their noise ringing in your ears, which is quite a relief when you suffer like I do from tinnitus. Then we sit at the keyboard and knock 'em dead.
And where in Vienna will we perform these stylish duets?
Well, we're not performing in Vienna.
Not performing in Vienna? Where else is there to perform?
Well, we'll be playing in a new town, high in the mountains, and far into the future.
High in the mountains? Where?
Oh, don't worry about that. Hildegard's got all that sorted out. You know that tangy raspberry sauce you serve with your Fackertort?
Zackertorte.
Yeah, it really plays off the flavor of the cream cheese. Delicious, if somewhat heavy.
Raspberry sauce. Don't be ridiculous. It's fresh pig's blood, gently warmed over a stove, dribbled over the pastry.
Oh!
Now, I must go to my piano.
And I must go to the toilet. Good day, Wolfgang.
Yes.
May I say, conductor, how comfortable these little seats are up here. I've had the most refreshing nap.
Spike here. Go and help Herr Grubman. Those stairs are difficult to judge even with perfect eyesight.
Yes, conductor here.
Do not trouble yourself. Blindness may have taken away my sight, but it rewards me with an instinct for knowing where the first step is. Oh!
Herr Grubman, are you all right? Can you hear my voice?
Oh, where am I? Who are you?
Don't worry, you're safe. How many fingers am I holding up, Herr Grubman?
He's blind, conductor.
Yes, Bernie, but he's also telepathic. How many fingers do you know that I know you think I am holding up?
I can see very clearly. I'm not blind. You're holding up 3. And why do you keep calling me Herr Gruberman? My name is Professor Ziggy Braun.
Professor Ziggy Braun? Are you Hildegard's father?
You know my daughter.
Professor Braun, you've taken a very bad knock. Spike here, you look after him.
Yes, conductor here.
Bernie, this is more complicated than I thought. It is my contention that the Herr Grubman we have come to know is also Professor Ziggy Braun, formerly head curator of the Triennium Institute. They appear to be sharing the same body.
Yes, conductor, that's because he's a nutter.
As usual, Bernie, you have opted for flippancy where a much deeper explanation is required. Whilst you were being held prisoner on Raymond and Hildegard's time tube, Herr Grubman told me he was convinced that his blindness and subsequent telepathy were the direct result of a head-on collision with a Viennese tram, which he said came out of nowhere. He described the tram as having 2 bright headlights.
So?
There are no trams in turn-of-the-century Vienna with 2 headlights. They all have a single one below the operator's cabin window.
Oh, I knew that.
You're even sadder get than Spike here.
There's only one vehicle that could have moved fast enough and yet completely disappeared without trace.
What, a coach and horses?
No, they're too slow.
A Sinclair C5?
Well, that disappeared without trace, all right, but it's still too slow. No. I believe that Herr Gruberman was struck by another time bus, one which was out of control, and one in which Professor Braun was the conductor.
Please, will you stop just for a few minutes? I can't hear myself think.
Hildegard, I must be allowed to practice my scales. After all, I am an artist.
The man whose body you're occupying is an artist. You are not an artist. You are a jelly chopper. Not a very convincing one at that.
You know, there was a time, Hildegard, when I enjoyed your insults. But now they begin to sound hollow. In short, your abuse bores me. I think our partnership is almost at an end. Why are you looking at me like that?
Put your hands back on the keys.
No, I've done enough practicing for today.
Put them on the keys.
No, Hildegard, please.
Put
I didn't...
them on the keys.
Ow! That hurt! Will you do it again?
Now shut up and listen to me. In a few hours, the greatest concert the world has ever seen will begin. You, in the body of Beethoven, on stage performing new collaborations with Mozart, live. It'll be magnificent. Now, have you done what I asked?
Oh, yes. I think you'll agree, Hildegard, that I've assembled a unique collection of formidable talents. Only an eclectic and diverse range of quality artists could seriously compliment myself and Mozart on stage tonight. I know you won't be disappointed. Oh, and could I ask a special favour?
Yeah?
Don't let the support trough their way through our beer and sandwiches.
Ow! Melonhead! Now, does little Wolfie know where he's playing tonight?
Well, I mentioned a concert venue in the mountains. He seemed a little confused.
So he should be. The 167,000-seater stadium in New Geneva will literally take his breath away. Uniting Mozart and Beethoven on stage in the year 3012 will take the world's breath away.
Yes.
Right, we leave in 1 hour. You look disgusting. You go and get dressed. Oh, and wash behind your ears.
If you really are Professor Braun from the Triennium Institute, then what were you doing in 19th century Vienna?
It may surprise you to know, but I was once what you are, a Routemasters.
The interpolator is not itself just now. Please continue.
After one trip, my time bus developed a mechanical fault, forcing me to stop near the Triennium Institute, the greatest museum ever built. You'll find everything there, from the pyramids to Stonehenge, from the Dead Sea Scrolls to the Blue Peter time capsule.
The Blue Peter time capsule?
Yeah, centuries from your time, Bernie, the Blue Peter time capsule becomes a sacred and revered object. Do go on, Professor.
I joined the Institute as a curator, fell in love with a paleontologist called Brunhild, and gave her a daughter, Hildegard.
So why didn't you live happily ever after?
We did, for a while. Hildegard became an archaeologist and then head curator of the Institute. I was so proud of her. She was in her element. It became her life. And then one day, the unthinkable happened.
Man City won the FA Cup.
Bernie, they won 3 years running in 2017.
Oh, God.
Now, I think the professor is referring to the Mont Blanc earthquake of 3011.
In just 3 minutes, 50,000 years of heritage lay ruined under alpine rock. Hildegard was beside herself. She demanded that we go back in time to replace those exhibits with items ferried from before the earthquake. When I refused, she became incandescent with rage and stormed off. The following morning, she disappeared, taking a temporal beacon from my time bus.
Which she used to flag down Raymond. I still don't understand, Professor. If you are from the 30th century, how can you be occupying the body of a blind zither player from 19th century Vienna?
I managed to make some hasty repairs and followed her and Raymond to Vienna, but the time bus overshot its stop. I got out, secured the gravichromatic drive vectors, closed the breech port, and terminated the dihedral resonator.
So what happened?
I forgot to put the handbrake on.
Ah.
The bus took off, hitting me full on, and accelerated into the future, where a split second later it struck Herr Gruberman before disappearing for good. In that spatial breach, our two personalities were instantaneously fused.
Yeah, so when you fell down the stairs, it was Herr Grubman who fell unconscious, allowing you, Professor Braun, to emerge as the dominant personality.
We're almost time-told to open a venial pipe chance conductor here.
What's wrong with her?
She's from Mitcham.
It looks like we're approaching our destination. Professor, you're familiar with the controls of a time bus. What do you make of these?
Very nice, but it's not my kind of thing.
No, not those. These.
If your readings are correct, we're pulling up near the giant New Geneva Amphibowl, somewhere around 3012, the same year as the Triennium Memorial Concert. It was organised to raise funds for the reconstruction.
Well, according to the interpolator, Raymond and your daughter are in there, and I'm sure they're not here to sell ice cream.
Well, Hildegard, what do you think?
I'd hardly call Glenn Miller eclectic, diverse and formidable. Is this the best you could find?
Well, his appeal lies with the mature end of our audience. Anyway, how do I look?
He's fine, except for the jacket.
Oh, I thought that was the best part.
Yes, but I don't think Beethoven ever wore a yellow sequin tuxedo. You look like Liberace. Now get rid of it. And lose the choir boy.
You're the boss. You, bugger off. What a romantic melody. You know, Hildegard, there's nothing I like better than a good tune.
Look, are you and Mozart ready to perform?
Oh, yes. We've got quite a program worked out. You'll never have heard anything like this. If I say so myself, it's quite brilliant.
Getting the interpolator to reproduce these access all areas backstage passes was a masterstroke, conductor.
Maybe, but this place is vast. Even using the portable interpolator's proximity radar, it could take us hours to find them.
Conductor here! Look here! Look here!
Spike here. You've already had an ice cream and a balloon.
No, conductor. Look at what's written on the T-shirts. Wolfie and Beatty and their two pianos live, featuring Glenn Miller, Buddy Holly, Richie Valens and Puff Daddy. Well, I've heard of the others, but who are Wolfie and Beatty?
Mozart and Beethoven. Hildegard was passionate about them.
Passionate enough to put together something as audacious as a concert featuring Beethoven and Mozart?
And there's only one person who could assemble such a tasteless selection of support acts.
Raymond.
sight. What is the matter with you, Raymond? Have you no taste? Spittle brain. Every one of these support artists has been dreadful.
I assure you, Hildegard, they were much in demand.
Yes, but this is the last time I'll ever hear them.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the last time anyone will ever hear them.
Get Mozart on stage now. At least his precious collaborations with you will make this event worthwhile.
Whatever you say, Hildegard. Wolfie!
I'm coming. Okay, Ludwig. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Wolfie.
Excuse me, what is that?
Yeah, what's what?
That thing you're sitting at. It is not a piano.
No, you're quite right. It's a drum kit.
But why aren't you sitting at the piano? Thousands of people are expecting Beethoven to sit at a piano, not a drum kit.
Well, you crushed my fingers so hard earlier that they stiffened up, and I can't bend them now. So I thought, well, why don't I play along with Wolfie on the drums instead? Listen. Ready, Wolfie? I'll count you in. 1, 2, 3, 4... What do you think, Hildegard?
No,
Hildegard?
No. Hildegard?
Daddy?
Hildegard?
Raymond.
Raymond?
Daddy?
Bernie.
Hildegard.
Raymond.
Mummy?
Hildegard?
Raymond.
Raymond?
Daddy?
Raymond.
Mummy?
Conductor.
Haven't we been round this once? What are you doing, Hildy?
It's time to go. We're being upstaged.
Hildegard, what's happened to you? Why are you doing these things?
I have to go, Daddy.
No, stay with me. This is our home. We'll build a new institute together.
Please let me go. Daddy, let me go!
Hildegard, no!
Pow!
Oh, no. He's gone and cracked his head on my flask, Hildegard. I'm leaking out all over the stage.
I'm so sorry, Daddy. It's too late now. It can never be like it was.
Oh, the smell! Oh, my head. Is that your voice I can hear, Bernie?
Herr Gruberman? But a moment ago you were the professor. Oh, it's the knock. It must have reawakened your side of the personality.
Now, Bernie, would you mind awfully scooping some of me leakage into that ashtray?
We haven't time for this motor membrane.
Well, just try and keep it damp while I'm away.
Well, now that everyone is safely back in their own part of the universe, can you take me back to mine?
Yeah, we're approaching your stop now, Herr Gruberman.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, sir.
Now, which way shall I go? Ouch! Oh.
Conductor, I think you should have told him where he really was. I mean, he won't know his way around Vienna in 1948.
He won't need to, Bernie. An hour after I dropped him off, his dreadful zither playing came to the attention of a British film director. I think he's about to change his name to Anton Karas.
What about you, Spikeia?
Oh, let me tilt her all over you, Conductor Ear.
I think she's got the hots for you, Conductor.
Oh, yes, yes, please.
Well, she's an anorak bus spotter from 24th century Mitcham. Someone's got to look after her, I suppose.
Yes.
What happens to me, Conductor?
Well, that's up to you, Bernie. But I am a man of my word. Here we are, old chap. This is where you got on.
What? You're going to dump me here, then?
Oh, don't worry. There's another bus right behind. Goodbye, old chap.
Goodbye, Conductor.